Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 3 of the Freljord Cup. Competitive TFT is back, baby. My name is Gangly. I'm going to be your host for the weekend, and joined with me today are Admirable and Nico. Admirable, it's been a long time, but I gotta say, it's good to be back.
Oh, I'm so excited for this one. We've had so much competition happening in TFT. I feel like the field has been getting tougher. I feel like there's more plans going forward. You know, this is one of the last sets that we're going to have, the mid-set finale that ends up taking place at this one. Just everything is kind of coming to culmination on this one. And Nico, you're joining us for the first time from this side of the desk at this point, and I'm really excited to have you here.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here as well. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's going to be a lot different. You know, watching this time a little bit more stress-free, get to just watch and chill and talk about some TFT, so I'm definitely excited for it.
Yeah, and on top of making the switch from pro player to now caster, you also recently started working at Riot. In fact, I know you were working on Set 9, this being one of the big projects you really started with. So I imagine on some level, it kind of feels like you're working on this project, seeing it kind of being built up, and now this weekend you're seeing it really come to fruition, right?
Yeah, Set 9 was the first set that I had my hands on. It's like a baby, and I'm also a baby in the context where I'm, you know, new to Riot, and everybody on the team is helping me improve and grow as I work there. There's a lot of like really talented, smart people, and I'm very grateful to be on the team. And on top of that, I'm grateful that everybody really enjoyed Set 9. I mean, I've seen so many positive comments about it, and it's really heartwarming, and I'm just glad that people enjoy playing this stuff.
And I want to get to competition pretty quickly here, but the last question I have to ask you is how working on that side of it has changed your perspective since you were also a high-ranked, high-level player in addition to that.
Yeah, I think the perspective change is mostly actually geared into like the empathy side of it, where there are just things that even at the top level where players do talk to the devs a lot, we just can't know things about the game, and like certain things just make me appreciate the devs a lot more for all the work they do, because all the people that I work with work so hard on the game, like ridiculously hard to make TFT enjoyable for everybody. So really just, you know, hats off to everybody on the team.
Yeah, lots of new things coming in the woodwork right now. And the best news is that this is just the beginning. We've got a long road ahead of us. Nathan, you talked about it before. This is the last time that we're going to be having the mid-set updates in TFT. You can see here what the format of the North American competitive space looks like for TFT Set 9. We are in the Freljord Cup today. It is one of 6 events taking place in Set 9. Right now, we're building to the mid-set finale coming at the end of Set 9. Ultimately, all of these tournaments leading to the regional finals, where players will be vying for one of those spots in the Runeterra Reforged World Championship. So there is a lot going on this set, and it's going to be the last time we get to see these mid-set finales. So you know what? We're kind of in store for a lot of new and exciting things, but we spent a lot of time looking at the future. Let's take a moment now and kind of take a step back, because I think I would be remiss if we didn't take a second to gloat, to celebrate, to bask in the glory that is North America sitting on top of the world. Replay coming in at the Monsters Attack World Championship in first place, Nathan.
Yeah, with you know, North America now being the reigning region, I feel like this was something that was especially exciting for me, just having followed esports for as long as I have. You know, but coming into this tournament though, it felt like China was really just kind of stacking up the bricks. They were building a house out of how many titles they were getting. But in this one, I felt like that North America truly sent the strongest lineup to the set championship for this one, for Monsters Attack. You look at what North America had sent to this one, and it is not a joke. Replay's stats were insane across tournament boards. Setsuko, where if you've paid attention to TFT really at all from the competitive sake, this is one of the players who's always at the top of your list. Weijin Iverson with massive breakout performances in Set 8, and Jukyu, who had an unbelievable regionals performance, where you look at how they played over the course of it, and you have to wonder how you play that many different compositions with the numbers that Jukyu was still putting up. That is just an incredible performance that you have at that one. And for this one, I truly felt like North America was favored in the set championship.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, Admirable. I think that if you look at any of these guys, you can recognize that they're all really insanely smart and talented players who, you know, have developed their own play styles and have their own unique identity. And if you told me that any one of these 4 players was going to win Worlds, I 100% would have believed you. And I think it also speaks to the fact that the field in general in NA, where you know every region has its own upper echelon of players, The field in NA is just getting better and better. So like at the lower end, it's just steadily rising up. Where there are names that we might not recognize right now, but they might be a household name by the end of set 9 or 9.5. So I'm really excited about that.
And something so unique about replay story is that we have these career players in TFT, your Sojus, your Milks, your Robins, these players that have been playing from the very beginning. But replay is different. This is a guy that played in set 3, made it to the regional finals, and then after that took an extended hiatus from TFT in general, not just competitive. We're talking about TFT in general, Nathan. I feel like you don't often see in gaming someone take a break like that, come back, and immediately find themselves at the very top.
Oh, he was asked this question in a public setting, and he gave this whole story behind it, where he's pretty much been like a casual competitive player since that point, and then coming into this set, in set number 8, he had a non-compete clause written into his jobs contract, which he had left. So now he basically just can't do the job that he wanted to do, and he's like, well, I guess I'll give TFT a try. Let's really compete in this one, right to the top on the first one that you're actually giving it the full spot on. And I think that already speaks for itself. But look at these numbers at the Monsters Attack Championship. These are obviously inflated. You're going to have some luck in addition to playing good over the course of that. But Nico, I think for me, one of the biggest ones I'm looking at is 0 8th place at that championship. That is just free points that he's picking up.
Yeah, it's a really huge skill set of top players that you can turn 8s into 7s into 6, even into top 4s sometimes. These stats are ridiculously impressive. It's like you said, you do need luck to some extent to win a tournament. But I mean, you look at 82% top 4 rate, 0 8s, like you're gonna have to gap the field some way to achieve these numbers, right?
Yeah, and I think that it's not just the fact that replay won, it's the way in which he did it that made it so special, right? We have the stats obviously on how monstrous his run was, but to me, it was the drama of it all, right? It's heads up in the final game of the final fight to dethrone China, deny their 4P, and earn North America the first title championship that we've ever had in competitive TFT. I mean, you could not have written the story better if you tried. There's something so special about that. And so, I think I'm glad we did that, right? It's nice to take a minute, reflect, take a step back, take a deep breath, because now we're starting to move on. And I think, Nathan, something that's worth mentioning as we close out kind of the set 8 storyline is that just because you're on top of the world 2 months ago doesn't mean that you're going to be on top of the world today.
No, it certainly doesn't. And as Inigo was talking about earlier, the competitive field continues to get stronger and stronger. I feel like we've been saying this for sets now, but honestly, it's just true. Everyone is starting to compete more and more at the top end as these fields continue to grow. TFT is a very popular strategy game now that has taken my spot as my favorite game of all time. In this one, Replay unfortunately was not able to make it to day number 3. Now, in what was a relatively small field compared to what the competition is here, honestly, this isn't too much of a surprise. It's kind of eye-opening, really, to how tough of a game it is and how rough that competition actually is. In this one, I felt like I had the hardest time I've ever had putting together a ballot of my top 15 players. It was so difficult. I got down to like number 25, and I was like, how am I supposed to cut 10 of these players from my ballot?
Yeah, it's definitely hard. I think that every tournament there's going to be something that raises eyebrows with people not making it to the next stage. But like you said, it's just like people in NA at the high level are just getting better and better. Like, it is crazy. I mean, there's with set 9 there are a lot of returning players as well. So we see people like Kyun, for example, took a couple sets off. Now he's back to compete. So we're gonna see how he's gonna adapt and go head to head with some of the newer players. And something that's really exciting for me personally is seeing all the new study groups that have developed as well. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but there's lab members who have been running rampant on NA ladder. So it's just pretty funny. And who knows? Maybe there's somebody that even we don't know about right now who's not in the tournament that could be somebody who wins another tournament this set. You really don't know with TFT.
Yeah, all of that remains to be seen. So Nathan, Nico, I'm going to send you two off as we start to talk a little bit more about the Freljord Cup. And we're going to talk first about the prize pool of the event, what the players are playing for. So you can see here, first place is going to be walking away with $3,500. We're paying out first all the way down to 12th place. But in addition to the money, the players are also playing for qualifier points, which to some extent actually maybe even be a bigger deal to a lot of these players. These are the points that are helping them qualify to the mid-set finale, and in addition to that, getting them a spot in the regional finals where they can eventually try and earn a spot at the World Championship. So even though it's the first North American event of the set, we have a lot at stake. So let's talk about the format for the event. This is day 3. Last weekend, we had 128 players playing over the course of a weekend. The first day, we cut that field in half, and on the second, we cut that down one more time to 32. Those 32 players from the open bracket are meeting up with the top 32 players from the ladder. So it is a real clash of titans, even on the third day of competition. Today, we're going to be playing 6 games of TFT. And at the end of the day, we will be cutting that field down to the top 32. But something to keep in mind is that while you are playing for every position, and if you are in the bottom half, you're still playing for those qualifier points, the top half are playing for bonus points. Yeah, the top 12 players of today will earn up to 3 bonus points that will be added to their score on day 4. So lots of things at stake today. We have tons of TFT to play, but now it's time for me to introduce the last set of casters on the day. It's Casanova, it's Crowan. Welcome to the show. How you both doing?
I'm great. I'm so excited. I'm so happy to be here for Freljord Cup, the first tournament of set 9. This has so far been my favorite set of all time. I think me coming from Legends of Runeterra as well, you know, the Runeterra Reforged themes, it's just all clicking for me. It's making happy brain chemicals, and happy brain chemicals are also made when I get to share the desk with Gangly and Crow, and I'm so stoked to be here with y'all.
Oh, I love that. Sentiment is the same as well. It's still gonna be back on the desk with you both. Set 9 has been a blast to play so far, and I'm really looking forward to see how it develops for all of these competitors, because as we mentioned earlier, NA is on the map, baby. Reigning champions, let's go. Let's see how the competition is shaping up. There's so many new blood, new players giving it their all, and I really love to see that.
New blood, new players, new format, but also new set mechanics, Casanova. We have Legends, and on top of that, the portals that we're going to be seeing for the first time in the competitive setting this weekend.
Yeah, and you know, look, Legends have had their problems at the start, but I think they've found their footing here in the C patch. I think the changes to Ezreal, now we actually have a healthier meta of Legends. There's a lot of different options that you can take. Yes, I do think that we are going to see some dominance maybe of Orin and Poro, but I do think there's other options that you can go, and they don't feel as important that you have to be a certain legend or you're going to be falling behind. But for me, the biggest thing is the portals. I think they add so much more depth to the game. Some of them are relatively innocuous and don't change much of your overall strategy, but some can shape the entire game plan from the start. And it's all going to come down to players' preparation. What techs do they have? What can they do in these positions? One that immediately comes to mind is, Hearth Home and it giving you a Radiant item, and Akshan being such a strong comp because Runan's being Radiant is so powerful with that unit. It opens up, hey, this comp is really powerful. It potentially caps the highest. And if you can, get that on that certain portal, that can be so good for you. I think there's plenty of examples of that across the entire variety of portals.
Yep, I think this set right now is really rewarding players for preparation and for spot recognition in particular. There's a lot of room for players to kind of knowledge gap the rest of the lobby. Now, an important note that you said, Casanova, is that we're currently playing on 13.13C. This is the C patch, but last weekend, Crowan, we were not playing on a C patch. We had an entire tournament over the course of the weekend on the B patch, and I think there's maybe a big elephant in the room here.
Yeah, it's probably one of the biggest elephants that we've seen. I mean, there's no surprise. During the B patch, Cassiaso, Azir Lux, they were stupid popular. These stats are record-breaking. No comp has been as popular as those two last patch. But fortunately, now that we are on the C patch, we're still going to see those comps, right? But they're not going to be quite as dominant, especially with the rise of rerolling, just like we see on those last 3 comps. Cass, reroll is back, and it's here to play. There's so many reroll comps that we could say.
Yeah, it's absolutely been on the rise. I think there's like 9 different rerolls that are meta viable at this moment. The 3 that are most popular, and I think are still the most popular, are going to be this Noxus reroll, the Zed reroll, and the Kale reroll. And the fact that they were able to put up those win percentages on the last weekend, they haven't really been changed here. The only thing that's changed is they might be contested more, but also they might have units in the same pool tier contested more, so you might hit harder even faster. There is still that possibility, right? So we might see these boards cap out even quicker, even higher, and see those win rates still maintain being so strong. That popularity will go up, though, I imagine, as we see the popularities come down of Azir Lux and Yasuo. But as you said, we're still going to see those. They're still viable comps. They still can work great in this reroll meta. And the fact is, they're a little bit less contested. So sometimes you actually see those boards capping even higher.
I love that point, Casanova. I think the idea that there's a certain level of handshaking going on in a lobby. If everybody's playing reroll, then reroll gets better, right? And the one person who's not playing reroll suddenly is going to go 8th because everybody else is hitting, right? I think the C patch really brought this really interesting dynamic of, in the B patch, everybody's trying to spike on 4-1, and it made the tempo very narrow. This time around, I think there's a little bit more diversity. We see people rolling on 3-1, 3-2, 3-5, 4-1, and different spikes coming in different points of the game. So I think it's up to these top players to be able to recognize the tempo of the lobby and show a little bit of the skill expression in that regard. Now, we also have the lobbies for the day. I think this is probably the most exciting part before the actual game start. We can break down some of these lobbies. Casanova, anything here stand out to you?
I mean, there's so many fantastic players, and I know we'll be able to spend this weekend kind of talking about them, but, you know, Lobby D caught my eye quite a bit, right? Pitsy was very strong in set 8. He was kind of coming up there as well. Robin, of course, always a staple, but for me, here in set 9, Clear did come out of the gate swinging, kind of discovering or innovating the Tristana reroll early on, showing everyone how overpowered Lee Sin was at the start. If you rolled a silver augment, getting that on a roll, that had to get patched really quick. But Clear was the person who I always thought of when I thought of that comp. He was playing it exceptionally well, and I've seen him pick up Kale to some very great results recently. I think Clear is someone who can play very flexibly, but when he finds some of these lines that he has workshopped extensively, he's going to be a threat to take a lot of first places.
Yep, I think there's a lot of re-rollers, or maybe we can just call them stubborn players in North America that are going to be pretty happy with the meta that we have. Let's take a look at the second half of the lobbies on the day. And Crowan, as we take a look at these, I'm not going to let you pick the lobby because there's only one right answer of which lobby to look at. That's lobby H.
Yeah, just cover the whole 3/4 of the screen. Lobby H right now. Lobby H is crazy, right? I'm really glad we're going to be starting on this lobby. There's so much to talk about here, so many storylines. A big one being, Milk coming back. This tournament, I think, is a big test for him, coming back after a small break. And he's proved that he can compete on ladder just fine. Making sure he's tweeting every time Dish Soap bought for his couple games when he's rank 1 before he climbs back up again. Emily had an insane day 1 and 2 of this cup. So really excited to see her progression if she can keep it up. And also, Soju ego tweeted before the event, so we know he's going to go 8th. But no, all jokes aside, this is going to be a great lobby.
There's something that really stands out to me, Cass, and that's, in set 8, we kind of saw some of the career players take a step back from TFT. Pocky, Milk, these players that are known and loved, that always are ranked really high, took a step back. And when they did that, it opened up some room for the rise of players like Wajan Iverson, like Bosso Skills, like Replay. Well, now, Milk and Pocky are back, and the question is really, do they just get their spot back for free, right? And I think Lobby H, we're going to see that right off the bat with both Milk versus Wajan Iverson.
Yeah, I mean, so we heard Iniko talking earlier, right? There could be someone that we don't know yet that can pop up here and make a name for themselves. They could win a tournament here in set 9. They could be dominant in set 9 even. And the thing is the guy in set 8 that did that was Wajan, right? Wajan was that guy. And now we've got his next set coming in as someone who now is potentially a favorite, and we get to see if it was a flash in a pan or if lightning can strike twice. Is Wajan going to be able to come out here swinging, have some pop-off performances? It's going to be a big test because, as you said, old guard players, they're coming back. I don't expect them to flop. They were consistent for so long. Yes, they took a break, but it's a strategy game. It's a new game. It's Runeterra Reforged, baby. This is a new one, right? They can come in here and start swinging immediately, and I think Milk is going to be able to show that. We've seen his ladder performances. Yes, the B patch, I think he was gapping people left and right. I'm interested to see if he carries that to this C patch, if he's had enough prep. Is he going to 2020 Kaisa still on this patch? It's less contested, but of course he could get outcapped by rerollers. We talked about that tempo being set. I'm really looking forward to watching Milk in this tournament. I think he's still a threat to just take the whole thing.
Bro, and I think I think I got to point out the fact that possibly the world's favorite lawyer is also in this lobby.
That's true. I mean, hey, Bryce and Ferdinand, you know, everyone loves them. The casters as well. They've competed in some tournaments. I think this is the first time that we're seeing one of them, you know, make it into day 3 of an event. So that's really exciting to see. Bryce obviously studies the game a ton, right? He's going to be really, really smart. So love watching him, love seeing his progression and as he's gotten to day 3.
All right, well, looks like the game is ready. So Casanova, Crowan, I'm going to hand it off to you for game number 1 of the Freljord Cup.
All right, thank you so much, Gangly. We're jumping into game 1 here, Crowan. Let's take a look at our portals. For the first time, we get to do portals instead of, you know, that starting carousel. Targon Prime, Placidium Library, and Petrosite Forest. Crowan, here comes the roll.
Let's see it. Most people, you know, going towards that Targon Prime, and it is going to be Targon Prime indeed. Reroll, you know? Maybe gonna be back on top here. It is going to be one where when you reach 40 HP, you get a blessing.
Yeah, so we'll have to get the update once our first player hits 40 HP, what this blessing is going to be. You know, it can be like a loaded dice, it can be some items, it can be a whole slew of things. Because we've got Soju starting with a baby duplicator.
Yeah, that's the start that players aren't very excited to see. It does replace kind of 3 gold there. And yeah, look at the screen, Targon Prime, receive a blessing. You're talking about could be a dice, could be a bunch of items, could even be a, you know, Tactician's Crown. We're gonna have to see when the first player does reach 40 HP. Everyone's gonna be scouting that, right? Because they're gonna be able to prep accordingly, say, oh, maybe I don't have to, you know, slam these items, or maybe I do want to slam more items because I'm going to be able to itemize, you know, a bunch of carries. But this lesser champion duplicator from Soju is going to make it more appealing, maybe to play a more tempo style of play. If you find a couple of a good 3 cost, you can just use that in tempo early game. It's actually going to make it harder to reroll with that opener, even though you might think it's good, just because your economy is going to be a bit worse for wear, right? You're not going to be able to make those 10, 20, 30 econ breakpoints as easy, and Soju might be going towards a tempo style of play here because he's hit multiple upgrades. Jin to Renekton to Irelia as well. You know, these couple of pieces, 3 Ionia start is going to be fantastic. Finding a set, Warwick fits into that very nicely, although I think he's gotten all the gold he's going to get, so just going to pick up that Irelia pair and hope to hit that once we reach 2-1.
Yeah, because, you know, he's making this Renekton 2, which I think, you know, still were the very, very strong tempo early game to have the Renekton 2. He does probably have to give up that Warwick, which usually you would love to have, you know, set Aurelia, Warwick, Jin. That's kind of like the Exodia start, but we just stay winning here. We're gonna get a prismatic start to kick things off. We do see Soju here on Ornn, but he is gonna get rid of that because it is prismatic. A lot of people don't like that, and we've been seeing Freaky Friday kind of on the rise as a prismatic. It's pretty good in the stats, and a lot of players are liking to take this early on 2-1.
Yeah, especially with the buffs that came through to a couple of the underperforming Ornn items. Affinity Force is one of them that now it gives 250 HP. So it just makes it just a bit tankier on whatever unit it carries that. It's going to be fitting very well with, you know, some of these meta compositions. You can even go into some of the reroll comps. You know, it could go onto something like a Zed or, you know, Darius, Katarina even. It's going to be an item that, you know, you're not going to be upset about putting it on a lot of units.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at Soju's items, I mean, Ginsu's or Titan's Resolve are the only really slammable items that he's got here, and it doesn't look like Soju really wants either of those. They're not the most flexible. They kind of fit into more specific reroll comps. The Titan's a little bit more flexible, but not a great holder for that. So
yeah,
Soju not going to slam any items. He wasn't able to level because he didn't have enough gold.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, Soju actually going to lose in a spot that felt like he was going to be very high tempo early win streaking.
Yeah, that's the lack of gold coming to play. If he was able to level, it could have maybe won that. Having 2 Bruiser in, right, makes your frontline that much tankier, allows Jin, you know, a couple more ults perhaps. A couple of players actually getting that Freaky Friday, so that's gonna be a lot of Affinity Forces we're seeing. Raditz, however, had the Noxus Crown opener, get a Darius, get an IE, best in slot item for him. So we have our Noxus reroll player. I'd be surprised if anyone would contest this at this point, especially, you know, it's me, Noxus / Defin in the chat. That's Ray's angle. He's never pivoting.
Well, Milk is, right? Milk also has the Noxus Crown,
Oh
right? And so there's 2 of them that have it. And that does mean that these players are going to be contesting each other essentially, right? Once you take that, you're kind of in the line. You don't really want to jump away from this. Now, we did mention at the top of the show, right? Like, this is a line that can support 2 players, but it does make things a lot worse for both of you, right? Especially if you end up with a Zed reroller in the lobby as well, who's also taking Katarinas out of the pool. It gets very difficult for the Noxus players to actually cap out well. You can still kind of top 4 with this comp if you tempo hard enough, and looking at Milk's board, I think he can, right? He's got some 2-star units. He's got the Warwick online already, right? This is a very, very powerful board.
Yeah, great catch. I missed that there actually is some contention here, but as you said, it can support 2 players, and I think that especially can come into the case because there is going to be that Noxus emblem. You can maybe throw that on something like a Zed if there happens to be no Zed reroll players and go that direction. You could put it on an Echo as well. Those are kind of 2 of the more popular ones if you're not just putting it on another unit, for frontline unit for just some more HP, more tankiness. But I actually really like this guard breaker slam from Milk as well. What else are you going to do with those items right now? Not much. It gives Darius more crit, and he's not going to be stuck on those, shielding frontliners as much. The units in the backline that are upgraded support this very nicely in the early game to stack up that Noxus, because 10% more stats, especially once you get to that 6 Noxus threshold, is going to be huge. And yes, Milk is able to 3 streak into stage 2 carousel.
Yeah, and realistically, what he's losing here is as far as Biss is concerned, is Titan's Resolve, right? He's going to lose some tankiness on that Darius, but it still gives some HP. So for the early stages, it's still going to beef you up. And with the win streak going, strong enough, I think it kind of pays for itself, even if Darius becomes a little bit weaker in the end game. If you 3-star him, that extra crit is actually still going to be very nice, and the damage plus the healing he gets from just doing more damage in general is probably going to balance it out all quite well.
Yeah, definitely. So as we see these players, we got to see all of the items that they had. It was going to be a Sork emblem as well as the 2 Noxus ones. So that Sork emblem can be very fantastic. We think about Vel'Koz reroll, and you can slap that Sork emblem onto a Sona, go that 4 Sork, 3 Demacia, 4 multicasters. It's going to be a fantastic composition. But Esports Law, the other win streak player in the lobby, another player who did take Freaky Friday, Jin, has a Hodge as well. Probably not going to do anything like Slamish Shroud this early in the game, so those components is going to be sitting on, but still very, very strong with upgraded bruisers, in the front line.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about how strong these boards are at the start of the game, right? Everybody kind of contesting for those win streaks. I think it's going to be hard for any player to full streak to 2-7, but Bryce, very powerful here. Raided's getting the resets from the Darius, which might have done enough. It's going to be very close. Renekton gets 1 more cast, and that might have been the big difference maker as Echo gets to the Jhin, but we're going to get the cast coming through. It's just up to Katarina. I don't think she gets to go off in time and take out the Jhin. I think he's going to be able to take this.
Yep.
There it is. Bryce might be the one who's able to take it to 2-7.
Milk still on a streak as well. Potentially both of them can, but I was gonna say maybe that fight was gonna be like I didn't slam my chain vest on a Renekton difference, but no, it was gonna be a glove on the Jhin, actually, just a little bit more crit there, making sure every auto is likely to be a crit to take out the Katarina in the end. It's always sad when it's like, one more auto, my Katarina dies before she actually gets the cast off. There's that delay between throwing the daggers in the air and her actually jumping to them. Jhin now repositioned on the left side, and the early game positioning of Jhin is actually really important, because if it's just shooting 1 unit like it might be here, it's shooting away from the Callistas, and that could be a potential fight difference.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking about how strong these boards are. Broccoli's board is also very powerful in the early game, right? Callista is such a strong early unit. He's got 2 of them stacking up those runs, stacking up those spears very quickly. And now, you've got the Jhin on a good angle. It looks like Bryce is going to be able to do this as he gets very close, but 1 more shot, and he does. He gets his full win streak. Milk got his as well as Weijin and JD both getting the full loss streaks. So going to be some really good economies out of a couple of these players, as we see a Z2 hit by JD, which can be a frightening prospect on 2-7.
Oh, definitely. We saw Weijin actually having the Maokai 2 and Poppy 2 on bench, making sure to play the weakest board. It is okay to lose a bit of extra HP if it means you secure your 5 streak into the neutrals. They're going to be generating so much more gold with that, be able to get up to 50. And especially important with this looking like it's shaping up to be a Kayle reroll, especially with the golden ticket as the first augment choice. You have so much more gold to proc the golden ticket a lot more, to roll down to that 30-ish gold, when you're still level 4, pick up a bunch of Kayles, Maokai, and Poppies, then be able to push levels. You do not want to play Kayle reroll from behind, still rolling for these units as we reach the end of stage 3. You want to hit as fast as possible, save that econ, and get to level 9, because that's when this composition can get those wins.
This roll down has potential to be monstrous, right? He's got the golden ticket.
Wow.
He could hit everything because of how strong this augment is. We're seeing the poppies are being hit very quickly. He's got some Maokai's, but he's a little bit behind on Kales. There's another Maokai. There's potential that you just send it all the way down because you are playing golden ticket, right? This is the opportunity where you can do that, and we are seeing Weijin just full commit here. He's down to 20 gold. Will he stop? At this point, it looks like he does. Just going to be 6 Kales. Got the Poppy 3 very close on Maokai as well. It's a fantastic roll down. Usually you see people stop around 30, but I think golden ticket, especially with how much he was hitting, I don't mind him continuing to send it. And it looks like he's not stopping. He wants the odds on level 4. He's going to get the Kale. One more Maokai. He gets
There it is.
Everything for Weijin on 3-1. I don't care about this fight. Yes, JD's in a fantastic Zed spot. That's horrifying if you're a Kale player usually. But when you hit everything on 3-1 and you can start leveling now, that is exactly where you want to be playing this comp. 54 HP still solid. He'll probably lose maybe 1-2 more fights trying to get a level 5, level 6, but hitting all 3 stars, he might still be able to start winning.
Ooh, last stand as well is interesting. Probably not going to be good from this spot. However, maybe know your enemy. Probably going to be the pickup here. Infusion not going to be valuable. But that was a beautiful roll down from Weijin Iverson. Is going to need a couple of rounds, as you said, to get to level 6. And that's when that kill comp has its, first really big spike. When kill every 3 autos is going to be able to have that AoE splash. It's gonna actually end up going with the Capricious Forge. That couple of Orin items on the Maokai is nice because Maokai's 2-3 unit. You want to stack Poppy with the main tank items because she's going to be tier 4'd when you get that 3 Yordle in. Iverson's spot is good. Might take 1 loss, maybe 2 more. Send it to 6 after the carousel. But looking at JD in a really good spot here with the Z2, as you were mentioning just a bit earlier. Z2 is so stable on stage 3 as long as you're positioning him on the right side, and Zed is on the right side versus Soju here.
Yep, you just have to have a rogue and good positioning. That's it to make this Z2 very strong. Is able to get on the Jhin, but he gets there very late, so it does look like Soju is going to be able to win this fight. Zed not actually even being able to kill that Jhin. The extra stats from that Infinity Force, able to keep him alive. Soju looking very powerful on that board. And JD, I think it being a prismatic lobby and him not having a combat augment is actually going to be a pretty rough spell for him here on stage 3 until he can potentially get to that Z3.
Yeah, Emily was the Sorcerer emblem at the start, Sorcerer Crown. Rolling pretty deep, trying to hit these pairs, right? There's a Vel'Koz pair, there's a Sona pair, Talia, even Taric as well, but isn't really hitting anything on 3-3 being on 10 gold. Fortunately, this composition is very powerful with just 1-star version of these units, especially with these fantastic items that Emily does have. If she doesn't find some upgrades soon, though, it's going to be a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, I mean, these pairs are the difference between full win streaking stage 3 and not, right? There's still potential she's going to find wins. It looks like this fight, for instance, is going to be a win against Broccoli, and every single fight that she can find as a win with this 1-star board is an absolute blessing, because there is kind of the world where she hemorrhages a lot of HP in stage 3, not being able to hit these units on that roll down. But she's in a pretty good spot, because once these upgrades come through, I mean, that board is even powerful in stage 4, at least the start of stage 4, before people start hitting.
Definitely. Tiniest Titan JD rolls around, picks up the spat, but talking about Emily's spot again, right? That's the kind of spot with 5 pairs Emily had that makes you just keep wanting to press the D key, reroll. But 10 gold, you gotta be thinking about your economy. This is a comp that, yeah, sure, you don't really need to get to level 7. You don't need to push 8 when you're rerolling, but still the economy to be 50 gold rolling every turn, putting yourself in a good spot to hit Vel'Koz 3, Sona 3, things like that. You get to see the decision making as not even 20 gold here after the carousel.
Yeah, kind of the worst one to hit. I mean, you do want to hit your pairs, but this one wasn't making the board yet, right?
Yeah, now it is, but
it makes the board now, but
doesn't feel
it really
good.
wasn't the one that you wanted to hit. You do eventually want that Talia in, but just not just yet. It's not really as important, but Unified at least gonna help this front line. Taric can come in. Yeah, it's awkward because usually you'd want this Taric to now be like replacing Kassadin. You'd want to be like starting to move towards level 7. So you can play the Force Orc for a multicaster, right? But it's just not quite there yet. And on the other side, Soju still, just on the Urgot. His board has not changed much. It looks like he's just trying to use this time to econ up, get to level 7.
Tarek wasn't able to get the second cast off, and that actually might be the fight difference there. Allows Urgot and Jin to get to the back line a lot faster. And Soju has long distance pals with 2 Infinity Force holders, and that's a lot of extra stats they wouldn't typically have at this portion of the game, making that Urgot super tanky. He's kind of fallen out of the meta a little bit, especially as people have pivoted away from defaulting Zeri, defaulting Aphelios, but he can still be really good in a mid-game board like we just saw from Soju.
Hey, you know, I just love when we're right ground, by the way. Weijin lost 1, went to 6 on a 3 streak. You know, I love to see
exactly.
it. But I mean, he hit so hard, we expect that Weijin is probably going to streak for quite some time. Then he'll hit that trough as he tries to get to level 9, and then we might see him win out. He's definitely in a good spot as we check back in with him. Look at that. He's got the Ginsu, the 3 items on Poppy right now. This is definitely not a fight that Emily wants to see, but maybe seeing it while it's at level 6 is not the worst situation to be in. But that Poppy is just invincible against Emily's comp for now.
Maybe the collector Maokai could farm a gold. No, they're not looking like it. That would have just
Has he got it? No.
No, that would have been the cherry on top right there, right? Recovering economy is going to be huge. Emily doesn't really mind losing that. Sure, HP preservation you're always going to want to do, but because she lost the last round, it's not like you're saving a win streak going into Krugs. On the opposite side here, Broccoli going to be winning, so snapping the lose streak before Wolves. We're gonna have a decent amount of gold, but this composition definitely shaping up for a Yasuo Kaisa kind of style, especially already having found the Shen, having, you know, the Irelia, the set on the board. But this is a spot that you really are forced to roll at 7, and if you miss, you're probably just going 8th, at least bot 4. Like, it's so hard to recover from this.
Yeah, I mean, he's very low on HP already. His board is not going to win anything here in stage 4, I don't think. There might be some weaker boards out there, right? We haven't seen everybody, but this looks pretty poor, right? This is not hitting doing either much at all. And yeah, as you said,
Azir's maybe
he's not hitting anything that he wants. I mean, there's a Callista 2 to try and carry for now.
Yeah.
Which you'll probably just have to make that. You need to kill a couple of units. There's the Kaisa. Kind of awkward to come in immediately after you 2-star that Callista. Because now you want these items on the Kaisa, but that is at least still a very big hit. Super impactful, and it's not a huge deal to not be able to get the static Shiv over right now, right? That can potentially happen later. It might never need to happen. Maybe you find even better items.
Yeah, those are the rolls that Broccoli needed for the first half of that roll down. Fortunately, does hit the Kaisa too, but not a single Yasuo means that Broccoli is stuck on 5 Challenger, cannot go to 6 Challenger yet, which a lot of people have been defaulting to, but this is a huge Kaisa to diff in the fight, exactly what Broccoli needed to stabilize. If that was a Kaisa one, would have been a fight loss, would have been pressured to keep on rolling down because you're just not stable. Perhaps Ionia Crest is it is kind of a bait here. Like, it's an option, but it's not really that valuable placing it on the Kaisa, especially because the items that she has aren't really good. But I think you just have to take it with those augment rerolls coming through. But now it's like, okay, do I just drop the challenger, some of the challengers, go to that 6 Ionia for challengers, but you also need Yasuo for that, and you don't want to be rolling to 0 every single turn. But it looks like Broccoli is to try to find it. It's just nowhere to be seen, though.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is stable enough for just a couple rounds to have tried to make his econ back. I mean, we saw he beat Soju, and Soju had rolled down quite a bit, right? He was at 10 gold. He'd hit Ukshan 2 as his upgrade over the Jin. It's not like Soju was incredibly weak, and Broccoli was able to find that fight win. I'm not sure the full strength of the lobby. I mean, that's a Z3. It's not on the right side, and Broccoli does have a lot of good kind of protection against it. It's just a question of, is this 2-item Zed still going to be too powerful? The fact that it's not 3 items means I do think that there's a chance Broccoli can take this down. There's not really any healing either. It's Harm Assist. It's trying to keep the Zed up. But yeah, JD not quite to that power spike. He's very close to being terrifying with that Z3, but he just doesn't have the 3rd item. He doesn't have enough sustain on the Zed. He really needs a Hodge.
Yeah, Hodge is going to be that best in slot item. You get that crit before even the Ionia buff comes through to make sure he's always critting. There we go. Oh, that looks like that was the Targon portal that came through. Is 1 tier there, has a spat as well. Tactician's Crown coming through. Just needs 1 more glove. Zed does have the Slayer Omni Vamp as well as the Harm Assist, so I guess it's a little bit more, but in Zed 3 he's doing a lot of damage, so it will heal a lot. But yeah, with Hodge, that certainly would have been, not certainly, but probably would have been a Zed win. The big thing is positioning. Well, okay, for this fight, it doesn't really matter which side Zed is on, just because you're going to be hitting frontline anyway. There's not really that many priority backline units to have to get to, but it is a pretty strong mid-game Noxus board by Raditz.
Yeah, Ray's got great augments as well with this, right? I think that's 3's company, as well as the total annihilation, which is a very powerful Noxus augment. And he's got 6 Dariuses, but being contested by Milk is of course hurting Ray, right? There's a potential he could have hit at this point. It's going to be tough because he knows he's playing against another Noxus player, and then also, you know, JD being on Zed, there are contested units between the two, making it tough for Ray. But he does get a Scion off this carousel. That's massive. And getting the +1 from the Targon Blessing, actually pretty nice for that Noxus comp, being able to put in a tech unit, maybe find some additional crowd control or additional damage from something.
Yeah, exactly. Taking a look at all of the items, seeing JD had an open spatula, but took a Heimer with the sword instead, so not going for another Tactician's Crown. Instead is going to be re-rolling some items with the Pandoras, of course, leveling up, putting the Heimer in, and that's going to be really strong, right? Going to be able to either go that double shrink Mechano Swarm combination to shred 60%, right? Armor and MR, that's really, really strong. It looks like JD's rolling aggressively to hit that. There it goes. The old double shrink goes swarm. Love to see it. Having a Heimer and be able to grab it on a carousel like that can really, really make your board so much stronger, and I think that's huge for JD here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was talking about tech options for Raditz. Heimerdinger is probably the exact tech option that he actually wants. He wants this same setup for his Noxus board. Being able to get that shred for your Darius and your Katarina is massive. But we do see JD getting that. The Heimer is not able to cast due to Freljord with that Mana Reeve, and it does mean that JD is going to take another big hit, that time from Soju, as Soju is able to hold on to a lot of HP, playing tempo very well, moving from that Jhin to the Akshan. We'll see if Soju is able to, you know, build his econ back up and actually cap a board from there, because right now he's got a great stage 4 board that probably will start to fall off a little bit in stage 5.
Yeah, definitely. And now JD's in an awkward spot where, yeah, grab the Heimer, grab the 3 upgrades, but you're still losing, right? 3 loss streak. Did fortunately roll into a glove, so is going to be able to make the Hodge Zed, but still you want to itemize the Katarina as well. Ionex Spark going to be best in slot. Next best in slot probably going to be a Jeweled Gauntlet, but there's really only 1 damage carry for the Zed here, and it's still things like a Darius 1, right? There's no Kled 3, no other items in the front line to make it tankier, and if you just get through everything besides the Zed, if there's so many units left on the board, Zed sometimes just can't chew through all of them in time.
Yeah, sometimes he's just not able to make it happen. And you look at, you know, JD's augments are not super combative, but the Zed, I think at this point, stage 4, early stage 5, I think he's still going to be okay. I mean, there's not a lot of units that he can't just one-shot. The Noxus boards are a little scary if those Darius 3s come through, especially if you have too many units on the board. That ultimate can come down and actually take out your Zed, especially Raditz having the total domination, right? He just has to get the Zed low enough for the execute threshold. And that's certainly something that can happen. So JD, definitely a lot of boards he has to really watch out for. He needs to make sure his positioning is solid for this to make sure it gets to a top 4 and potentially try and find a level, get an extra Slayer in, because this is all eggs in the Zed basket for JD. He does not have any kind of semblance of the rest of the board being useful. It really is going to be the solo carry Zed.
Yeah, it is. And we're getting into stage 5, right? There's a few players that are in kind of danger territory. No one in 1 fight loss lethal range, but 2 fight lethal loss range for sure, from Emily and Raditz and JD as well. Emily re-rolling, trying to hit the Vel'Koz 3. There is 1 more in the shop, but doesn't want to sell a Jarvan pair or a Swain pair, right? Frontline is really, really important for this composition, and she's even forced to, you know, play like a team on the front line, which kind of oftentimes you end up doing with this comp if you don't have those upgrades. You just want the time for the multicasters to get as many casts off as possible. And even the thing, like the small thing like the Tactician's Crown being the kind of blessing there, makes this board a bit weaker, right? Emily's playing 5 Sork and instead of 6, and 4 Sork, 4 multicaster would have been perfect here for her.
Yeah, it makes everyone else stronger. She does not actually get to add anything. It's funny because usually the reason it's so good to get that the Sorcerer Crest, right, is so that you can actually play the 4 Sorks. But in this spot, it doesn't really make a difference because if she got the Tac Crown, she can still play the 4 Sorks here.
Yeah.
And actually has like a very like logical next in, but it makes a little bit more sense to try and find some front line here if Emily can. But the fact that she was uncontested and just didn't hit, it feels like a bit of a low roll game from Emily. We saw that spot where she had a bunch of pairs and just couldn't hit the units that no one else was playing. Definitely a rough place to be. Maybe she can hit that Vel'Koz 3 and start to swing things around.
Yeah, as you see Soju here rolling for an Akshan 3, needs 3 more, finds a Zeri 2 as well, and still long distance paling that Akshan and the Urgot. And Urgot 2 would be a huge hit for really just empowering both of those carries. The big thing though is gonna be the front line is absolutely massive, has the Zon for the Sejuani as well, and even just a small thing like the ZZ Rot giving Akshan and Urgot a bit more time is really important.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a unique board from Soju. This is really cool that he's playing. It doesn't feel like it's so strong anymore, but it was doing great throughout stage 4. He held on to a lot of HP. We did talk right before stage 5 that it felt like his board was going to start falling off here, and we see that it is. But it seems like he didn't have a perfect direction, but he played a lot of good units that he was hitting. He's got the 4 Zon in off of just an emblem that he finds at the end there. And just using it to make this Urgot even more powerful alongside the Akshan. If he hits that Akshan 3, maybe it can hold on for a top 4, as Urgot 2 is a big hit for him as well. But Emily, you know, not hitting herself here. Not able to find Sona 3, not able to find Vel'Koz 3, uncontested multicasters, but just not hitting.
Yeah, this is really sad to see. You're talking about earlier, right? Uncontested, but not hitting. And it really goes down to that 3-2 roll down, as we saw her board. I think it was on 3-3. If she had hit even just like 2 of those 5 pairs, it would have been really nice. Hitting a Vel'Koz, hitting an additional front line, that would have saved her so much more HP in stage 3 moving into stage 4. She would have been able to recover the economy and would be in a completely different spot here, but unfortunately is not able to turn it around from that deficit. Does go in maybe 8th here, but Raditz trying to make it happen with that Noxus Bel'Veth.
He's dead, but that's cool. I like that. That's
does
a good,
save HP for a 7th. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it does. Yeah, absolutely. By 1 HP over Emily there. I do that. Bel'Veth. I think Bel'Veth's a cool idea with the Noctis Emblem. Makes sense. She's just a strong unit, right? Just get more damage in there, especially because your damage dealers are contested by Milk. Milk held on to more HP in the early game. I wonder if he was able to hold on to some gold here, waiting for Ray to die, and if Milk is going to be able to actually hit now. Maybe Slingshot into a really good position from this 21 HP. He's kind of got 2 lives left to do it. And we'll see if he has enough gold to make it happen, as he did get a Heimer 2 from the carousel.
Got a Heimer 2. Soju hitting the Akshan 3. Gonna just sell the extra Ash there, gets that in. And now Urgot has been upgraded. Akshan has been upgraded. Scion now on the board as well for the 2 Bruiser. This comp is looking scary. Soju looking to turn this loss streak around, and this could very easily be a top 4. It still does matter where you position, right? Akshan on left or right side could make or break some fights depending on where he's shooting, and especially when you dodge the Zed. Exactly.
Yeah, dodge Zed, that's big. His level 8, his next in is 4 Deadeye, which I think is actually a reasonable spike as well, being able to get that extra backline damage. So if he can hold on, if he can survive for a bit longer, that's going to be great. Urgot tanking up the Zed so well. Zed going to heal a bit, but it does look like Akshan might have scaled enough, and he does actually take down JD. And just that fight win is massive for the chances of Soju to actually make it to 8, be able to play that 4 Deadeye, have a shot, you know, at a top 2, at a top 3, even past that top 4 as Milk going to take another loss to Weijin, who has lost very few fights since he hit.
Milk, single digit HP. JD could potentially fall as well with 1 more round. 5 Slayer is on the board. Slayer emblem on the Katarina. That is going to be fantastic. Some best in slot itemization there. Triple Zeeks as well to buff up the Zed. It really is all on the Zed, even though that, you know, Katarina again does have the Slayer emblem. She's not going to be quite as powerful. It's all about positioning, running into either Esports Law, Weijin, or Milk. Milk's probably the best matchup for him, but runs into the win-streaking Esports Law.
Yeah, win-streaking, was able to find the Yasuo comp, get it online. Didn't find the Kaisa, but found a Heimerdinger to go alongside. And also great items on the Callista. So Bryce has been able to win for quite some time. He's on a great win streak here. The highest HP in the lobby. And it looks like he might be able to take this down. The Yasuo, probably not going to be able to do just enough. Zed able to take it out, but I think Bryce will take the 1 unit loss as he still is leading by quite a bit of HP, and
Ooh, wow.
everybody in the lobby is dropping so quickly, right? Broccoli at 7, Milk at 9, JD at 11. Weijin actually lost one and is very low as well.
He can go
13
9.
health, even with this very capped looking board, just hasn't found a secondary carry, hasn't found the Gwen 2, hasn't found the frontline 2-star upgrades with the Jarvan, and needs to find his way to level 9 to make this KL be able to solo carry.
Yep, and it will be able to solo carry just next round. Weijin just making econ for now. Gonna go 9, maybe find an upgrade, right? You were talking about Gwen 2 is nice to duo carry. Even something like a, random Ahri, you're not gonna be picking that one up. But here we go, level 9 Kale board. She has ascended. Monk S point clock, and we're here.
Yeah, we've got it. And, a pair of Aatroxes is going to be potential. Instead, we're going to get that Rise in, which great tech into JD. This is going to be Targon Rise. Fantastic against those kind of like solo carry compositions. Now, if he can actually get the casts off, that's going to remain to be seen, right? This unit is going to just fall over immediately to that Zed. But if he does get a cast off, that can just immediately spell a fight win for Weijin, as we do see this in the corner. We have to watch where that cast goes. It could go on to Yasuo in a second, which I think would be massive for this fight against Bryce. And there's the cast, not going to be Yasuo, but it is a frontliner, which allows Kale to hit onto the Yasuo instead. Bryce did spend a bit of gold. He's still on level 7, only at 10 gold. So was rolling a ton at level 7 here. In fact, he may just stay at 7, try and upgrade Kai'Sa, just try and get as strong as possible to hold on for the highest placement he can. JD goes down with that Zed, and we've got our top 4 here, Kron.
Yeah, Broccoli falling in 6 as well. JD in 5th. And it looks like Milk somehow, even playing contested Noxus, scrapes into the top 4. And for that last fight with Weijin and Esports Law, that was a close one, and that's not really boding well for Weijin, right? You expect level 9 Kale would close out the fight a lot easier. The Zephyrs didn't land on the Kai'Sa though, and that was really the big thing. Now let's see where the Zephyrs land in this fight versus Milk.
Yeah, Milk looks really cool. I like this Noxus Gwen. I think that makes a lot of sense. You can get some Slayer synergy as well, and she does well with all of the stats that she gets. This is going up against the Kale. She finally goes down. Milk not being able to hit any 3 stars, though, I think is going to be the big difference here. And Weijin should be able to still clean this all up. Just a dinger remaining against the Poppy and the Kale. Milk going to go down. Weijin going to extend this to a top 3.
Milk goes down, as you said, and yeah, no 3 stars. That's actually really impressive for Noxus comp to top 4 with no 3 stars. Milk playing that tempo variant, playing something like that Noxus Gwen to high effectiveness, right? That's really impressive. That's one of those games where you top 4 and you're like, oh, that feels like a first. I feel really good about that one. But Weijin, Esports Law, and Soju are remaining 3. Soju has gone to level 8, did not put in the Philios though. Instead, is going to be putting in the Senna for a bit of extra, effective frontline and damage as well, right? Just because of how Redeemer works, you're shielding things. There are going to be, extra combat stats, going to be attacking faster. And it's going to be, oh, those Zephyrs from Weijin are big.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it leaves the Urgot as kind of the only unit that can actually contest here. And still, though, that Urgot is so incredibly tanky. It's got the full stacks here of that Titan's Resolve, getting the shields from the Senna, and Akshan able to snipe down the Kale. Weijin going to fall, but will Bryce be able to hang on as well? He does. He wins the fight against the Ghost. Weijin looks like he's falling to Soju here, and Soju and Bryce are our top 2 in this game number 1. Soju cobbling together a very spicy board here with the Zon Akshan reroll. I really love to see this out of Soju, just playing tempo, playing strongest board, and just turning it into a really powerful composition at the end of the game.
It's so powerful, right? You love to see this. This bit of extra creativity, right? You don't just cookie cutter, oh, this is my Akshan board. It's going to be, oh, Lotus's Pals, I want to give some good stats over to Akshan. Urgot is there, right? The Zon emblem as well, with the tome from the 3rd augment, right? This is absolutely beautiful. And it looks like the ego tweet Soju did not bite him in the butt for this one. He's still starting off the day super strong. And it really, the pressure's on Esports Law, right? What can he do? Is it going to be positioning? It's going to be influencing this Yasuo to maybe get to the Akshan in the back line. The Shroud as well is going to be a pretty big deal, and he can put on whatever unit he wants. Double Shrouds, in fact, on both sides of the board.
Yeah, he's able to hit all the key units, so we'll see how that affects the fight. But here comes the first cast from Akshan. Not quite able to take out the Callista, but the Urgot just decimating the Kai'Sa. She does survive, though, but for how much longer will that be? Finally goes down. Soju takes the fight. Soju takes the game. Soju gonna be our first place here in the Freljord Cup, playing Akshan Zon. We didn't even get to talk about the Zon augments that he had. It was Exoskeleton on Sedge and Virulent on Urgot, which I honestly wouldn't say are like the best in slot ones to be able to have. I do think the Exoskeleton, though, was pretty nice for that front line. Made it real beefy. Give Akshan the time as we jump on over to Lobby B here. Crowan, Exniamo, Christopho, and Malala all here fighting. Malala at level 9, 80 HP. That's why.
Yeah, we're playing Kale, 80 HP.
80 HP
What's going
Kale.
on? Oh, I guess Tiny is Titan.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, now we see why.
How has he done this?
Malala is just level 9, over 60 gold. It's not feeling any pressure whatsoever. Gets to slam some extra items. Giant Slayer Aatrox, why not, right? Gwen too doesn't even need it, but now it just rolls into it. And this is really different from the other lobby that we were just taking a look at, with Kale playing from ahead so much. Triple Ginsu's and a Zeke's as well. She's going to be reaching 5.0 attack speed cap so fast.
Yeah, I mean, here she goes, just blasting away. The front line so strong for Malala as well. It just doesn't feel like anything can sneak past. That is a Callista 3 that has made it to this top 3 of the game, and that's as far as it will go as Malala blasts them with so much damage. Looks like Christopho might be losing to Exniamo's Ghost here. So it does feel like Malala just going to casually walk into a first with all this extra HP to spare.
Yeah, not even like a victory march. It's like a victory casual stroll. Everyone's so far behind. There's, probably could just AFK, go get a drink of water, do something, and still come back. And with the victory screen. But this composition, wow. It's up against, what was that, 8 Void, 4 Sork. It's, pretty camped, besides for that, the lack of Belveth too. But man, the double shrink and the Mechanoswarm as well, enabling kill, shredding everything. The frontline TG roll on the Maokai is fantastic in this fight. Gargoyles and Warmogs.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that 8 Void is the one contesting here is actually pretty cool as well. I feel like this comp has really struggled. The Kai'Sa nerfs kind of, it caught a stray with those Kai'Sa nerfs, seeing as how this wasn't the problem comp for it, but getting an RE2 online, having the 4th Sork, that's a pretty cool composition, grabbing that second place against the Kale. But Kale domination coming through in game number 1, both Weijin and Malala doing great with it. Gangly, what a fantastic way to start the day. Some creative play, a little bit of re-rolling as we expected as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a nice little mix, like you're saying, of what we expected with a little bit of diversity there. Something I want to draw attention to is actually Esports Law's board. We saw a lot of re-rollers in Lobby H, right? We also saw some people just going for like a fast 8 as well. But the thing that stood out was how heavily Bryce opted to roll on 7 to stabilize his board, Crow, and I felt like he didn't seem to be looking to cap out with those 3 stars, but still found himself in a second place finish.
Yeah, that's the interesting situation. You got to assess the lobby tempo, right? Oh, what spot do I have to roll where everybody else is at? Because there was kind of a couple low rollers in the lobby, especially when you take a look at Milk and Raditz contesting each other. They're really far from their caps, right? Emily as well, kind of low rolling there. But then you have players like Soju doing really great at tempoing. Weijin finally getting to 9, right? It's like, oh, that Kale comp isn't going to be that strong right now. Sure, it's gonna be fine, right? Levels 6 through 8, but 9 is when I really got to start worrying about that. So, and I think Esports Law is a really good player when it comes to analyzing these game states. Maybe sometimes he struggles more with it, in tournament, doing it himself, but is able to, of course, analyze it beautifully, looking at other players, takes that knowledge, and I think that was a really good recognition there, even if he wasn't able to close out the win.
Yeah, and Casanova, I want to draw attention to something you mentioned at the top of the show, that you were expecting to see Akshan this weekend. And Soju was like, you know what, I got you covered. Let's whip it out first game of the day, taking first, but also doing it, taking long distance pals and augment that people have been talking about its strength in this meta. Something I do want to bring up, though, is that we talked about how Akshan can be this flexible level 7 board, Soju in that game opted to play this 4 Zon variation. I'd love to just kind of hear your thoughts on the fluidity of this board.
Well, I was really happy to see this. I do think it's really cool. I think Akshan in general is just a very powerful carry unit on 2-star. I think he's one of the strongest on that stage for board. So when I saw him roll down to 10 gold, swap out the Jhin for an Akshan and set up his board, I didn't think that he was going to fully play Akshan. I actually didn't expect to see 3-star Akshan from Soju that game. I was like, oh, he's just going to tempo through stage 4, go to 8. This is actually what we were talking about before the show even started, as I was like, I expect people, like, when they're contested in Akshan, one of them can just go 2-star Akshan, go to 8 and like play something else. And Soju kind of did like both. He was like, I'm going to play this Akshan and I'm going to play it with, you know, just a unique board. I'm going to play what I hit. You know, he hit the Urgot, he had the long distance pals, but then he hits this Zon emblem. He's got a board. He's like, I can kind of use this as my final board because I guess I'm hitting enough Akshans on my roll down. So just goes for Akshan 3, decides to just keep it with that board. It works out really well. It ends up being a first because the lobby's a little bit low roll. I don't think that comp stands up to a lot of other capped boards, but I think in this situation where everyone's like stuck on 7, rolling down, not hitting everything that they want, Soju hit all the units that he wanted for this board, and they worked together very nicely, and it net him a first place, which I think is just the sign of how good he's playing today. I mean, to be able to just recognize that spot, play something unique, and make it happen.
Yeah, something you said that really stands out to me is it's being able to recognize the spot, right? Spot recognition in TFT is so important. Being able to read the tempo of the lobby. There are so many newer players or less experienced players in TFT who see a composition, they say, okay, these are the units, and they're playing solitaire, right? Yeah. The best players in the world, they're not playing solitaire, right? I love the idea that you're presenting here, where it's Soju recognizing, okay, well, what makes my board win on level 7? Well, there's 100 different outs, right? And when you're playing so wide, it's like you can't low roll, right? And I think that flexibility, Crowan, is something that we really do see when we get to watch the top players play.
Yeah, it's like night and day when you see a spot like that versus, oh, if Soju had just kind of hard forced the, okay, this is what my typical auction board is going to be, right? And that spot recognition at every single point in the game, like you're saying, there's 100 different kind of variants of what can come through there. Soju, obviously one of the staples of NA TFT, and especially as of late has seemingly leveled up his kind of gameplay, especially with getting to Worlds. Missed out on it unfortunately in the last set, but it looks like from, you know, our 1 game sample size of set 9, Soju back in peak form, baby. You love to see it.
That's right. All right, well, the scoreboards are ready. Let's take a look at the rest of the lobbies and how they all played out. In Lobby A, Chris and Vile rounding out the top 2. Lobby B, we saw the end of that with Malala, Christopho. Lobby C, Noster and Soul Reaver, and Lobby D, I'm Jack and Pitsy. All right, Cass, I do have to point out, I feel like listing out the top 2 of each lobby, not necessarily the names that I would have expected to name.
No, not necessarily. And I do, you know, you see people like, right, Setsuko taking a 6th, right? You see, you know, Casper was someone actually being talked about coming into this tournament, taking an 8th here clear at the bottom 2, right? And, you know, Lobby C in general, though, I'm curious about that one because we talked about, hey, there's a lot of rerollers and a reroll's really good. That one's got like Epic Fail, who I think like 2020 Tristana Kales. Casper likes playing Kale and Zed. Last night I was watching DQA. He played like 5 Kale games in a row. Like that lobby has a lot of people contesting some of the same comps, and I'm curious like how much is going to come down to the like reroll lottery in that particular lobby at the start of today.
Now, on the other hand, I got to say that the final 4 lobbies look a little bit more familiar, right?
Oh, yeah.
The top 1 of each lobby, you got Prestivant, you got Bosso, you got Stellar Minhey, and you got Soju. I feel like, Crowan, when I look at these 4 names, these are kind of the 4 players that are more established saying, hey, I'm going to show you that this is what it takes to be a pro.
Exactly. We can even extend that, I think, to the whole top 4, right? All really recognizable names across the board, so no surprises there. It is going to be, again, I think that conversation of old guard versus new guard and what can the new guard bring to the table. There are a lot of times in each set where a couple players start really spiking, even as early as, you know, the first cup of the set. But, you know, that last 4 lobbies, it's a lot of that old guard saying, no, we are still here, we are still good, not getting pushed out by this new talent can really keep up. But, you know, again, only 1 game sample size, but would love to see that consistency remain.
That's right. There is lots of TFT left to be played. This is a game of mental fortitude on some level. If you go 8th, you go 7th, your first couple games, you're not out of it. So all those players who had a rough first game, just stick with it. You got to bounce back and show that you've got 5 more games to show why you're here. playing on the stage. So everyone watching, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a little bit. But during the break, you're going to get to watch a little trivia video. So we'll see you in just a couple minutes for Game 2 of the Freljord Cup.
I'm guessing of this set?
Wrong. The answer.
No.
This
Set 9.
I thought you said the answer
okay.
was set.
No. Guessing that's Spellbeth.
I think it's Velvet.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Belbeth.
Karma.
Okay, people are better than I thought.
You can't have gone that many times. 3.
Wow. 1 time.
0 times?
Yeah.
0?
Yeah.
That's my boy.
Oh, this is a terrible question for me.
Bishop, I guess.
Milk. Robin.
Kivix, Robin, DQA. I'll throw in socks as well.
Milk, socks, Kurum, DQA. Kurum did, right? I'm not making that up.
All right, everybody, we're back at the Freljord Cup. Game number 2 coming up. Nathan, in the last game, we did get to see Soju versus Bryce Ball Esports Law go head-to-head, but it is a new game and a new lobby, and I am very, very excited to be able to watch this one on stream. I feel like, and this is no bias, obviously, but the player I'm looking to watch, it's the man who played Riftwalk in Game 1 off-stream. It's OPS Appies. Very, very excited to see this guy.
Yeah, Appies is a very interesting and unique player, and Aniko and I have been talking about this for like a last day or so now, and kind of looking at the lobbies. We're shaping up some stuff there. Appies, I think, is a player that really comes together in this particular style of metagame. Reroll is very powerful. Being creative is very powerful in this set. I feel like he's a mix of both of those, where he's able to play for tempo, and then if the spot calls for it, really go for those powerful compositions that have 3-star units. And Aniko, I know that you kind of had some agreements and some disagreements with that yesterday.
Yeah, I think that a big part of the meta too is like spot recognition. So not only Appies is a part of somebody who has that skill set really kind of honed in, but also Goobums. So that's another person that I have my eye on. I think it's a really, really big part of the meta, more so than like, oh, it's just a real meta, you know, stuff like that. These two players in that lobby specifically, more than anybody else, I think are really good at seeing a line from a certain spot and running with it. Appies, I think, tends to be more creative within the line. So that is another strength of his that he can play to, but we'll see. We'll see how things go.
Yeah, I think this lobby presents itself very interestingly because, you know, as you're pointing out, you have these people like Goobums and Appies. On the other side, definitely, like, historically, we've seen them in other capacities. We have people like Solus, or we have people like Kiyun. We have these players who, when they feel like they have something unlocked, they show that they can kind of become experts in that field. And I feel like Admiral, there is something really interesting to be said about those types of players. So we'll have to see how it all plays out in game number 2 of the Freljord Cup.
You know, there's a little something inside of me that misses the carousel here.
Really? Wow.
I think it's the tournament essence in this set,
Maybe,
where it's like,
you just
like
see everybody spam clicking.
Yes, and like in this spot. Oh, Appies is going to be the standout in this one, by the way, staying on Hearthhome for this. I always feel like there's one player that's doing that. Honestly, it's got to be
one
Appies.
guy in the lobby. Oh, one guy this time.
Yeah,
I as a player myself, I actually have the opposite experience where I don't miss the starting carousel at all. I really, really like the portal voting. I think it's really fun to just like run around with people and just like have it like it feels more social than the carousel. You know, I like it a lot more personally.
Yeah, I think it's literally that I'm just looking at it now, and it's like, wow, everything I've ever cast has had this carousel start and everyone running around for this one. But I do love the votes. I'm glad that there's 3 choices for it. I'm glad that it's not a democratic vote as well, and that it's instead it's just who draws their name out of the hat in this one. So every time you select an augment, you're going to get 4 gold for each augment that has been selected at that point. And so when we have the starting point now, we saw Prestivent take 8 points in game number 1. And I have to say, Prestivent has not only been a strong player for a long time now, but I feel like in this set, he's doing even better than he was in the last set, where he was a very strong player, I think, in that field.
Yeah, I think that the most impressive thing that, you know, throughout the sets has remained the most impressive thing about Preston is that he joined the game relatively late, right? He started playing, I think, as a whole around set 5, and he really came into his own in set 7. Like set 6, it was mostly memes, but set 7, he started to show us like, oh, geez, this guy might be the real deal. So, you know, he's been steadily improving since then. He's been working on his game. He works really, really hard. So, seeing him take first in the last lobby is not a surprise to anyone, I think, and you know, he might do even more with it.
Yeah, never a surprise, I think, to see him. I think near the top of lobbies. You know, when you go back and you look at his history of play, and in Dragonlands, I think is where he started to set his footing and then go from there. Again, it's been really tough, so I'm excited to see what he can put together. We have a gold augment to start, and I'd say that Ornn has really had an interesting loop in how it worked, where at the start everyone was like, oh, Ornn is the guy you got to take, and not really much of a surprise. You had 2 extremely powerful Ornn items at that point, but then we saw the Draven come into the spot. Emergency nerf on the Draven because it was so powerful, and then we saw Ezreal take the limelight, and then once all that has now come through, I think there's a little bit of an argument for what's most powerful, but Ornn really has been the standout once again, just the consistency of power you get from this.
Yeah, you know, it's really funny the amount of people have been asking me to bring the Draven meta back, which is like the last thing I got over here. No, but I actually like noticed this when all the Ezreal stuff was going on. That like I personally was actually really happy with where Legends were once Ezreal got nerfed. I'm really glad to see that, you know, that's kind of coming to fruition here, where like Ornn is just historically a very consistent choice on 2-1 Portable Forge for top 4ing. So it's like no doubt that, you know, Ornn is going to be preferred among a lot of top players, but you still have like the first or 8th playstyles with Asol and TK. You still have the Omega Flex playstyles with Poro, and I'm pretty sure some players are even preferring Pangu at this point, so that they can do like their full open fort playstyle, which is really funny to me.
Well, we already seen one open fort in this one where Solus full sold to 30 gold in this one. And honestly, I have to say, if your board's going to be weak, I think there's a lot more justification for that in this particular lobby, because A, you're getting more gold on your augments, and B, this was a 5-component opener that we got in this particular lobby. So if your team is weak, sometimes you're going to get pummeled by players who are going to have 2 or 3 completed items.
Yeah, I think that it also speaks to like Solus as a player is very comfortable with this kind of play style. It's funny, we see like the kind of dichotomy here where Appy's just slamming every single item he has. He's playing strongest board, he's trying his hardest, and Solus just over there chilling, open forwarding with Rich Get Richer. But yeah, it's like that's another thing about Legends in general is they do allow players to access more of their play style a little bit easier. So that's another really nice component about it, and it's funny too because like with the Ezreal nerfs, removing the gold, everybody thought that Ezreal was like dead now on ladder. It's like, oh well, they removed Ezreal from the game, but here Appy's is he's still using it because it fits his playstyle, right?
Yeah.
So I'm super happy to see that.
Yeah, I don't think it's one of those things you can ever count out. Having extra items is almost never a bad thing.
Yep.
It's really just
and his items, by the way, are really good.
Oh yeah.
He has really good AP opening line here. JG on the Cassio, he has the Sunfire Spark. Cassio working with the Sunfire, actually, she gets the extra benefit of the damage when a unit is already anti-healed.
Yep.
So, nice little effect there.
But you don't need the anti-heal, you have a Cass. It's like, yeah, no, I'll take my tempo defense offense item. As well as my Shred, as well as my Jeweled Gauntlet, as well as a tier locked and loaded. I think that Appy's spot is pretty spelled out for him. Looks like Goobum's going to be contesting that a bit, has a Sork start. It's always nice to have that emblem in your pocket.
Yeah,
and now
I think
Carousel here is like, this is always like where things start to get interesting for me in the reroll conditions specifically, is because you know exactly what items people are going to want in certain spots.
Yeah, occasionally. I think that's pretty consistent. I mean, like, and this is where also, this opener where the 5 items comes into play. Like, do you want to leave all your items so that you can make, BIS for everything? So, like, Precedent and Q and we see haven't slammed too many items. So they're greeting for the best items they can possibly make, whereas somebody like DK or Goobums or Appy's are slamming a lot of items for the tempo. And Goobum's spot here in particular, just to go back to the Sork spat, I think that this spat is actually really important for when you're trying to play Vel'Koz or Lux, because on level 7 you can fit the whole board, 4 Multicaster, 4 Sork, and then you can have a Jarvan in there as well. Really, really nice for the Vel'Koz board. I think Appy's might be going into a different direction. Okay, honestly, you can't ever tell with Appy's, but if I had to guess right now where he wants to go, it's probably to Azir. So I don't know if they'll be stepping on each other's toes too much, but they both look like they're in pretty good spots for their lines respectively.
Honestly, I think with Appy's, you have 3 realistic different directions you could go. You could fall back onto Kai'Sa, who just took a nerf recently to her mana, so a little bit less powerful in that regard. You still have Azir that's there, although Azir, I agree, also is a little bit less powerful with, Lux kind of secretly being the power bomb effect that was in that composition. And then you could still go to the Sorcerer route, just kind of depending on how your augments and your items really play out. And I think that's one of the reasons why Jewel Gauntlet is such a strong item to slam early on, is because it's giving you a lot of power and then gives you still a lot of options to go from there.
Yeah, the flexibility and item economy it offers is really nice. Also, really crazy win there from Dace over Goobums. This Anima Vestige was super key because it made the Malzahar waste an entire extra cast. The Sork units were autoing it, but because of the Anima healing, just couldn't bring it down. So that was really, really good win for Dace to keep his streak, hopefully going into neutrals for him as well.
Yeah, only player with a 4 streak on the win side right now as well. Appy's going to be fighting for a 4 here. Kiyun on a 4 loss streak, and Solus, despite the open cell, is not on the 5 loss streak.
He's on 4 loss right now. I think he had 60 gold as well at 2-6. So
there's a lot of gold.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I know that on ladder Solus really likes to play Zed. I think Precedent is leading into Zed this game. Not sure if Solus will want to contest or go for something else. Solus is a player who usually likes to one trick the really broken comps, but he is known to at least keeping his options open. He's a smart player in that regard.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he wants to do. Yeah, he's 71 gold right now. Looks like he's leading Zed.
I will say that with that, we just saw a spot of Kiyun's board who is on a loss streak at this point. That's really the style that I was used to with Kiyun, was him just collecting as much gold as he could, and then on 3-5 putting together the most powerful board he possibly could, and then trying to snowball the game to where nobody was able to really defeat him again. And
Yeah.
it's something that was actually one of the first things that I learned how to do in TFT, was collect a ton of gold and then powerhouse your way to one of the strongest players in the lobby, despite how little HP total you had.
Yeah, that's not a bad first thing to learn as well. It teaches some really high skill-intensive parts of the game. And I mean, Kyun's motto in Set 3 when he rose to fame with Mech was basically, 1 HP is infinite HP as long as you hit, right?
Yeah.
And I think he's kind of cemented that as his play style throughout the sets. We saw it a lot in Set 4 as well. He's taken a little bit of time off, so I'm not sure if he still subscribes to that, but we'll see.
Now, let me ask you a question. You're in a game with Solus. You take a look at this board. He types in chat, by the way, I have 70 gold. Are you going to go Zed?
Okay, well, first of all, he's not typing in chat because he's already deafened by this point. He did it at 1-2. He might have even done it on the portal selection screen. But if I see Solus going Zed, or if I see anybody going Zed, I am just a player who doesn't like to play contested lines, so I will probably pivot out unless my spot is really, really good for it. Precedent, though, I think he's a little bit more courageous than I am. I think he will give Solus a run for his money this game.
We're going to see how much courage he's got, sitting at 56 health. On Precedent side of things, Dace still on a win streak. That's 6 he's put together now. Second augment coming up. It's another gold. Kiyun, I'd say this isn't looking super good for Kiyun right now. Combat Caster, I haven't taken a glimpse of this board.
Solid. Medium Forge is a good fallback if he doesn't want it, but Combat Caster is a solid one.
I feel like Medium Forge is a strong enough augment because you get that 10 gold. I feel like without the 10 gold, this can be like a disaster, but it depends on what you're aiming for. Combat Caster is really strong in compositions that have frequent casts that are attached to it. He's going to go with the gold in the item.
Yep, looks like you might be trying to angle towards Akshan, so all about getting that high burst damage. You want to itemize Lys and Akshan when you play that comp, so makes sense. Precedent here also taking the extra item anvil. Looks like he wants to play. It looks like he wants to play either Zed or Noxus here. He's really flexing his options. Yeah.
Ooh, these are not the hottest items if you're going to go either of those compositions.
This is the Archangel on Cat. I mean, it's really just the least of 5 evils there, I think. A bit of a lower armor. He was looking for the Hodge. He was looking for a Spark, something like that. It's not terrible, don't get me wrong. It's definitely not terrible, but if you're playing Noxus or Zed, these are like high burst comps. You don't really get that much time to scale with the Archangel, but AP is AP at the end of the day.
That's exactly what my thought was too. Now, in my head, I'm still stuck on the, like, wow, that is not a good outcome on the anvil there, but, at least it's not like 5 brambles or something that you're staring at.
Yeah. Rules definitely have an... Oh, Solus... Oh, he has a Yasuo and a Kaisa on 6 with long distance pals?
Oh.
Alright,
Is this like the rare Solus pivot? Like voluntary pivot? He's not even forced out of the spot?
I mean, I don't think he's too unhappy about getting forced out of the spot, but, it looks like he will be handing over Zed to Precedent. I mean, this spot, I think Solus is very, very comfortable here. He has a very strong combat augment. He has the 2 key units in the comp very early. I think that from here, if I had to guess at what his game plan is just a fast 8, roll it down, hit your 2 stars, and try and win from there.
Goodness, the more I'm looking at this, the stronger and stronger it feels. Solus is a player who I feel like has been around the scene for such a long time, and to see Solus have such a strong performance at the summit for TFT was such a cool thing to see. Like, having all the players there in person was just such an awesome thing to have. And Solus has always been one of my favorite players just because he's always been so adamant about what direction he wants to go with his play, that it was one of the players I felt like I tried to learn from, and frankly, I think the playstyle was a bit of a poison to me for a while because I just had no idea like how to play a composition when I had none of the pieces put together at the start. And he's one of the players I think that I've watched the most to try to learn that idea.
Yeah, Summit was a really great time. Getting to meet everybody was amazing. I think that he gets a Kaisa off Karasli. Sorry, I had to comment on that. I mean, everything is coming up Solus right now. Seriously, knowing him, he'll find one next shop as well. But yeah, Summit was amazing, and getting to talk to people in real life and just talk about the game And like there's such a difference between sitting in Discord with somebody and like sitting behind them as they're playing and like talking to them and theory crafting and stuff like that. It was so nice. It was just such an awesome experience.
Here we go, Kiyun. It's a 3-5 send it. This is a spot I feel like that he absolutely thrives on. Akshan 2 gets picked up.
Yeah, he's assembling a really strong board here. I think he wants like one frontline upgrade to swap in, maybe, and then he's comfortable, but probably gonna have to stop here anyway. Question is, does he slam the GS here on Akshan? Now, Akshan really, really likes Deathblade, but I think, yeah, GS slam is very understandable, especially in this meta when so many people want to reroll, and when you kind of need to pick up the tempo back, especially against a strong board like so.
Yeah, normally 56 I wouldn't say is a super low life total, but you're not playing a regular game right now. You're playing in Freljord Cup, and your lobby is stacked. Keen's got to get the ball rolling, and so I think that the options there from the item standpoint for that Akshan are Deathblade or Infinity Edge. You have one of them, you check it off the list. The Runons is already there. You got to keep the damage going. So I like the choice there from Keen in that spot. We jump over to DK's board, and DK took a 7th in the first game. This game looking a lot better right now. I will say the items that are sitting on the Vel'Koz right now feel like that they're overlapping quite a bit. However, Shojin did just get a buff to the AP that the item's holding.
Yeah, it'll help out on the cast after Mana Zane procs and wears off. He's moving the items over to Lux. I think this makes a lot more sense as well. He's just kind of spreading things out a little bit, trying to get a dual carry setup going. He can always get Vel'Koz too again. This looks good to me. He is contesting Goobums, so the Sork line is not usually something you want to play contested, so we're going to have to see which one of them ends up coming out on top there. Something I do want to point out, by the way, is we're seeing a lot of players kind of roll deep here on 3-5 and 3-6, like to 0 at some point. I think Kyun and Ace both roll to 0. It's a little bit more permissible in this portal because with Ecliptic Vaults, when you select your augment, you get a ton of gold boost back up, so you're able to econ back up earlier. So it feels a little bit less bad when you roll so deep here.
I'm not going to agree with that one. Everything, I mean, it's hard to argue with that. I hear it, I'm like, yeah, no, that makes sense. This is why I need more coaching in TFT.
It's just nice to see players, actively thinking about the portal that they're playing in. Like this is the real deal, right? This is the solid high skill tournament lobby, and it's showing. People are adapting to the game that they're in. They're thinking actively about the decisions that they have to make.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, a little bit tougher coming from a player's perspective who is not just like super high level ranked pro. It's that I'm like, yes, the portals make a difference. How much of a difference do they make? I'm going to keep playing TFT, and then when I start noticing trends on the portals, I'll take that route. To hear you just very casually say it like, oh yeah, this is a great spot to demonstrate that. I'm like, oh, I was missing that one a little bit. I'm always aggressive on this one just because I'm like, free gold! I hadn't actually put that thought together.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Something interesting here, by the way, is that President went ahead and opted for a... Wow, okay, he opted for a Quad 3 and then just YOLO reforges an Archangel straight into a blue buff.
I have never seen somebody slam an item and reforge it as quickly as President just did.
He did it with the swiftness for sure. I mean, it makes sense though. It's like, the thing though is like, he took a so-so item and turned it into a so-so item. So I don't know how happy he is overall with it. But, this Karma could turn into an Ari later, and he might be really happy, actually.
President doesn't have time to be happy. We're playing a tournament.
That is true, the interesting thing, too, is he opted for the Kled 3. I was really surprised that he went for it when he's so low on sets here.
Long distance pals. I know how that one works.
Yeah. I think he's probably really excited about this one. Opting to put the Zed and the Cat on either side to kind of hedge his bets here. Sometimes it's correct to go all in on one side, but I think at this stage of the game you can safely stick them both on either side. Obviously for the LDP value as well, but just to make sure you got one person on each backline.
Sitting at 27 health, though. Preston has got to figure something out to get this going, because when you're sitting at 27 right now, you see, I'd say pretty good items in general, but the augments, they're just all item augments except for long distance pals. Like, is this strong enough to get the job done from this point? Because right now when you take a first, it's like, oh, bottom 4's not that bad, but you never want a bottom 4. That's not something that's in your head is okay.
Right, and so, the thing about Zed is, Zed, if he has one combat augment, can definitely work, but he needs the Zed 3. Zed 2 is only stable for so long, and he's sitting on 4 Zeds, so He said he's got to figure something out. I think I figured it out for him. If I were him, I would simply hit 5 Zeds in the next shot. But that's just me. We'll see what he wants to do.
Yeah, it's easy, right?
Yeah.
Gets a win here. We'll see it. Solus picks up a win as well. Two lowest health total players in the lobby. This is a very common trend, I'd say. As you get to this point and they've spent so much gold, their teams are typically just going to be stronger. Now, Solus, on the other hand, Solus is rolling like strictly for a Yasuo 2 here, and then really trying to put together what items are going to be in this spot. So Challenger emblem open, so you have more flexibility. Prestivan's going to give it the roll at this point. Says, you know what, I need to put this together.
Yeah, see, there it is. I told you. He just wanted to hit the Z3, and he did it. It's that easy.
It's just that easy. All you had to do was spend like 40-ish gold.
Yeah, you know. But realistically, this was the correct move, I think. You know, rolling down this deep, all he needs to do now is just push levels to get some Slayers in, get some higher tier units, and he's chilling for the most part. At this point, it's just a positioning game and a leveling game.
How high on your list is Katarina going to be? Is it going to be level 8 and then Katarina?
Sorry. Oh, like rerolling? Oh, yeah. I think I would stick in Katsu at this point. I think that you have 5. I mean, like, I would probably sell the extra cats to make 20. But
wow.
I mean, Cat 3 is still an option. You know, it's definitely an option.
So you want the 20 gold more than you want the option, though.
I like pushing levels, yeah. I think it's more consistent from this spot, but I'm not. So like that's a play style thing, right? Like Precedent might just be a play for first like mindset right now, whereas I'm very top 4 oriented.
You're coming off the first place high in the first game as well. You're like, no, I could do this. I just hit Z3.
Yeah. Something I do want to note, by the way, about Solus' spot, I'm really surprised. He had so much gold, and he rolled it down at 7. I feel like, and I'm not even saying it's correct or incorrect, I just think it's really uncharacteristic of Solus to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is an uncharacteristic environment. This is not how ladder games typically go. I think it's one of the things that I found the most interesting about tournament play is that as much as people want to pretend that ladder's the same, it's very different than a tournament environment. Players do things that they typically don't do, and it's because they know they don't have the time to waste. You have to keep going, and you frankly just don't have another option here. So Dace setting up a board here. This is going to look like 5 Challengers, 5 Ionia. So in my head, this is a misclick on what went into play here, because there's not really a strategic reason to do this.
He just couldn't get the board on in time. He was rolling too much gold. Couldn't get the board on in time. It happens. The main concern for me here, he doesn't have much damage. He has the Edge of Night RFC Yasuo. The utility is really good. A lot of his damage is going to be coming from his augments. With Gifts from the Fallen and You Have My Sword, he just needs to depend on Yasuo or Kaisa being the last units alive and carrying him.
Solus falls to 7, and now we're going to look at MZ Shade's board.
No.
You're sitting at
MZ
12 health here. Guys, this is. I'll tell you what. If you're a TFT player, you see this board and you don't relate, you have plenty more TFT to play.
It's true. That is very true. Yeah.
This is
We've all
like
been there.
This is the nightmare. This is the one spot that you don't want to be in. 6 Noxus, 8 and 8 on your 2 primary rerolls. Oh!
Yeah, this is killer. I think right now they're just hoping for, you know, I just need to survive to next round, and then I can spike. Then surely I will spike. That's the prayer right now.
I'm rooting for MZ Shade in this one. Now, I will say the Swain's putting in work right now, but this Yasuo is putting in work as well. Those are combat augments on the other side. You have very few on your side right now. We need some big hits. Oh, he doesn't get him at all on the Darius.
Go down, and Solus actually.
Wow.
Solus has them. He takes the 8th. What a homie.
Solus has got him. Okay, so a really rough start for MZ Shade in this one. 8th place and 7th place. But Solus has got you on the next one. That's a free point that you put up there. That's the first 2 games are shaping that landscape, but they're not the day. There's still 4 more games to go.
Yep, that's absolutely right. And you know, it's just something that you have to. It's a hurdle that you have to overcome as a player. Like, I know this firsthand. If you take an 8th in a tournament, you have to reconcile it in your mind that it's just 1/8. It is not the entire tournament, and you can come back from this. By the way, can we just look at what Ubum's just dropped for his items with the comp that he's playing? Can we just take a sec? Like, I know I was saying something like sort of important, but can we just take a second to reflect on these items?
And how many Vel'Kozes that are getting dropped here as well? Can we take a second to reflect on that?
Yeah.
He's going to stop at 50. He says, you know what? It's looking good. I'll stop at 50 gold here. Where do you put these?
I think you blew off the Sona for sure, yeah. I think that something that people actually sort of underrate with Sona is how valuable the first cast is often. Giving all this attack speed to Vel'Koz, just letting him chain cast is really, really good. Also, it really, like, very disciplined and measured, of Goobums to stop himself from trying to, like, roll down for the Vel'Koz here. I feel like a lot of people would have overrolled here. He knows that he wants to play for his highest cap because he needs to, because the lobby itself is going to be really high cap.
Perhaps costing him around, but still 50 in the bank. Presteven takes another loss down to 4. Look at the health total difference just from 6th to 5th. How on earth do you get 5th here if you're Presteven?
Yeah, it's pretty rough. It's going to be hard. You need to basically win every single prediction that you have positioning-wise, and you need your Zed to hopefully get his way to the back line and assassinate people. And that's pretty much the only top 4 cons you have. Or top 5, rather.
Oh boy. That is a full roll down from Goobums. I think given that he had lost the previous round. He's got 8 on the Vel'Koz, and the Sonas are not there either.
This might be rough for precedent. So the Ionia board does have a solid matchup in his Zed just because Isa is so slippery, and he also has so much CC. Again, not that much damage coming out from the board overall, but maybe the augments make up for it. It looks like they might.
All right, Rogue gets procced here, but like you said, the CC is the big difference. When Zed is stunned that way, a lot of damage comes in.
Yep.
Whew! Presteven's going to take a 6th.
So, if anybody's watching and they're struggling against Zed in their solo queues, now Ionia is not too shabby for the counter.
Oh, he's going to shift the items. He
Cycling
really
items,
wants this.
He's putting them on Lux? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he knows that he needs to secure his top 4, but this is just the bane of reroll comps, right? 3-cost reroll, you're only stable for so long, and then you really need to hit.
Yeah.
It's like sign up for.
I mean, that's the powerhouse, right? Is the 3-star and then the level 8. Goobums is still level 7. I mean, this is to me like part of what defines the reroll meta. Is that at stage 5, round 3, we still have a player on level 7 who has spent all their gold.
Yeah, and sometimes it works out. Like we saw it in the last game between Bryce and Soju. Esports Law and Soju. Yeah, Esports Law was still level 7 by the end of the game. He wasn't playing a reroll comp, but he did have a really powerful board. So it's not so much the levels that matter all the time. They are a really nice extra bonus, but as long as your board is strong enough, you can definitely top out some lobbies.
Even on full AD here.
People want to go for
He's debating for the Thieves' Gloves. I think Thieves' Gloves is almost always a good pickup when utility is pretty much the only thing that you're looking for at that point.
Interested to see what Appy's wants here. I don't think he can use either of the spats. He just goes for the Rage Blade, okay. Goobums did have to take the 1 cost as well, which is no help to him. He opted for the board strength over the gold to hit Vel'Koz. Meanwhile, Kyun's just chilling out over here. He only has 6 Auctions. He's doing his roll down now, okay.
Yeah, this is
until now though. Yeah.
The positioning here is very interesting as well, where it's you have the Eternal Winter, so you just front and center solo.
Yeah, I was actually playing Auction really recently, and I don't know if this is a very consistent thing to do, but I found that there was a certain positioning where you put Auction on one side with somebody in front of him, and then you put your entire team on the other side, and the enemy front line will you'll kind of part the sea, they'll go and they'll walk away from the middle, and that just lets your Auction snipe right to the other side for the carry. So I don't know if that's real, but it was working in the game that I was playing it. So
hey, and
yeah,
that's
as far
how
as
TFT
Kyun,
works.
he just wants everybody to be hitting the Eternal Winter.
Oh my goodness. NASA's doing what it can to kind of clear some of these units up. Dace is looking really strong, though. Goobum's going to go out in 5th place. And Appy's still getting some work done. Sitting at 58 is Appy's.
I think DK went level 8 and started to roll for Vel'Koz. That might be why Goobums was having a hard time finding them.
That's the nature of reroll comps too. Is the two of you are contested. It really comes down to the early game and who had the advantage in that scenario. Kyun is still looking for this Auction. Still looking for the Auction. Oh no!
Where have we seen this episode before?
The 8-8.
Kyun is probably actually pretty sad about Goobums going out here as well, because what Goobums did was just toss all of the Vel'Kozes back into the pool. So.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
dang,
Kyun can again just live to the next round.
I'm really surprised that he chose to hold on to the Lissandras here for this. Like, Auction 3 is a massive spike here.
Yeah, definitely. I think that something that helps is that Akshan 2 is very stable for a long time. Like you can see here, he's still dishing out a lot of damage.
Yeah,
He's
that's
cleaning
true
up really
story.
well.
Wow.
So if he wants to win the lobby, he does want list 3 and he does want to itemize her.
True story.
But Appy's, speaking of winning the lobby, Appy's is just taking it easy. 50 HP, getting ready to. He has 2 options here: go to level 9 or roll it down for Azir 3 or Lux 3 or something 3-star. Right? I think that he will probably try to go to 9 here.
Shurima's Legacy, social distancing, 50 gold, 50 HP, level 8. Like it is tough to think of like one of the better scenarios in the game.
Yeah. There's always a moment where you can get outcapped though. I think that he's at the rate he's going now though, he's sitting pretty easy here. He's looking for another 0 item. I like it. You can probably afford to sack 1 here as well.
I mean, what's better than
Here
more
on
gold?
positioning. Yeah, I think he wants to sack 1 here so that he can put in probably Heimer. Yoon hits Lissandra 3, DK Volkaz 3. Fortunately for Abby's, he's playing neither of them. Akshan 3 as well for Yoon. Wow. Now his ward is strong. He picked up an item for Liss here, maybe? So he picked up TG for Liss. He popped it on. That's good. I like that.
Yeah.
The GS. Pretty valuable.
Cost 3. Waiting to see what he can do. Not the best angles.
Is it enough, though? Can we finish off the Akshan? ZZ Rot. Wow! ZZ Rot soaked up so much damage there. I think it was actually the main reason that you lost that one. Abby's pulled out another win. Abby's just won his sack round, man.
Wow. Azir just getting the job. Azir is just... if you can't check this unit, it is so powerful. It's just a massive stat check to your opponent's board, it feels like. They're like, you have X amount of time to get the job done. Can you do it?
Abby's just holding the rise. This is the fun rise where scales with your gold. He is rolling down here, though. I thought at first he was going to put it in and start scaling up his gold. But it looks like he's playing it safe here, and he just wants to get the Senna on board. Senna is really strong here as well, just giving extra attack speed to everybody. I like it a lot.
Wow, big position change here for Kyun. Going to have Akshan in the middle try to evade what these Yasuo's bringing to the board. First hit successful. And so now, Yasuo's going to attack this Akshan for a bit, but he's going to dash away here because there's units in range. The question is how quickly can he dash away because of the mana reef that's taking place. So now Akshan gets big hits! Wow. The Ace, I don't think, can overcome this one. Yeah, no chance.
It out here, I think. Wow. That was really good positioning by Kyun. The scary thing is the Freljord proc, mana reef to the Yasuo. If it weren't for the Shurima giving Akshan the HP boost, that might have been really scary for Kyun, as the Yasuo, when he gets mana reeved, he's not going to cast, so he's not going to run away from Akshan. He has more time to auto him. That was potentially really scary.
I was really sweating at the end there. I was like, wait a second. The positioning was great, but the mana reef... Getting beat up by your own abilities. That's one of the worst ones. So we still have 4 players left. This is like insane that we could be going into a 6-4 carousel with 4 players remaining. Like, that's possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the story of the lobby was just, people got to their stable boards here a little bit faster than everybody else. Or, they were just streaking for the majority of the game and got to play with the extra HP, as was the case with Appy's and DK, for example. Dace's board is quite strong, though. He managed to get the Archangels and the Hodge out for Yasuo, so a little bit more damage in addition to his augments. We'll see if it's enough here. He does have healing on the Kai'Sa, which is really, really key in this matchup.
Oh, Kyun's Akshan got stunned in the middle of the cast.
Okay, when that happens.
Oh, it suppresses the cast. Kyun knocked out. DK hanging on at 5 HP. 3 players alive. That's still a lot.
There's a Shurima spat for Appy's. 5 Shurima is not nothing for this comp. If he can get to the Ascension, then he's going to go.
No, that's
I like
big.
that a lot, yeah. I don't know if he has an open slot on Jarvan. That's usually who you put it on, but I mean, he could tech in, he could tech in, like... Oh, he has a Scion. Okay, I was going to say you can tech in a Scion and go for that. You can play Cassante over Teemo, or you can just play Cassante over Scion if you want the Strategist AP. Looks like he is going to
Azir 3.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not really much people can do to stop him from going for either. Considering how low econ we are at this point. Everybody's just trying to roll for the most cap board they can get.
Yeah, I think the positioning here really speaks a lot to like what's important on this board as well. The additional Shurima units can be important. but they're not the most important thing. The main ones are going to be the front line, and then the Lux, and then the Azir. How much damage can they get going? So on your left, you see a Ghost Spore that's taking place. On your right, Appies versus DK. And for DK, this could be the last leg, but look at how much damage gets burst out on that one. My gosh. Looks like
melt.
Yeah, that's the sorcerer comp, right? It's just if you get caught in a bad spot, it will explode your entire board.
And Mana Zane proving to be really key as well.
You'll notice this one, by the way, Appies did not even buy the pair of Akshan. Says, I don't need that. I just need, you're a unit that has a trait attached to it. Yep. And that's the whole point of what that composition is all about. And frankly, a lot of those styles of compositions. You have a lot of units in play sometimes that are simply there to boost your other units. You have a main carry.
Yeah, I think he's mainly looking to replace it with Cassante as well. If he can get Cassante to Ascend, that's usually going to be a couple units he can kick off. The hard part is kind of getting there without any items at a 1-star. But if he can get it 2-star, man, it's strong.
You also in a decent spot for this. Looks like a 50-50. That might have been 100% on the dash. I'm not 100% sure on that one. The Dragon Claw plus the Spirit, the Visage here is like so much work that gets done. That just soaked up all of the cast from Vel'Koz.
The Kai'Sa dashed into the Vel'Koz cast and it was looking so doomed for a second until the Yasuo just took over and cleared everything.
Oh my gosh, wait a second here. Happy's
so
down to
fun.
3 HP from the spot as well. Dace just found RE2. Wait a minute here. If Abby's can't put together an Azir 3, he might be doomed.
Yeah, I think his only saving grace here is the Hail Mary Azir 3. I'm not even sure. I mean, Cassante, if you get like a Vow or Blue buff to kick away the Yasuo before it can get to your backline, can definitely swing a fight. But that's depending on a lot of factors. So, we'll see how his roll down goes.
Cassante.
Question is he going to start selling other things on his board? Oh no, he's selling the Azirs actually. So he does want the Cassante 2 cap.
Just misses.
He has the redemption for the extra mana. Don't know if he wants to go for it. He might just want another Nasus item. Yeah, it's going to be the Bramble. I'm skeptical about how much this will help, really. Not a ton of crit on the side of Dace's board. He does have a decent amount of physical damage in the Yasuo, but how much of that is really hitting the Nasus?
Ooh, Appies swaps forward the Lux for some damage here. It's going straight into a Dragon Claw, though. Oh, you cannot have that. This is taking forever for this Lux. Azir gets attacked by the Yasuo now. That's a vital piece to this. And then everything getting blasted by Ahri. This isn't even close, Iniko.
Yeah, he found the RE2 with the damage items. There's just so much CC from the Yasuo coming out. It's hard to keep up with it for Appies. So that was a really impressive win by Dace. I honestly thought that he was going to have a hard time stabilizing with the little amount of damage he had from items, but it just goes to prove how good combat augments are, which I think people have kind of forgotten since Ezreal took over, right? Because you kind of just 1-2 the Ezreal augments for a while in the meta and then take your third combat augment. So people haven't been paying attention to stacking combat augments that much recently.
Yeah, you know, Nico, at the start of that game, we talked a lot about what was going on in Stage 2, and I feel like it's actually kind of important to note that Dace was one of those players that was playing really hard for the win streak. He was able to get that streak all the way through Stage 2, and even in Stage 3, he was able to deny Appy's streak, who had leveled to 6, while maintaining level 5. So Dace put together this really strong early game performance that obviously he was able to, capitalize on later on in the game.
Yeah, I think that part of it was definitely that Ionia in general is a really strong early game trait. You're getting a lot of stats for your board, which is just really key. He had the Ornn item, he had the Anima Visage and the Sunfire on set, and having a good itemized frontline in the early game is so important. I think a lot of players underrate. So a lot of people will, gun for like the IE Hodge Jhin backline or something like that, or like the Deathblade or something. If you can build up a stacked frontliner, it's really, really hard to chew through that in the early game. You just don't have enough damage a lot of the time. And Anima Visage Sunfire was perfect for keeping the set relevant in the fights and also allowing him to do damage himself.
Yep, and we did get to see Dace convert on that ultimately into a first place, but we do have the rest of the scores ready. Let's take a look at how the rest of the lobbies played out. Admirable. Looking at the first 4, we got Vile and Dish Soap in Lobby A, Phoenix me first or 8th in Lobby B, Casper Roo and Bobster in Lobby C, and Jack and Clear in Lobby D. Anything here stand out to you?
I mean, it just feels like it flipped the lobby results over. honestly. Like, it's just the way that these are looking right now. Dissup took a bot 4 in the first game. Vile did have back-to-back top 2s now. Second place in the first game, first in this one. Casper Wu with a big flip as well. He took 8th place in the first game, now at first place in this game. And Kurum now, that's back-to-back top 4s for Kurum. And I feel like every single time that you see him play his first 2 games, he's one of the few players where, like, his first 2 games results, I feel like, shapes the day for him. Kurum having back-to-back top 4s here, this tells me Kurum's easy into day number 4.
Yeah, got to make a note of Malala and Lobby B as well, going from that first place in the first game to an 8th in the second. I think I agree with you. We are definitely seeing a little bit of flip-flopping going on. Let's take a look at the next set of lobbies. Obviously, we saw Lobby E with Jason Appies, Phillip, and Bosso Skills coming in with another top 2 in his lobby. Shout out to Tri-State. Lobby G, Stellar Minhey, I believe that might even be a second first place in a row, and Lobby H, Milk, and rate it. Now, Nico, Lobby H has been a little bit of the main story, but I don't know. I actually feel like there's a lot going on here with Bosso and Stellar Minhey as well, also taking firsts.
I mean, Bosso and Minnie both, they're in the same study group. I know them to be consistent players. It's not really surprising to me that they'll perform well, even if they might be like slow to ramp up. I haven't been paying much attention to how they've been prepping and doing, but I don't have any doubt in these players at all. If Minhey went 1-1, that's really impressive. I know that, I don't know if we mentioned it, but in the previous set of lobbies, that I'm Jack also went 1-1, so we might have a couple people contending for the coveted, beating Robin's scoreline from set 5, or whatever it was, 1-1-1-1 lag 1 or something like that. So we'll see how it goes, but yeah, a lot of people are definitely showing up with their A game today.
Yeah, there's still lots of games to be played, but I still want to give some attention to the names that we will probably see continue on in the day throughout this broadcast. The players like Pokygom that we haven't quite gotten to see yet. Obviously, there's the players like Bosso Skills that I think, a lot of players that either made their name in the last set or the players that are returning. These are the players that I think a lot of people are very excited to see. Now, we're going to head to a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to get started with game number 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little bit. Hey, what's up, everybody? We're back. It's the Freljord Cup. Game number 3 coming up in just a minute or two. I'm back here on the desk with Casanova and Crowan. And Cass, I want to call out, actually, as we're getting ready for our next lobby, we have the player list here, right? And one of the things I want to call out when we look at the players in front of us in lobby H, keep in mind, brand new lobbies, reseeded, reshuffled, but we have a lot of newer talent. In fact, 2 of the players in this lobby, Epic Fail and Unusual, are actually making their debut in competitive TFT in this tournament.
Yeah, and like I called back to it earlier as well, but Nico saying, hey, maybe somebody who we don't know can come in and pop off, and hey, maybe it's Epic Fail, maybe it's Unusual. Epic Fail, someone that I did see during the first weekend, and I saw some people talking about heading into the lobby, is a player that likes to 20 out of 20 a single comp. Looking at his match history, that comp is Kale. He's somebody who is just playing a ton of Kale. He will play Tristana as well, but it is a very similar comp with similar units with similar ideas. So I'm curious if Epic Fail is going to just run down that path and be like, hey, you know what? If you want to play Kale, you're contested. So you do you, right? I'm always playing Kale. Or if Epic Fail has a lot more going on coming into this. Unusual, I didn't have as much research on for this player. So I'm very curious to see someone in their debut. How are they going to do in the Freljord Cup?
Yeah, and to add on to that, even though they're not relatively like just first event, they've still got players like Cristofo and Keynes that are newer to the scene. Started in set 7, didn't really do that much in set 8, but they're kind of, at least for me, going to be on that similar tier, right? They're still relatively new to the scene, finding their place, and it really is going to be, can they break out here in set 9? And this lobby, I think, is super interesting because there's a couple of players that you might not consider like old guard, even though they've been around for a while, with Noster and Exniamo. They've had like a little bit of taste of success, but never like won any like huge event or something like that. So kind of, I think everyone in this lobby is going to be super, super hungry to do really, really well.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I think it's interesting looking. You're good at looking at the shape of this lobby, right? You have these new talents that you're mentioning with Unusual, with Epic Fail, with Cristofo, with Keynes, but standing on top of the standings right now are Noster and Spicy Appies, right? And I think that it's interesting to just point out the fact that even when you have the new blood coming and rushing in for their shot at the crown, sometimes you really do just have these veterans, Casanova, that are just able to keep it consistent.
I mean, absolutely, right? Exniamo is someone who has made it to multiple mid-set finales. He hasn't been able to push it all the way to a regional, but he still is somebody who has found success, as Kron was saying. And right, that is, the case for people like Noster and Appies as well. Noster used to be an absolute beast of tournaments like Fight Night, dominating those scenes, and he's also been fantastic on the ladder as well.
All right, well, we'll see how it all plays out. I'm going to hand it off to you two. Enjoy game number 3 of the Freljord Cup.
Thank you so much, Gangly Crone. We're jumping in. Game number 3 here. We got Noxcrea, Eclectic, and Shuriman Bazaar. And our players are split, so it's back to the lottery. We'll see where it goes. Eclectic, of course, has been one of those kind of not too big of a deal, right? Everyone just gets a little bit of extra gold, and that's where we're going to be headed. People not wanting the scene of the game to change too much. Just wants to play a good old classic game of TFT with some extra gold in their pocket.
It was on the 4-2-2 split again, like we had in game number 1. People kind of be like, nah, I don't really mind which one we go, or players maybe having different preferences. I know you spoke about it at the top of day, how the portals can influence different kind of styles of how you play the game, even though Ecliptic Vaults isn't really going to change it that much, just a bit of extra gold. It does make something like reroll a bit better, being able to reach that, 10, 20, 30 econ breakpoints faster, especially if going for like one cost rerolls like we saw in game number 1 with the Kale. That was huge. Yeah, the shop, I mean, Tristana's poppies.
With the glove?
He got everything. Noster is Lee Sin as well. Yeah, Lee Sin, right? He's certainly gonna be angling for some kind of reroll, unless I guess you get Prismatic. Shopping Spree is not going to be great for that, but can sell the Katarina to pick up the Tristanas. Doesn't look like Noster's actually considering it though.
He might just have scouted his lobby and know that Epic Fail is going to be like playing this line no matter what, and maybe Noster doesn't want to be contested. Because I'm thinking, just for me, if I see that shop, I'm just like, I'm playing Triss. Like, I'm just gonna play Triss this game. Here's a lot of my units. I got some items. I'm down. That's fine. I don't have to think anymore. My brain can turn off, and I can just play this because I've got a good amount of units and I'm playing Lee Sin, right?
Yeah.
But Noster, not gonna go in that direction. Does I think at this point probably does know that Epic Fail is going to be leaning in that direction, who is also on Lee Sin. I do want to note, right? Noster and Epic Fail are both on Lee Sin. The rest of the lobby is mostly Ornn, but we do have Appies on Ezreal and Keens on Poro, as we've got a Prismatic lobby to go.
Yeah, Prismatic lobby, so Shopping Spree probably not going to be the pickup there. I guess you can go like some kind of tempo style with it, not going to be the worst, but even would consider something like Living Forge over it, probably going to reroll a Cybernetic Bulk as well. But at the point where Noster knows that Epic Fail is probably going to play those compositions, like at that point, do you consider pivoting off of Lee Sin entirely and going something more standard like the Ornn or the Poro? Who built different is the potential actually there, but no, it's gonna go for Cybernetic Bulk actually. Some components to spread around. Ionic Spark going to be a really good slam in the early game if you're looking for potential AP line, which a lot of the lines are going to kind of allow for. Even if you go the Kai'Sa Yasuo line, Ionic Spark on a Shen can enable the Kai'Sa very well. Doesn't have to slam anything. Could even do something like spread the components out, just to get Cybernetic Bulk value. And yeah, is going to glove the Viego just for that. This fight was never going to be lost anyway versus Appies, who is econing, not really pushing levels at all, not slamming anything. It's just Appies with the Ezreal going for the buried treasure, just going to be able to slam a lot of items in the early game generally, even though he's kind of refraining right now until he sees what direction he exactly wants to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually curious if Appies is just like looking at a 2-1 loss into potentially looking to play win streak afterwards. Just didn't have the units or the items right away that he wanted to slam, but he gets an extra component. Maybe he can find some stuff and still push to make a strong board. I don't expect Appies to take that augment and then play lose streak. As we jump on board with Unusual here, Double Trouble and a Set. Usually when we see people take this augment, they do immediately try and force into Set Talia. However, these items do not look great for Set Talia out the gates. I'm sure eventually they can be made into the things you need.
Yeah, eventually, like, the cloak can definitely find its way onto a set, be it, you know, Declaw, Ionic Spark, usually you want there, the glove for a jeweled gauntlet, the bow even, you can go Static Shiv if you just don't have the Ionic Spark, but Giant Slayer as well, going to be great. But there's no slammable things right now, right? And that's the concern, especially being a Prismatic lobby, if you're up against a lot of other strong players, which fortunately Unusual isn't against a bunch of strong players, but could have gotten punished. The couple of Warwicks though, with the Double Trouble value and enabling both Challenger and Juggernaut, is still gonna be rather good even without item slams.
Yeah, very strong board. I guess that's kind of what I was alluding to, is not being able to slam those items when you're playing an augment like Double Trouble, where you feel like you should be able to set yourself up for a win streak early game. It is always going to feel, you know, not quite as good. But yeah, as you mentioned, the Warwick's definitely a really good early unit to use to get towards the point where he's actually going to start re-rolling down. Take a look at Xniamo. Just got a Zed and a Kale on board with some Zed items. This might just be a Zed commit right out the gates. Just going to be playing open fort to get there. So we've got our re-rollers kind of identified. Epic Fail doing as we expected. Didn't have many of the units yet, but of course, just looking to lose streak, right? Going towards either Kale or Tristana from that spot.
Yeah, and actually something I wanted to bring up that I was talking to you about a little bit during the break was the fact that you can even still see a lot of Ornn Legend come through when those items can fit very well into reroll compositions, and we're seeing the Death's Defiance on the Zed that can, you know, take place of the healing kind of aspect of it, and also allows them to not get bursted, but that item can find its way into other reroll comps as well. Basically, you're going to be likely to find value no matter what Ornn, you know, 3 options you get, or even if it's random, right? With the Living Forge, you can still find a lot of value out of those in a bunch of reroll comps.
Yeah, just looking around at the items, we see Keens has that Rogue emblem. I wonder if that was Rogue Soul that was actually picked up for Keens, and might be heading in a Zed direction as well, or we could see Noxus as a potential to carry that spat as well. I've seen actually Rogue Darius do some spicy things, but also a lot of times you just jam it on any unit to make sure you're giving the synergy to your Katarina.
Yeah, I've seen maybe like Rogue Gwen pop through a couple of times as well, going Shadow Isles, but, you know, being stuck on 4 Shadow Isles the whole game isn't really going to be where you want to do with that, but you can splash it in, especially if you're, you know, going a kind of a Rogue Zed angle for the extra Slayers, things like that on the board. Christopho, one of the potential 100 HP win streakers into Krugs, gonna be looking for that, is leveled up to 5. A couple items slams, and to note, the greater champion duplicator, right? Not going to be as much value right now, but later on, especially if you angle towards, you know, those level 8, level 9 capped boards, being able to have something like, you know, a Belveth 2, or even maybe like a Heimer 2, roll a couple of those early. But the value you don't get now, so not able to carry the win streak forward.
Yeah, I mean, even just tempoing a 4-cost 2-star is really popular, and we see those items being, you know, a Shojin and a Guard Breaker. There's a lot of options you can go from there, right? You find 2 Kai'Sas, all right, I got a Kai'Sa 2, could be, you know, Azir or Lux as well. Those are definitely some really great options, and it allows you to push to 8 faster than maybe you would otherwise with rolling less gold on 7.
This is interesting. This is a double trouble Warwick angle. I don't think any longer we're going to be considering the Talia with the set, because the Rage Blade Slam has come through. This isn't really something that I've seen, but there's certainly potential for it as well, Cass. This might be able to kind of not quite rival the, you know, Ravenous Hunter Warwick kind of style, because that just goes crazy, but maybe we still see a Warwick 3 do really well here.
I mean, he uses all those stats really, really well, right? That is, you know, just extra ADAP, get the resist, the actual regen of just base Warwick is going to be incredibly strong, and some of the damage is made up by the double trouble. So I like this, and I mean, there is the potential to high roll to an insane degree if you can still find Ravenous on 3-2. So we'll see where Unusual is able to take this, but I like this unique kind of play that we have from Unusual. A very interesting line to know and be confident to just go in that direction with a double trouble Warwick. Got the Ginsu. He actually even had QSS on the bench if he wants to go for that.
Oh yeah, unusual play from Unusual, but it's still very creative, something we love to see. And yeah, epic fail going to be re-rolling for the Tristana. Looks like angling towards does have a Kayle as well, and it kind of could be like whenever we end up hitting, we go that direction. If you hit a Tristana 3, or you know, you're just a couple Kayles away, a couple Tristanas away, it kind of influences your direction there. Not rolling down very much right now, but will be rolling down next turn a lot.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Kayles. Looks like he just sold out a Trist, so just gonna commit to Kayle. Has the Ginsu, so it doesn't make sense. I mean, it's a fine Tristana item, but you do prefer that for the Kayle angle. Finds, you know, a couple poppies. He's got 6 Maokais. I think that's 7. Yeah, this is gonna be a big roll down. Let's see. There's the Kayle, 1 away from Maokai. There's the 3rd Demacia.
Yeah, gonna keep going a little bit longer. Even hitting like a Maokai 3 could make, you know, a fight difference, or even just saving HP is really good. And yeah, there's Maokai 3, but it's 3 poppies, 3 Kayles. This is not overall a good spot for epic fail.
No, this is like very behind pace that you kind of want to be at. I guess he did hit 1 3-star on 3-1, so it's not horrible. But the fact is, I mean, he still needs 6 of 2 other units, right? He's got to find 12 units. Going down. He gets 5 free rolls at level 5, and that can certainly help. But Shopping Spree, of course, not the best 1-cost reroll augment, because you just don't really get that much value from that until you're leveling up later. I feel like that one feels a lot better if you're rerolling 2 or 3 costs, where you get to, you know, reroll a bunch on 6, reroll a bunch on 7.
Yeah, exactly. You get the training reward, right, for the Lee Sin. That's going to make it a little bit easier. You get extra gold influx. You get the lesser champion duplicator as well, but still so far away from the Poppy and the Kayle means there's still a lot of work to be done, and these next few rolls are going to be really important, right? Because if you're only going to be a few away, that's when you might dip down, as we saw, I believe it was Wajan Iverson in game number 1. That's when you're able to, you know, don't feel pressured to remain at 50 gold, can roll it down towards 0. As long as you hit everything, get to level 6, then you're gonna stabilize.
All right, taking a look at Appy's board. Appy's, you know, historically known for playing extremely flexibly. In 9th place right now with 13 points, is having a pretty solid tournament on the Ezreal. So kind of a unique play style to anyone else, which is very funny to say about Ezreal considering the B patch, but it, you know, he was nerfed. He is a lot less powerful, and a lot of players have just completely gone away from him. However, Appy's staying strong, likes having these extra items, using them for tempo, even though in this game he was able to loss streak. It looks like he wants to turn it around here in stage 3. might be able to do so. It's going to be a very close fight here against the Kaisa, but she is going to be able to get another cast solo on this Vi. And so that is going to be 7 lost for Appies, but he is close to being able to turn that around. Has a lot of gold.
Yeah, it's probably going to look to level up to 7 after the stage 3 carousel, roll it down, find a stable board from there. Yeah, it was already pumping XP into 7. Only a Malzahar 1 holding these items is a bit unfortunate. You know, 7 loss streak. We talk about the Appies Ezreal style of wanting to tempo. Is just not the case here. Appies is pretty much always going to be behind a little bit. The only saving grace, though, is he's going to be rolling at 7 before anybody else. Even if somebody does go level 7 next round, they're not going to be rolling near as much gold as Appies. He's obviously angling AP. He could find his way into Azir Lux. He could still find his way into Kai'Sa Yasuo. He could find his way into something like a Vel'Koz reroll, right? With the Sork's direction. It really just depends on what he hits here. And that spot recognition that we were talking about a lot in the broadcast, Appies is going to need to have a really, really good spot recognition of what his outs are as we get into the carousel and then get out of it for his roll down.
Yeah, I think Appies has always been a player who's very good at just playing flexibly, finding those different lines, and then, you know, creating a great board from there. So this level 7 roll down, I'm excited to see how Appies handles it, because he does have so much gold to work with. Yeah, it's always possible to low roll, but I feel like Appies should always be able to put together something that's strong enough to kind of flip this loss streak, find a way to win streak, maybe, and part way into stage 4 at the very least, and at least start to put together something meaningful. If you take stock of the items here, though, Kron, we've got quite a few emblems. You know, Slayer emblem for Exyamo, who was committing towards Zed. There is a Challenger emblem for Unusual, who was playing that, you know, Double Trouble Warwick. And then, of course, we mentioned the Rogue emblem for Keens earlier in the game. And he did, of course, have the Rogue Soul going on there.
Yeah, and here we go. Appy is level 750 gold, rolling down, picks up the Nasus because we could go into the Azir Lux. Sedge is just going to be a good general frontliner, right? The Warwick is going to be looking for another comp, right? With the Kai'Sa Yasuo, there's just so many options. But what is Appy's going to hit? We haven't hit any of the carries yet. Finally, a Lux does come through, so immediately selling the Malzahar. There's a lot to do in such little time, however. Deluxe barely gets on the board in the end for Sorcerer. That is not as good of a roll down as Appies was hoping for. The items are still good for Lux, however, and he might be able to turn this loss streak around. By no means is he stable, though, and that's what we were really looking for there.
What I will note is he did upgrade his front line substantially, and Lux 1 still is going to be doing quite a bit of damage. So because it buys so much time for her, she'll get multiple casts out, and she should be doing plenty. While I agree with you, I would not call this a stable board. I do think that Appy is in a position to win a solid amount of fights. And he should be able to preserve quite a bit of HP. He can maybe at least econ a little bit back before rolling too aggressively at this stage.
Oh, Epic Fail needs to be rolling deep right now, right? 22 HP on stage 3 is super, super low. Has the duplicator as well. We want to be going below 50 gold here. Just one more Kale or one more Poppy.
There's Kale.
Hits the Kale. Needs one more Poppy now. And then can level to 6. Start turning it around.
Is he gonna agree?
No. I mean, this is like a first or eighth kind of play,
right?
No, like, you don't necessarily win with this, right? That's the really concerning thing here. You make 40 gold still. There's no way, because if everybody else takes another loss, I guess there's still technically going to be 2 lives left going to stage 4 or 5. And if you think about, I need to win the lobby, which 5 points, which Epic Fail has after 2 games. You gotta start to think about, okay, I need to be taking some risks here. I think maybe you know, just a 4th place or 5th place with this spot isn't good enough, so gotta risk that spot. But that was too big of a loss. Epic Fail is 10 HP. It's gonna be 1 stray loss in stage 4, right? You're gonna probably position poorly in 1 out of, you know, the next 10 fights. Epic Fail is in a really, really rough spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a very fast 8th in stage 4, but we'll see, because Epic Fail can, you know, just hit one more Poppy, go to 6, and then this comp does spike at that point. It is very strong specifically then. However, usually you hit that on stage 3. The stage 4 boards might still be able to beat just the level 6 Kale, where you don't have the Slayers in yet. You don't have that extra damage. I did want to just briefly touch on Unusual, still 100 streaking with that Double Trouble Warwick. It's a comp that I'm not sure that I've seen. It does make sense, right? He's a unit that utilizes all those things very well, but because of the prevalence of Talia, a lot of the time you see people hit Double Trouble and they just force Talia every time, so you don't see a lot of other Double Troubles, and I think Warwick is a really cool target for it, and I think Unusual's done a great job with that.
Yeah, definitely. Not a comp we expected, right? But that innovation that we can still see in hyper situations like this. Moving back to Epic Fail for a second, Ducey has hit the Poppy, leveled to 6, still has a decent amount of gold. Has the free refreshes going to be coming through, maybe to upgrade something like a Teemo. Perhaps finding a Sona to, get multicaster in there. Not a huge deal, however. The big thing is the items were okay after the Wolves, but they weren't fantastic. We really would have loved to see at least one component for a second Rage Blade on the Kale, because then we could have got that in the Stage 4 Carousel. 2-item Kale is going to be really, really nice. But now I has to consider, okay, I'm not going to get double Rage Blade. Maybe I have to slam something like a Giant Slayer, which is going to be, solid. But I don't know if it's going to allow Big Fail to, win every single round in Stage 4. Or even Stage 5.
Yeah, being forced to keep 3 items on your bench when you have 10 HP is not fun. Not today. Pretty good pickup for the Kale, getting that attack speed as well as finding her a way to deal with Zed. There's a Zed in this lobby. You do not want to just randomly die to that. You have 10 HP. You have 1 life, right? You have to be able to find a way to survive there. You see, and it is going to be that multicaster put in, but that's not really doing too much. See, he even skips making the Sona 2. That's not what he's looking for. He just needs to find a Slayer.
Any Gwens?
Just not coming through. Gwen or Zed, not seeing either of them.
Wow, not seeing either of them in that many rolls. We had a bunch of free rolls as well.
Oh, there's the Gwen.
Oh, finally a Gwen comes through. That's going to make its way onto the board. Yeah, over the Sona for now. The Sona making the upgrade was actually a lot of gold, so I do like that little bit of decision making there from Epic Fail. Gonna be able to slam a BT onto the Gwen as well. That does make use out of the items that, as you were talking about, don't feel good to remain on the bench, but going up against rogues, this is a scary matchup for a Kale board.
Yeah, well, Not Today being a great pickup against this board in particular, and the fact that there's multiple people playing rogues, I do think that's heads up. It is a really good augment hit. And it might cause the win to come through here. It looks like it, in fact, will. Very close fight, but Epic Fail, by having that Not Today, able to take that one down. I'm very curious to see if Epic Fail will be able to salvage a placement here, because it does feel like an uncontested 8 still, but next lowest person at 30 HP.
Even, Keens, that this is another Zed player you were just talking about. I think that's a great point to bring up. The Not Today giving the edge of Night against multiple rogue players is really, really good. But Keens hitting the Z3, it might still be too powerful. To get through that, and this is going to be a rogue Darius, one of the units we were talking about earlier that can really make use out of this rogue. 4 rogue on the table, both sides are covered. Going up against Noster though, so doesn't run its Epic Fail quite yet. This could be a matchup that I think Keens can still take charge and run over.
Yeah, Keen's actually playing the 4 rogue, which I know a lot of Zed mains, specifically Riley actually wrote a very comprehensive guide on how to play the Zed line, and I know that she specifically says never play 4 rogue, and I think a lot of players do actually kind of agree with that even you just play 3 if you have the emblem, or you drop 1, right? Like, you don't really need the 4th rogue. You want a lot of other things in. For instance, Ionia not in for this Z3, so he's not having that crit coming through, that extra damage. Could potentially hurt Keens in the future, but I think as far as in this early stage 4, still not bad to get that extra damage through.
Yep, and while it wasn't against the Zed that sent Epic Fail 8th, Epic Fail did in fact go 8th, unfortunately. You just can't lose that much HP playing a Kale board, unfortunately, so Epic Fail really needs these next few games to be like first, to have a chance of advancing, or at least like first, second. Hopefully we'll high roll a few games in a row, but now looking at Unusual, who has hit the Warwick 3, has 3 very good items, even angling towards Callista 3 as well. I love this, leveling to 7 to play the 2 for this. Yeah, this is a really, really unique, nice spot. You just love to see it.
Yeah, actually we were kind of talking about Double Trouble Callista in general. I know initially it was in the guise of Trickster's Glass Callista with Double Trouble. being a pretty interesting composition that you can play, but also just the fact that we were saying how strong Callista is as a double trouble unit. And I don't know why this wasn't something that kind of occurred to me earlier when he was playing Warwick, but yeah, your units fit really well. You just get to play Callista, who is also a great double trouble unit. So it feels like this comp works out quite well. It is, of course, going to run into a Z3 that is going to slap it a bit hard, but this Warwick is a beast. He's tanking it up for quite some time. He's healing for so long. Can't quite hang on forever. However, I still feel like the comp is in a good spot. Callista 3 is a big upgrade, and Unusual really having a solid performance with this board. Ginsu's just one component away as well for this Callista.
Yeah, now we gotta make decisions, right? How do we want this endgame board to look like? Is it going to be, you know, the challenger angle? There's the Samira on the bench, you know, find a Kaisa, find a Yasuo. We can go into the 6 challengers. It would be really nice to find actually Yasuo specifically, because we can still play through Ionia, play the 6 challengers, couple juggernauts as well. But thinking about the other kind of traditional Warwick reroll, where you're not playing Double Trouble but playing Ravenous, you can push Juggernauts, because oftentimes going to give more value, because Warwick can just do enough damage anyway. Not quite that spot, so I think there's a bit more recognition of, yeah, maybe 6 Challenger is the better route here.
Yeah, because the challengers actually make this Warwick tankier, right? Because he's actually getting more healing. Yes, that still technically works on the Ravenous, because you do build Bloodthirster, but you know what I mean, right? Like the Warwick's actual base ability is going to get more value from that attack speed. And yeah, Juggernaut's still nice because you do have that healing baseline, but I think it does help this Warwick stay alive while also giving him more damage. And in this case, he does actually need a little bit more damage, right? He's not quite doing enough. Ravenous gives him an insane amount of damage here. He's kind of tickling through people right now. He's not actually hitting too incredibly hard, which is why Unusual is having to find some other avenues to get that damage, specifically through the Callista. So yeah, I think Kaisa or Yasuo being incredibly important to pick up. In fact, both of them really.
Yeah, definitely. Now looking at Noster going for this reroll, but is only 3 Vel'Kozes, 5 Sonas, but Sona doesn't have any items, doesn't have the Sork emblem. It's 5 loss streak, right? A big shop here, actually, even finding a Sejuani 2 playing a kind of variant of this composition with the 2 Bruiser frontline. Having a random Scion in a board is going to be, you know, just good. These belts are all spread out just to give the extra HP to the frontline. Okay. Jarvan a big pickup as well, though. Dropping to 2 multicaster, I think, is a nice kind of pivot angle, recognizing, yeah, I need more frontline, I need more time, especially again with that cybernetic bulk. He's gonna be granted that.
Yeah, he did drop to 3 Sorcerer as well, so he does lose a big amount of AP in exchange for a much stronger frontline. Able to try and get that Demacia and get some items out as well. I do think the frontline for right now, this is a stronger board than what he was playing, and I think that that is entirely what is on Noster's brain. He's like, all right, I'm dying. I need to just find the absolute strongest board I can play right this second and see if I can grab one more. I think he's playing for 6. He wants one more placement here.
Yeah, one more 6 versus Keen's there, but I don't know if he's going to be getting it. Like you were saying, while it makes it strong, like right now, it still might not be strong enough. That board 3 Sork only being on a Lux 1. Oh, Ana is on a Lux 2 now, rolling down literally every single bit of gold. Still pretty far away from the Sona. Actually sold the Vel'Koz to redistribute items. Can get Vel'Koz 2, sold the Swades for 4, or excuse me, sold the Scions for 4 Sork. Can put a couple more items on this newly built Vel'Koz 2, but I don't know if it's going to be getting through this board.
Yeah, he was trying to actually hit Sona 3 and just carry that, it felt like, from there. Because he had more Sonas than Vel'Kozes, so he just tried to pivot out of that. Doesn't quite get it, and he runs into Unusual right after he hits the Callista 3. Not sure if it mattered in that fight in particular, but it does mean Noster goes out in 7th. Keens is able to hold on for that 6th place. We'll see if he can hang on even more, but he has been hemorrhaging HP. 4 Rogues not being able to really pull its weight at this stage. Feels like the Darius has fallen off, the Katarina's fallen off, and you just have a single Zed with only 2 Slayer in.
Yeah, and kind of just touching upon for an extra second, the nail in the coffin of Noster was that board where, or that turn where he spiked. he ran into a Zed, so it doesn't really matter how good your frontline is if the Zed's just going back on anyway. So that was, the difference of a few extra HP. He still could have played for 6 if it wasn't for that. But now Keen's has secured at least the 6, but going to be replacing the Zephyr, trying to, at this point now, Keen's playing for a 5th. Ooh, great Zephyr onto the Zed.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to stall this damage so much from Niamo. Niamo really wants Keens to die to try and go for Z3, but actually Niamo has no gold, so that's not even a real possibility anyways. Does look like the Gwen from Niamo has been able to do a ton, and with the Bramble, she's actually going to be able to take out the Z3.
Wow.
Not taking any damage from that unit. Very cool adaptation. Having that Gwen as a secondary carry is going to net Niamo at least a 5th here.
Really, really good tech with Bramble on, say, units like Gwen, who are still, dashing their way across the board, going to be getting some aggro with her own resistances as well every third cast, and that Bramble just makes her so tanky. Cristofo level 9. Haven't really seen too many people push 9, go for legendary style boards yet, but Cristofo in a position where they could be looking for that.
Yeah, it was actually something we didn't talk about that much, but it is a thing that is happening in the meta. There's the talk of narrow tempo versus the C patch here, where there's actually multiple different speeds that people can go, and one of them is of course the Dragon King go to 9, try and actually get a full level 9 board, but you can actually find spots to go 9 in non-Dragon King setups as well and try and play legendary boards. Legendary boards are incredibly powerful right now. Belveth is a great unit. There's a lot of very good legendaries that can work. It looks like Cristofo not in that direction yet, did just have the Kaisa Yasuo board and has made it to 9. We do have a great Zephyr once again, this time from Niamo. This is a Z2 going up against this level 9 board, and as much as these Ornn items have made him very tanky, it feels like it's going to be tough. However, that Gwen is putting in so much work.
Yeah, Gwen's the star of this show. It's not a Zed composition. It's a Gwen comp here. Ooh, getting the kill onto the Kaisa before she's able to cast again. Wow. Agent Barney gonna be at 5th place currently, 9 HP, couple losses in a row. Cristofo, however, 6 losses, goes to 9, but yeah, is not going for the angle of legendary capped out board. Had just already hit the Yasuo, already hit the Kaisa too, saying I can't really go for the 3 stars right now. It's not really worth it to try to go for set 2 or Shen 2 either. Just gonna fit aside on the board. Cristofo has the Zephyr to play with to maybe, try to dodge a 5th. Going 5th while going level 9 would feel really, really bad.
Yeah, but you look at the items for Yasuo, right? It's not very optimal in this spot. He was able to go 9. He didn't have a lot of ways to cap outside of items or adding a unit to the board, and he's not that strong. And Appy's, on the other hand, on a full win streak, great items on his backline. He's got a Senna 2. And still, it looks like he may actually lose this fight. The Senna 2 not able to do enough. Appy's barely not winning that. Cristofo really thankful, though, because that may net a top 4. He's just praying for this Gwen, who has been an absolute beast. Look at her go, taking down both the Noxus units at once. Snip, snip, snip. That's going to be very... Oh, he stayed alive. Agent Barney.
Yeah, 1 HP.
Does he have a last stand?
I don't think so. I think that it was just it's just a 1 unit loss. Hadn't had enough HP, I believe. Hopefully I'm not wrong about that one, but Cristofo finally finding a win after 6 rounds of losing. I think that was actually Protector's Vow giving Yasuo enough tankiness to get that last ulti off. Might have actually made the difference. Not that it's a good Yasuo item, right? If he had other actual real items, would have just dealt the damage fast enough. But looking for things like a Shen 2, Ahri 2, no items are going to be on them, so it's not great either way, even if we get these pickups. Edge of Night is nice. Ahri 2 still is going to be nice. That extra bit of damage, that Monreeve that comes through from her just baseline ability is still going to be powerful in a lot of these matchups. Asian Barney, Shrouds are very, very good at this stage of the game. Long distance pals is fantastic to buff up Darius and Katarina, but it's one of those spots where, hey, I'm playing vertical Noxus and I don't have any 3 stars. Hopefully I can get a top 4 as we saw Melk do earlier, but a rough matchup. Does fight the ghost board though.
Yeah, and LDP can make up for it a little bit, right? It can help you get that top 4. It's not going to usually let you win without 3 stars, but the extra damage is massive. We do see, yeah, the Ghost board going to be a little easier, but that is still a Senna 2. That is still a Kaisa with some insane items. The Katarina going to go down, and it looks like that's going to be it for Asian Barney. Gary is trying his very best, but our top 4 is going to be Unusual, Appies, Niamo, and Cristofo. Niamo almost falling there immediately, however. And Unusual finally taking a loss. They were streaking for a bit after hitting that Callista 3. I'm curious which board was able to actually take them down there.
Yeah, not 100% sure. Niamo, 1 life remaining. Any loss does send them down. Seeing kind of what the makings of reroll comps are, but yeah, they're just playing kind of tempo style. They're saying, okay, I'm just getting things like a Z2, but I can find a secondary carry like the Gwen, or I'm just relying on, you know, the LDP with the Darius Katarina to try to you know, go for that top finish. But now we really do see these kind of either, you know, niche compositions with Unusual, or just a standard kind of level 8 play. 4 costs going to be the big carries like Appies is doing, and that actually is going to be winning out versus Unusual's Warwick Callisto board. It's not capping out maybe as high as I would have expected, because that's a lot of resources we put into this kind of double trouble style of play. You would like to still see it work against those 4 cost carries. Not the case though.
Yeah, Niamo making it all the way to top 3. I'm stoked on this board from Niamo. I think this is awesome that he's made it to top 3 with it. Just playing around that Gwen, recognizing his Zed was contested when he committed to the line very early on, then improvising, going for the 5 Slayers, playing towards that Gwen, and having the items on Zed actually allowing him to still be a strong enough unit that he's still dual carrying as a 2-star by having the Triforce alongside the Death's Defiance, making him tanky enough. I'm not sure if it's going to go far enough here. I feel like this cat, or sorry, not this cat, but this Callista should be able to do enough, but we do have the Zed making it to the back line right away. Rogue does pretty good at fading the initial dagger pulls, but he does end up going down, and now that Callista's just going to snowball through everything. Gwen, this is as far as you go, but still an impressive performance in this game from Niamo.
Yeah, Niamo, that is really impressive actually to get a 3rd with that kind of style of play, playing the tempo angle, but now it's the double trouble Unusual 1v1ing Appies in 9th place currently over 2 games. It seems like this Ezreal style of play he's just so comfortable with. He doesn't need to play the, oh, I'm win streaking early because I have more items than you. He went on a 7 loss streak and was able to turn it around as well with great recognition of, hey, I'm gonna go a challenger spot, and it's not even the 6 challenger 3 Ionia or the 6 Ionia 4 challengers that we're used to seeing. It's just playing the units that I hit. Nasus is featured on the board. It's a Shadow Isles emblem playing with a Senna, right? These are both unusual approaches to meta composition. They're both working out beautifully in this game.
Yeah, Appy's able to pick up that Shadow Isles emblem off that last carousel, going to work so well on a frontliner like Shen, give him all that extra shielding, and then the mana gonna be able to allow him to shield even more.
Great
we
Zephyr.
do get the Zephyr, beautiful from Unusual, taking out the Kaisa. That's the main source of damage for Appies, but the Thieves Glove's actually rolling decent items for his Yasuo, able to get some damage into the backline. It's just Callista though, does she get the pull? Does get the pull before the cast comes through. Is that enough? It's just down to the Senna, not able to pull out in time.
Wow.
That is going to be the rend from Callista, and Appies is now on 1 life, going up against Unusual.
That was so close though. The fight could go either way. Unfortunate TG roll here for Appies though in the Yasuo, and it could just be a Yasuo TG RNG that loses a fight, honestly. There's not too much in terms of positioning that we can do besides for dodging the Zephyr, right? Zephyr probably was the difference as well in that fight. But cannot just place it from bench now. It has to be a last second swap from Appies to a place that you might not expect. Oh yeah, like 3rd rowing everything. This actually could be huge and dodging. No, but the read.
Unusual caught it. Unusual caught it. Beautiful play from Unusual, and I think that'll do it. We'll have to see how this fight plays out, but that is the Kaisa slowed down on damage, and that gives Callista so much time to ramp up. Frontline finally goes down, but Callista trying to shred through everything, finally gets through the Kaisa, and Unusual is gonna grab the first with the Callista Warwick double trouble. Beautiful Zephyr play from our new debut player, Unusual.
What an absolute beast, Cass. That read on the last couple of seconds from Appies getting that Zephyr, it's just a actual mechanics diff here as we move over to Lobby E and see how this is shaking out. But oh man, I'm hyped from that one.
I mean, that was just sick. That was absolutely gorgeous to watch. We see a top 3. Kaisa's running around once again in this one, but that is a Challenger Hullbreaker Bloodthirster.
Oh boy.
Bel'Veth 2. That is going to be ripping through this board. That is incredibly strong. And I think that's just going to do it. Yeah, Billy going to be able to take this one with the Bel'Veth 2. That makes sense. That is such a strong unit. We were talking about how strong legendaries are. Bel'Veth's one of the biggest defenders as far as strong carry 5 costs in the game. But Gangly, we got one of our new players popping off unusual with an interesting comp and beautiful mechanics.
I mean, you are a new player, brand new to the scene, trying to make your name against the veterans. I can't think of a better way to do it than to play a non-traditional double trouble board playing. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but I feel like I never see the Warwick reroll without Ravenous Hunter. To do that with confidence in tournament specifically, Crow, and I think it shows a certain level of confidence that really is required to play on a stage like this.
Oh, 100%. And just real quick, noting 2 first-time players. We saw just the glimpse of that. Billy, also a new competitor to the space as well, grabbing a first. So we're seeing new blood pop off all over the place. But yeah, back to that confidence of killing Double Trouble Warwick. I don't think you're missing anything, Gangly. That's not really something on people's radars. Maybe I've seen like one random instance of like, oh, we're going Zon or we're going Challengers. That's happen to get a lot of Warwicks. But no, that's absolutely insane. Doing that with that confidence in a tournament setting such as this, I just, hats off. I want to see more of that.
And I want to draw attention, Cass, because you were talking in stage 2 about the dynamic of Spicy Appies taking Buried Treasure, and you had made the comment saying, oh, most like he's not going to play Lost Streak. And then he ended up doing it. And I think something really important to note is not only did he actually successfully get the 5 loss streak, he denied Epic Fail's 5 loss streak and Xniamo's loss streak. And guess what? Both of those 2 players who were angling towards a reroll didn't hit. Xniamo was able to pivot and then look to play that 5 Slayer board instead. But it's very possible that by denying the loss streakers that additional gold, you do have a higher chance of sending them bot forward like we saw with Epic Fail.
I think that's actually a really great point. And I think Appy's also, I have to look back, but I actually do think he had more HP than some of the other lost speakers as well, because he was able to at least slam damage items in the fights that it mattered, probably take out those units when he was trying to lose. So Appy's playing that really flexible style, being able to get the damage on the board because he has the items to actually kill units when he wants to. That's incredibly impressive, right? You get the loss streak, you deny these loss streaks, and you have more HP than them. That's some very good stage 2 play from Appy's.
And not only that, I think it's worth drawing attention, especially because we've seen so much reroll. When you look at a player like Xniamo, who clearly is kind of angling towards this Zed and then recognizes, hey, I'm not in a position to reroll, and instead I'm just going to play tempo. I think there's something interesting to be said there about Crone, because we keep coming back to this idea of spot recognition, spot recognition, spot recognition.
It's a huge deal. I mean, there's going to be times where, oh, I'm on only, 6 Zeds, and I should be on like, 7 or 8 at this point. What do I do now? I can just push levels. I don't even have best in slot Zed. It was Infinity Force and it was the Death's Defiance, so it's not like that's going to cap out super high. If I'm investing all of my eggs in the Zed basket, I want him to be best in slot build, but it wasn't that scenario. That's another little niche scenario of spot recognition, and that's one of those games again where you go third. It's not even like that feels bad. It's like, okay, I played a comp that can cap out first. If I super high roll, I didn't super high roll, but still probably got a couple more placements than if I were to just kind of jam that cookie cutter, this is what a Z comp is quote unquote supposed to look like. So I love seeing that kind of recognition. I think NA TFT in general has a lot more of that nowadays, of people playing those non-traditional lines of a specific composition and recognizing what spots to do that.
All right, we're going to take a look now at the the lobby scores of the previous game. We have those ready as we pull those up to see where everybody is at. In the first 4 lobbies, we can see here Vanilla and Kiyun taking the top 2 in lobby A. Connor and Setsuko in the top 2 in lobby B. Vile again in the top 2. Is that 3 firsts in a row? At least 3 top 2s in a row for sure.
First, right?
And me first or 8th, and Kev Chen coming in the top 2. All right, now, Cass, this is the part of the tournament, especially with Game 4, but end of Game 3, where we're starting to really see the shape of who is ahead and who's behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's the halfway point, right? So, yes, technically things can completely flop and everything could be the opposite result in the final 3 games and it can turn around, but usually that's not the case, right? You can see where things are going after 3 games, see who has to really start playing for only first places to try and catch up, see who needs to be starting to play for those bonus points or who needs to just make sure they play really solid, consistent top 4 games in order to make it. So that's the big part when we get to this halfway point.
Excellent point there about the bonus points too. And as we look at the rest of the lobbies from that previous game, it is important to note that, yeah, these players aren't just playing for placements on the day. Well, they're playing especially for placements on the day because those bonus points really can make a difference. We've seen it in the last set. As we look at these last 4 lobbies, Billy, like we saw on stream coming into the first, T-Boy and DK, DQA and Soli, and Unusual and Spicy Abbeys, like we also saw on stream, rounding out the top 2 across the board. Now, we actually have all of the scores ready. So rather than talking about these lobbies, I think people are especially excited to see how the shape of the tournament really is. Right now, we're taking a look at that bottom 32 Crow, and you have Setsuko actually up there too. And I think that is especially surprising.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about here, a lot to digest, but a couple of things I want to point out. Start with the bad news first, especially looking at Emily Wang coming from week 1, doing really, really well. It's kind of unfortunate to see her having a lackluster day 1 so far, but as Cass mentioned, it could, totally flip-flop, could go, 1-1-1 in the few games, but also a player like Solus, who's playing a really unique approach coming into this event, playing Tom Kench Legend and trying to angle towards re-rolling, sometimes getting forced off of that, but even then he's not able to kind of make it happen, and it could just be low game sample size, but you got to start to take into account maybe the TK is just not a good legend, maybe that practice just ended up not paying off for Solus. But especially surprising to see players like Robin Songs, Weijin down here as well, even Setsuko, even though he's at the top of the kind of back half, still don't expect to see him here at all.
Yeah, and I think you make a great point about your practice and not really knowing how fruitful it's going to be, because ladder is a different beast than tournament. Yeah. Now, let's celebrate a little bit and give some kudos, Casanova, to some of the players that are really showing up on the day.
So, I mean, Vile absolutely popping off. This is a guy who has, he's been around for a while. He's been playing in a lot of tournaments, but I feel like he hasn't had like that huge breakout, right? So coming in here into Freljord Cup, having such a fantastic first 3 games, going 1-1, I believe. That looks great for Vile. I want to see how he keeps it up throughout the rest of the day. But as I look down, a lot of people who are not surprising to see up here, right? Stellar Minhey, Bosso, Dace, a lot of players who were really having their big pop-offs in set 8, as well as Appies, who maybe didn't have the best set 8, but he's been a very strong player for some time now since set 6. And then Milk has returned, and he is in our top 8 alongside Prestivant, who has been prophesized as the set 9 world champion. So we'll see if Prestivant can keep that up, but it's a good start to be in the top 8 in the first cup.
I feel like, if my memory serves, those prophecies keep just kind of adding +1 to +1 with every set. But yeah, you know what? At the top of the show, we talked about this storyline, right? Milk and Pocky take a step aside. Bosso and Weijin Iverson come up. But you know what? Looking at it right now, you mentioned it before. We see Bosso and Milk both in those top placements, right? So I think there is almost like this culmination of talent that's really coming to a head here. We've got 3 more games on the day to see where this leads us, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a quick break for Game 4 of the Freljord Cup. Welcome back, everybody, to day 3, game 4 of the Freljord Cup. Back here with Admirable and Nico. And Nico, we just watched in the last game Unusual play this Double Trouble Warwick without Ravenous Hunter. I don't want to, linger too long on the past, but I do feel like, especially because you worked on this set, being able to see those creative lines, I imagine, has to be at least a little exciting for you.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I think Double Trouble as an augment is really fun to play around, and in general, a little underexplored. I think people default to the Tilia comp a lot when they play that augment. So seeing somebody play Warwick with it was pretty cool, because I think that a lot of people undervalue that line specifically with Warwick and Callista. So really well played, really well deserved first, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Admirable, as we're looking ahead, we're going to be playing or watching Lobby B coming up. We have quite a few names in here. We have some more familiar names. You got your Setsukos, your Goobums, but I think there's also some more interesting names in here as well.
Excuse me, this is a mistake that everyone seems to make, as I just explained to Nico, to make sure that he doesn't make that mistake. So it's kind of the nature of one of these tournaments is that if you're paying a lot of attention to competitive TFT, you're going to recognize a ton of these names. But if you're paying attention to the names that are at the top very often, you have a strong mix here, where you're looking at Kovanel, I think, is a player that shows up a lot at these spots, but doesn't make the big breakthrough performances for wins. You're looking at Setsuko, you're looking at Stellar Minhey, you're looking at Goobums. For the rest of these players, nobody in here, I think, is a weak player by any stretch of the means. Like, they make mistakes like pretty much everyone's going to do. It's TFT, the game's impossible to play perfectly. But they're players that, again, if you're paying a lot of attention, you're going to see these names around. So these are the kinds of things I love being able to highlight on one of these tournaments, is getting a scope of everyone that's here. Like, this is not a small field of players. This is 64 players that we have here today. It's going to be tough to cover them all. So we're getting a lobby that's showing, like, literally some of the strongest players in North America versus players that are trying to have their breakthrough performance.
And keep in mind the inflection point of where we are in the tournament in Nico, right? So you have a place where after 3 games, you might have just had 3 very comfortable games. Game 4 is where that really starts to kick up. And if you want to show your consistency, I think Game 4 is really, where that really begins.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's also important to keep in mind towards the lower end, this is where the pressure is starting to mount. This is where you got to pick it up. If you're taking bot 4 after bot 4, you really need to buckle down and consider like maybe a change in play style or something. And so hopping into this game, we're going to see how some of these players might bounce back or continue their streak.
All right, well, I will leave this to you two, Admirable and Nico. Take it away with game number 4 of the Freljord Cup.
This is looking like a unanimous vote. Stellar Minhey's going to be the one that stands aside and says no. He's being overridden on this singular vote right now.
Yeah, there's going to be a discussion at the table. I mean, while we're paused though, we can actually talk a little bit. So we were talking, I think off cam about Legends, and in particular mid tournament. If somebody wants to switch up their play style, for example, if something's not working out. So we've been saying that combat augments have been seeing a lot of success so far today. Do you think that it's possible that I don't know if it happened this game or if it's going to happen, but maybe we see less of like the Aurelion Soul, TK, more of the Oro, more of the Vlad, maybe even Yi, something like that?
Yeah, I think this is a big discussion point that's been taking place, is that there are players who have their preferred legend, and then coming into a game, if you have to be in a spot where you're looking at like literally top 2, that's what you're looking for, that suddenly there's a lot of different things that you can change to. So the thing that we've heard, I think, most consistently is Aurelion Soul. This gives you the chance to just power level to 8 or 9, pick up the strongest units in the game, and try to kill everybody before they have anything that could possibly stand up to what your board is. But I think that there's multiple directions to that, and it's something that ultimately I think that you're never going to have the time to fully explore. But some of the things that I've seen some players do in crazy situations is they actually take stuff like Master Yi, and they get full combat augments and try to completely destroy their opponents with an overwhelming amount of pressure around the end of stage 4 through stage 5 kind of situation. I was very interested in that one because Master Yi, I think, gives you some interesting spots by having an infinitely scaling attack speed thing. Once you get to like stage 5, stage 6, we're looking at 30 plus attack speed to your units.
Yeah, and that's across the board too. I think Yi and Vlad have a really interesting dichotomy where they scale really well, but in different ways, right? Yeah. So Yi is all about like upfront damage, whereas Vlad is about survivability and tankiness. Players do historically prefer Vlad. I know that there are some players who notice that Yi is quite strong, wondering if they'll choose to pull it out here or if they're still valuing, like the more standard combat augments. And as far as Acel, I mean, you know, if you are in a spot where you need to play for top 2 in the next few games, honestly, Acel and TK might not be a bad option.
Just the pure gold and swing for the fences.
Yeah, seriously. Like, you know, players like Setsuko, for example, on ladder, he's really comfortable with the Fast 9 playstyle, making the most capped board imaginable. He has, in set 8, we saw him kind of refine it, I think, to the point where he was comfortable doing that in tournament. And he felt like he kind of, you know, had found his position where he can comfortably do this, even in a high skill bracket. Don't know if he's done it today. I know he's been maining Acel on ladder, so we'll see if he wants to pull it out at any point. But I think it is a valuable option, especially in prismatic lobbies, because level up for Acel is really huge. The gold and the silver, people don't opt for as much. It's really the level up that you're really excited about on 2-1.
I'm always excited to see if Setsuko can break out some of that tech. It's like this is like one of the premier players in North America, let alone one of the premier players who plays that unusual playstyle. Like everyone has that thought in their head that they're good enough to save all their gold, to position perfectly, to somehow just get to level 9, assemble just the ultimate insurmountable board. But players don't really do that. Now, Setsuko, he's like the exception. He's like, he just comes in, he just dusts off his shoulder. He's like, let me show you how it's done, all right? You haven't been going to level 9 enough on this one. So historically, I know that you're a player that tends to favor more combat central augments on this one. Do you feel like that this meta is favoring that more or less? Or like, what do you find your mix on this one? Because we've had so many patches so far where the economy is the one that takes over the format.
Yeah, I think we're really close this meta. I think that econ strats can win, so like econ being gold and leveling. I think that combat strats can win as well. I really like playing around a lot of items, so like Ezreal and Ornn are always going to be like my favorites to play as far as my playstyle goes, which to that extent I think are also very viable ways as an avenue to top 4 or top 2. So if I had to say, I think that in terms of what playstyles can win in this meta, I think we're seeing a pretty healthy mix.
Oh, I definitely think that's the mix that's going there. What I'm looking for is which one are you going to favor? Like everything's on the table
I
right
like
now.
Items.
Okay, you're like oh, Ezreal all the way. Just give me the stuff.
Yeah, which is why like in Ezreal, when everybody was picking Ezreal, I kind of didn't like it because it felt like that was like the edge that I wanted to have over everybody was items, and then it felt like everybody just had it. So yeah, it was kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah.
Everyone figures it out, and suddenly you want to change gears at that point.
Yeah, I was trying out a bunch of stuff. But I do, yeah, overall where we're at, I do like it. I think it's nice. I think it's healthy. This whole Fast 9 thing, like, man, it is fun. It is for some people, but it is hard. Like, let's not undervalue the amount of skill that it takes to literally just save HP where, like, every single spot that you can, make as much econ as you can, and just send it in the final moment for a really strong board and hopefully win the lobby. Like, it's risky, but it's rewarding, and it's really fun to play and watch.
Yordle Portal is what we're getting in this one. Again, it was a 7-1 vote, but the one's not out. This is not a democratic voting process on the portals to take place. So here we are. Apologies for the delay on this one. We're going to be looking at Stellar Minhey's point of view right now. Stellar Minhey has had an incredible performance in the first 3 games here. We're looking at first place, third place. That is ridiculous for the first 3 games.
Yeah, he's sitting really easy here. I think that Minhey is a player, if I know him well enough, that at this point is not saying to himself, all right, I need to play for top 2 for the rest of the day. I think he just wants to, you know, coast into day 4 with a few extra bonus points if he can get them, and, you know, just try and top 4 from here on out. But we'll see. I mean, he does obviously have the option of playing for first every time as well and try to get the guaranteed +3.
Yes. Give me more.
Yep.
That's the thing. Everyone's always like, when life hands you lemons, you make lemonade. I'm like, no. You create a lemonade stand, and then you sell that publicly. You take the money, it just keeps going.
You buy more lemon seeds.
Yeah, exactly. You start investing in this. It's getting 3 bonus points for tomorrow. That's what I want to see from Stellar Minhey. So for Yordle Portals, you're getting a free high-tier champion off of this. So what is your take on this particular portal? Like, does this affect your playstyle at all?
I think the general thing that you can look for on this one is to start building early game boards around things that spike off of 3 costs. And obviously it's random what you get, but you can kind of hedge your bets. So like here, he would spike pretty reasonably off like a Kalista if he wants to go for a challenger board. He has the Warwick at the ready. He has the Shiv or a Rage Blade, so he's like I think he's like kind of mentally prepping himself to find a Kalista off the portal, as weird as that sounds. Or you can play for the extra econ. It supports both. Oh, he's playing Lee Sin. I didn't even know that. Wow.
It's not bad. Oh boy.
Just go for the trade sector here.
Yeah, I think Zoncrest took a Zon. I think in general took a big enough of a hit that it's not quite as appealing as it was before.
I think Zon is very, very good with the Crest. Getting 6 on, like 6 on is extremely powerful. Jinx reroll is also pretty favored in the meta right now, and she has 2 Zon mods that work really well. Robo Arm is the best one.
Oh yeah,
obviously, and then Shimmer is actually also quite good if you can manage to get the 6 on board online, which Zoncrest does give you access to. We'll see what he goes for here, though.
It's not an easy spot, I don't think. Yeah, it's tough to turn down free gold and free rolls, though.
Yeah. What kind of board he wants to build? I wonder if he's just going to angle for Kale. He does have the Rage Blade built. He has the Kale 1, so as we know, this is the hard commit spot.
It's going to start off with 10 gold.
Yeah.
And so I still think that the options here are open for Stellar Minhey on this one as well. You know, it looks easy, like it's not hard to commit from this spot. But I don't think it's hard to pivot out of this either and say, oh, you know what, plans are going to change. Because you're going to get free units. You still have carousels coming up. You still have free rolls that are coming up. Like, all sorts of stuff can change. It's one of those spots where I think it's keep your options open. We're going to hop over to Setsuko's board, who Setsuko has so far had a pretty strong performance as well. We're coming off a 2nd place in the previous game in this one. And, I mean, it's just not a player you're ever going to doubt. I cannot find a situation anymore where I would possibly consider doubting Setsuko.
Yeah. I'm glad for him, as a friend of his, and I think he's glad too that everybody's kind of moved on from the ladder warrior mindset that we had for him. He really showed himself in the previous set, and I think that he will continue to show himself. I think that once he's comfortable and he's kind of in his comfort zone, he's gonna succeed. And he's in a line right now that he feels comfortable in as well. Like, Noxus is something that he's familiar with from playing ladder. It's something that he knows is strong and he knows how to capitalize off of, so I think we can have some faith in him this game. Although there is another Noxus player with a Noxus spat. That is something I will say.
Yeah. I think that if you had to pick between the two, it's like, I'd rather have total domination, but at the same time, I'd rather be prismatic and get my free Infinity Edge.
Yeah,
from the
that
Noxus
is a strong
emblem.
one. Free IE, free Darius, free spat. Gives a lot for sure. It gives a lot for sure.
As we take a look at the free crest that was given out over to Kovanil's side. Kovanil is a player that was brought to my radar by Frodan in set 8, and since then I have watched a considerable amount of Kovanil's stream, and this is a player who I feel like their fundamentals are really high up. I feel like Kovanil will do a lot of crazy creative stuff, but every single time I watch Kovanil, I just feel like the management of so many different little things is just spot on.
I see. Yeah, from what I understand about Kovanil, I know that they're very creative. They take a lot of lines that people wouldn't usually take. Not afraid to experiment. I think that, part of the thing where people might not recognize players like this, and to me it's like a repeating thing that we see, is like they just kind of, they don't really actively try to make a name for themselves. Like, they're kind of quiet, They don't, like, actively talk to a bunch of people. They just kind of do their own thing, study on their own, which is fine. That's totally fine. It might even, like, serve to benefit him, so he's not leaking his own text, but you got, at the end of the day, you gotta prove yourself, So,
that's what they're here for.
yeah, we'll see.
Kovanil.
I have no doubt that he can, though.
Yeah, Kovanil coming off of back-to-back top 4s in their lobby. And then in this one, this new lobby that we're in, took another top 4. So that's 3 in a row.
Yeah.
It's tough to ask for much more than
he
that.
is a very consistent player historically. I've definitely had my eye on him for a while as well. I've talked to him a handful of times.
So top to bottom right now, the health totals are pretty considerably different from Setsuko at 100 and Stellar Minhey already at 76. We've played 3 rounds of combat in Eco. That is 8 damage per round.
Yeah, it's on the lower roll side as far as matchmaking goes. Like, queuing into level 4 on 2-1 is pretty unlucky. Most people don't level immediately. I mean, you can say that the benefit was he didn't queue into a random level 5 at 2-3, but it's pretty much part of the course for a Kale player. I'm pretty confident he's angling Kale here, and he's just full open to try and guarantee the loss streak, guarantee the econ so that he can spike later.
I'm confident that Setsuko's opponent, Jupsakid, is angling for Zed, with an Idealism as the first augment and an Infinity Edge built on a Z2.
Yeah, that is really strong.
Wow, that is a really good start.
It's a really big deal for Setsuko here too, because Jupsakid will get much stronger in stage 3 as well. And Setsuko's ideally looking to spike in stage 3 also, but not getting the stack here is really big, because if he doesn't beat him in stage 3 and he manages to hit the Z3 early, it could prove really hard for Setsuko to get the last Noxus stack, which is actually quite important for this comp.
Getting a glimpse of the gold over on the right-hand side. This is one of my favorite things to do at the end of a stage. Stellar Minhey going up to 40 gold. 4-loss streak. That's a massive lead in terms of gold versus the rest of this lobby. No one's on a 4 streak right now for wins. And so a lot of this is going to boil down to, I think, how stage 3 pans out for a lot of these players. No one's had a killer early game so far, except for, I think, what players have connected on their board. But again, nobody has that giant win streak with a giant gold lead.
Yeah. Ubums really, really wants to win this round so that he can make 30 as well, but Jupes Kid Zed is pretty fearsome. That fire grasp is a...
Jin?
Oh, the Jin snipes the backline. 10,000 IQ. I don't think it really mattered. I think it's going to be hard for Ubums to win this either way, but there is a morale hit that happens there.
Yeah. It was nice positioning from Goobums, though. The Rogue procced and the Zed walked back to the front line. It looked like there was at least a chance coming in that last spot, and so Stellar Minhey here, free roll return, already has kill 3!
Okay, this is good, but having 2 Maokais and 3 Poppies, like, he's still got a lot of catching up to do. Let's not get it twisted here. But,
okay.
Yeah, this is, you know, you don't ever complain about having a KL3 here, right?
No, I'm not going to complain about having a KL3 here. But pro tip, I've seen 2 players go for this. Both of them have failed so far. They had Golden Ticket as 2-1 Augment. They found their 9th Kale. They waited until the Krug round started. They then rolled as aggressively as they could as soon as the Krug round started. Both times they've ended with 9 Kales and 8 Kales that I have seen. I want to see the double Kale 3 so badly.
I wonder how good that would be.
I don't have no idea, but I've seen 2 people go for it.
I definitely have done that with Talia before. I think it's actually like a very optimal strat for Talia. I mean, if I had to give my honest assessment, I don't think it would be that good with Kale, but I might be wrong.
How many Rage Blades do you need?
Yeah, for real.
So we did see this in the EMEA event, the Golden Spatula that took place earlier, where a player was going for the Kale line, and they actually made a Galio 3. They were failing to find the rest of the 3-star units, and so they opted in for Galio 3 simply because they were hitting so many of them. That actually performed pretty well in that one as well, and I think that's one of the keys to being strong with the Kale reroll line, is knowing which 3-star units are actually viable in the spots that you're in. Because I don't think it's going to be all of them. I don't think it's going to be always. I think it's just whichever one makes sense at that time.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you'll see players occasionally, like if they're not hitting many Maokais, they'll start to hold Tristanas, because, you know, you can always field Tristana as your 3rd Yordle. You always kind of like want Teemo for the anti-heal, but it's not like the end of the world if you can't get him. You just get Tristana. Oh, Final Reserves or Hedge Fund? Sorry, I had to cut myself off. These are 2 amazing augments for when you're playing Kale. Like, just actually, like, I would say his average placement from here just decreased, I guess, like, so much just by this augment pickup. We'll get more into that in a minute. But yeah, you can hold the Tristana, you can field her for Yordle to get your 3-star, and if you end up getting another 3-star layer, you can always sell her for Heimer, but it's not a bad option.
So this is an augment that I've heard a lot of players talk differently about, where some players really like Final Reserve, some players detest this augment. I'm curious why you think it's so powerful, particularly in this Kale reroll line.
Oh, I mean, okay, so first of all, I think Final Reserve just as a baseline augment is already incredibly strong. I think it has the last stand effect where it allows you to play a lot greedier for free, and the fact that you can just teleport up a level and up like and amass like a giant amount of gold is already very strong. It's basically will come down to an APM check, but if you can get it off, like you're putting yourself in a very good spot to win the lobby. And with Kale in particular, I think that once you hit your board, all you really have to worry about from there on is leveling, and that's exactly what Final Reserves is helping you do. Like, even if he doesn't make it to 9 off the proc itself, he still gets a ton of gold to push himself to 9 anyway, so... I think it's like it's easily one of the best prismatic augments you can hit here.
So the goal here for Stellar Minhey is very obvious. It's hit your 3 stars, get to 9.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a big spike that
That's
you can get.
with Kale.
And
I mean, obviously, along the way, you do want to find, you know, the Gwen and the Zed and the Aatrox, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, Slayers are going to be of massive importance to that. More Slayers, more damage. Here, looking at Connor's Mee's board, if you're familiar with the scene, Connor's Mee is a player that's going to stand out to you. But so far, I feel like I am liking their spot here. Social distancing, I think, on 3-2 is where you're going to start to find a peak with it. More units means more value from this augment. And then furthermore, this is Challenger board that we're looking at.
Yeah, Honor will definitely spike really hard as long as he hits at level 7. The thing I'm worried about is his items aren't amazing. He doesn't have a good frontline. He's still sitting on Aurelia 1, Set 1, and I think Warwick 1 as well. Augments are really good, though. Like, if he can get there with the augments, he'll have a really strong board. But at the moment, his frontline's looking a little bit flimsy.
You know the best front line is a good back line? Because if you kill all of their units, they can't deal damage anymore.
Oh, I see. So when their front line is up in your back line's face, smashing them in, all you have to do is kill them.
Yeah, you have to kill those first. Don't let that part happen.
Gosh.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
really
Yeah,
easy. You hit and you deal a bunch of damage. That's what I hear all the time
just hit.
anyway.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, well that's step 1.
Worth noting, Jupsakid also got a Slayer Crest. Slayer Crest in particular, really valuable for the Zed and the kill comps. Getting a +1 Slayer, effectively having not only another unit on your board, but extra comp strength.
Covenel.
Also, Covenel
golden
has-
ticket.
Covenel is almost Darius 3, hello?
Well, that's like the golden ticket on 3-2. You have a lot of times you can have a ton of gold racked up and you're able to accomplish this scenario. Like this is unusual, I think, to roll for this, but with golden
It is
ticket,
correct,
you
though,
have
and
to
he hits it.
justify
He
it.
just have Darius 3 on 3-5 at level 6
my
casually.
gosh!
What the heck? Alright, well, hopefully he can capitalize on this. It is an interesting, kind of, he went for the golden ticket to try and max out on 3 stars. On the other end, Setsuko, who's win streaking, went for, I believe, Freaky Friday. He's trying to itemize as many units as he can and hopefully top 4 off of that. But, I mean, this early, Darius 3, we might see Covenel take over the game here.
It's very possible. There's still a little bit of items lacking, and Akshan not having the best angle there.
Well, the Collector, though, might just take it, yep.
Pretty close. Level 7's a difference. So
That might be a
Covenel
surprising
there.
loss for Covenel.
I think
but
it is a surprising loss. I think items are the difference there.
He also, I was going to say, he doesn't have items on his Darius, which is a pretty big factor.
And now Setsuko with that additional critical strike off the Trinity Force. I mean, Infinity Edge is the obvious pick that Setsuko's looking for on this Darius at this point. But that's a Darius 1, and we don't have a pair.
Yeah. Wondering if he doesn't have Spat either. His options are really limited here. Because he pretty much needs to carry Darius and Cat until he can get a Spat, possibly. And then he can look to maybe move items off of the Darius if it's going to stay at 1 star the whole game. But he's definitely not happy with how the lobby's proceeding at this point.
Oh, I certainly don't think so. Stellar Minhey sitting on a lot of gold, still has yet to find a third 3-star. That's going to be the biggest power spike you have is 3 of those to get that front line going on Poppy, and then after that it's levels. The final reserve save.
Yeah.
This lobby's shaping out really weird. I'm curious to see how this goes, because this is like the nature of prismatic augments, is they can just change the scope of everything.
Yeah, this is definitely not your average TFT game. Covenel taking another loss. And Lucky actually maybe wanted to lose this one himself. He had a 4-loss streak here going into neutrals, breaks it. So he has reasonable econ here, obviously, but wondering if he's very happy about it in the first place.
This is kind of the spot where I'd say you really want to start winning with this kind of team. Like, obviously, I think that a small loss there is going to benefit you quite a bit from the gold standard. But I'm looking at these items, I'm looking at the units, I'm like, hey, you know what? I don't mind picking up a win here. This is just going to accelerate the win streak process.
Start the win
let's
streak
get that
here.
going.
Got a gold orb here, some extra econ as well. Items are looking solid, actually. He might even remove her something off the Yasuo here if
Yeah.
he wants to.
I
Gets
was
the
just
Shen as
thinking
well.
that.
We'll see what he wants to do. He is rolling down to try and, 2-star some of his units here. Looking to transition to the Challenger board instead of the Ionia board, maybe.
Yeah, the Ionia board, I think, is kind of a backup, but sometimes, it's got to take place.
Yeah. I think he's just making the Jin 2 to make the Jin 2 at this point. Oh, Yasuo's.
Yikes.
Shen pair, 1 Kaisa.
That is, I'd say that roll down is quite a miss so far.
It's not extremely horrible, but like he still has extra gold on his bench. But yeah, he does need to 2-star something.
I mean, you hit
pretty soon or
0
else he'll-
Shens, 1 Kaisa. That was like 50 gold.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm worried.
Well.
So, I mean, he builds Guard Breaker in addition to a pair of Rage Blades there, and now picks up a win. So, For Stellar Minhey, I feel like this is a big focus, is how they're going to get this going. Oh my
Morning
gosh.
Light. Morning Light is very, very solid here. A lot of extra frontline for the Kale. Doesn't hurt to reroll the other ones just to see your options. Yep, he's going to go ahead and do that.
Like, what could change your view away from Morning Light, I wonder?
I'm not sure, but I mean, you know, it's good just in case. I think if you see one that's insta-pick, it's worth rerolling to maybe at least see if there's something else that could be good. I feel like it's Morning Light every time here, personally.
This is so much health on your front line.
Also, something that's really interesting is he opted to give the rating item to Poppy this game, and I think it's going to pay off with the Morning Light drop here if he chooses to take it. He's spending a lot of time thinking about this, though. Yeah.
I'm glad something got picked. There was 5 seconds left.
I was actually I'm pretty surprised he'd spent that long thinking about it. Probably just wanted to be extra safe.
Maybe you're just being just hiding your hand against the other players in the lobby. You know, they're looking around scouting augments. You're like, I don't know what I'm gonna pick.
It's possible he had Slayer +1 in mind as well. Oh yeah, I think this is the positioning I was talking about, where you put all of your units onto one side, and then you make the Akshan just snipe the other side.
Oh my gosh, Stellar Minhey hit 2, so we have not procced the reserves either. So they have another round to go off of this. I actually don't know if that's beneficial or not.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. So it shoots him to... I mean, he can get level 8 for free, but he's a long way from 9.
This is a long way from 9. Like, a really long way.
If he can win the rest of the stage, I think he's in a really good spot. Like, really, really good, but... If he procs final reserves early and he is forced to roll, it might be pretty dicey. And he's going up against a full item Darius with Harnesses 2, Darius 3 right now.
Kovanel did not slow down on this one, said Last Whisper is going to be enough. And so here we go. This Darius is not going to be critically striking on the big hits. But when you have...
It might be enough, though, against the Bastion resistances.
Last Whisper is not bad to have. Getting focused by the Kale.
Oh,
Slam dunk.
Final reserves.
This is it for Stellar Minhey. They need to put together big wins now, where this is going to be an 8th. You're 22 HP behind, but you did just get a very large insurgence of gold.
Oh, it's such a rough spot too, because I think he has to roll here. I don't think he has another option. I don't think you can try to go for 9. You just need to try to cap your board on 8 at this point, which you can do if you find the Gwen and the Zed and you get 2-star Gwen. It's very manageable, but.
So you're looking for strong options at this point. You're saying, you know what? I don't have the idea of winning this lobby in my head anymore. Let's not get 8th place.
Oh, you can reasonably win the lobby even on level 8 at this scale, but you just want to go 9. See what he does. Oh, actually. Oh wait, he can push 9. He can just go 9. Oh. He has to play 7 out of 9, but he can do it.
No. You buy a Tristana. Easy.
Oh, okay. 8 out of 9. I apologize.
Yeah. No, you got it.
I actually think it's worth it. I think you should just straight up go 9 right now. Good. Yeah, he's doing it. Okay.
You're the protector.
I think this is so correct.
Oh my gosh!
I love this. Yeah, I love this. I think this is so correct.
I'm very nervous.
If he just wins the next few rounds, can Econ back up a bit? Oh, he got Zephyred! Oh, this is not good. He doesn't have anti-heal either, and he's going up against a Dust Dance Yasuo. This is looking really dicey.
Okay, Yasuo is not near the Kale at the moment, though. So Poppy's got a strong health total right now, and the Yasuo is following the Poppy around. The Kale, though, it took so long for this damage to build up.
Oh my goodness. Oh. If he can kill the Kaisa, oh. Okay, that was kind of intense.
I'm not even playing and I'm sweating.
One more round.
Holy moly.
Oh,
Senna. Boy.
That's not bad.
That's another Shadow Isle you can add to the list.
I might even say it's pretty good, actually. If he can just get through creeps, a little bit more gold, he just needs to find Zed and Aatrox. Zed might be kind of a hard ask because somebody is rerolling Zed, which, by the way, is something he has to keep in mind, because this Final Reserves doesn't give him more combat power, right? It gives him combat power in terms of he has 9 units on his board, but he needs to be right side against the Zed, and he needs to make sure he can win against it as well. If this Zed just walks along his backline and snipes his Kale, it's game over for Minhey.
Yeah. This definitely feels like a tougher matchup as well, just because of the blast that's happening. from that Ornn item. It's going to give you additional damage onto the unit. But this, I would say, is one of your stronger matchups when you're at level 9. You have a strong front line. You have a unit that will completely outscale their back line. If your front line outlives theirs, effectively, you win the fight.
Yep.
Yeah, my eyes are like glued to this board right now. Like, I'm just like what is in play right now? Just like the Sejuani's hanging out.
Yeah, because I was saying, like, my main worry for him is the Zed matchup. Jupsakid is 81 gold level 7 right now. 80 HP. Do you think there's any stress in this man's mind? Absolutely not. Like, Minhey is over here fighting for his life. Jupsakid is just over there, you know, sipping from a coconut with a straw. Like, he's living it up right now.
I think I can't think of a better way to describe that from the perspective.
Chris might dig a little bit for his Akshan here. He might be comfortable enough to stop, but I think he might recognize as well that the lobby tempo is accelerating really hard with the Final Reserves Kale proccing. He's recognizing that everybody's getting really strong. Decides to abandon the Lissandra 3, in fact, just all-inning for Akshan here. Gonna stay above 20. It looks like he's gonna stay above 20, just try and position. I think that's pretty reasonable.
He's begun a collection of Cassantes at this point, and why not? You have a Morning Light. Extra is extra at this point. And I will say, if you do not jump onto Stellar Minhey's back line at the start, it is going to be really tough to beat this board. Kale's power at level 9 is so much larger than at 8.
Yeah, I think that there are a few threats for him, but if he just positions it well, he should be okay for a few rounds. He's not too Exodia just yet.
I'm still looking at this one too. Akshan, we're one off.
Akshan is, like, I think that the thing that's kind of keeping my eyes on both is, this Akshan matchup for Kale can be really, really dicey for Kale, and also the Zed matchup, like I was saying before, but there's always the chance that Akshan can just manage to snipe your Kale, and he second rows the Kale here.
Whoa.
Oh, but he doesn't have the Heimer or the turret on the other side. Akshan might just shoot through the Kale to the Heimer.
The turret
shoots the turret.
Oh my god, the front line is massive here too. I think the
Morning
goal from
Light
this
is
was to
doing
get the
insane.
Kale onto Akshan as quickly as possible, which it looks like that may have happened in that one. That might have been some genius position.
I think he was trying to dodge the Zed, and this just kind of happened, which, I mean, he's definitely not complaining about. He might have also played it, definitely not discounting that, but he did also find Zed Aatrox, by the way.
Lucky's going to find 8th place, and that is back-to-back 8th in this lobby for Lucky. And frankly, it's just, this is a tough lobby.
Yeah.
This is not an easy one to be in.
I think Setsuko himself is, like, thrilled with just having found this Katarina 3 at all in a lobby like this.
Yeah.
Like, especially with a golden ticket Noxus player in the lobby alongside him and a Zed player. It's actually quite impressive that he even found this cat. But, yeah, this lobby is reaching levels of high roll that are, like, ridiculous.
Uh-oh.
Poppy knocks away the Zed, but... he lost his Rogue proc.
The Rogue got stunned in the air from Poppy.
Yep.
Is that
Let's see
enough?
if it's enough. He's
Heal's
healing the
locked
full.
on
The
to
problem
Zed.
is he has no anti-heal, but Zed is gone.
Wow.
Ares 2 can't do it. Wow, that was so good.
That is some heavy positioning diff right there.
Yeah. And that's also the 2 worst matchups right out of the way for Kale, so... I mean, we can pretty reasonably assume that his next matchups are going to be really good.
Slayer's
and he
Spat.
gets the Slayer Spat.
Wow.
Okay. People should be scared of Stellar Minhey right now.
Is this a win out?
It's very possible. 6 Slayer on Kale, level 9. He is getting to critical mass here pretty rapidly. Like, he just needs mods on Heimer and maybe a couple more 2-star units. The fact that both of his unfavorable matchups are out of the pool is also a really, really big deal.
I will say that I'm slightly worried for Jupsakid at this point now.
I think Jupsakid is fine. I mean, he's chilling with the top 3 at the very least.
We
just
wanted
off of
first.
HP value. He also just went 9. So.
Yeah, true story. Oh yeah,
This will be okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm back on the... I'm just worried for everyone at this point. I think that's kind of the nature of exciting games to me, is I am perpetually worried for everyone.
I think Covenel might go 6th this game with a 3-5 Darius 3. And that doesn't that just speak to the lobby, if anything else?
I mean, it's not easy. It is not. The Prismatic on 3-2 changes the scope of everything. Up against Setsuko here now, trying to land a strong Zephyr, ends up getting the Maokai, and the rest of the board vanishes. Setsuko taking a big hit in this one.
I think Coverdale's... Wow, Coverdale goes out here. He does get a 6th, but... Oh man, that cannot be good for the mental. Getting that Darius on 3-5, and you just hit all that dopamine, and then suddenly you're in 6th place.
It's a tough one. That's the first bot 4 of the day for Covenel, though. So,
yeah.
I think it's going to feel a lot worse than it actually is right now, especially when you actually look at what the rest of this lobby is doing. Like, my gosh, this has not been forgiving. Goobum's up at 9 now. We have 3 players at level 9.
Yeah, this lobby is looking to cap really, really hard. I would not be surprised if Setsuko also takes a bot 4 here. Going up against the Zed board with double Slayer spat, double Slayer emblems off the augments.
Zephyr.
It's a good Zephyr, but Katarina has no healing either. I'm
big stun.
Unless she bursts the Zed 2 times in a row, it might be too hard to... Oh!
Wow!
Oh yeah, this fight worked out really well.
So much damage.
It went about as well as he could have hoped.
Now Connor on the chopping block as well. We're heading to stage 5. I'm sorry, stage 6 with 5 players left. And I still cannot imagine you're looking at Connor's board right now and you're thinking, oh, yeah, no, that's bot 4. That is a 2-star Belveth with Edge of Night, QSS, and Challenger Spat.
Yeah.
That social distancing is a prismatic social distancing.
Yeah, the only thing here is he has yet to hit the close to 3, and his front line is not all that. His front line crumpling fast is a very, very big deal in this lobby. I'm not even sure the Callista 3 will move the needle too much. I would rather hit a Senatu if I were him, but we'll see what he can pull out here. There's a very strong chance that once he gets it, he could cheese out a win.
I don't
know if he can hit it.
Yeah, I don't think this is... I mean, I guess you could... Why would you put it in over the Senna? That's what I'm wondering. Big change.
The Senna just gives him too much on this board. Maybe next patch that'll be different. Aatrox 2 will be a beast, but we'll see. RC for Yasuo, pretty big as well. There's a lot of CC potential.
Like I said, that the front line, it's kind of weak. Front line
This is
feels
the
like
fight
something
for
might
this
need.
is the fight for top 4 right here.
Belveth holding an Edge of Night makes this board a lot scarier. And let me tell you what, the Belveth is cleaning up right now.
Oh, Katarina just whiffed.
Wow.
No healing on Cat, yeah. Wow.
1 HP for Stellar Minhey. Goobums goes out in 4th place.
Wow. The Callista 3 was really big there. It ended up being a pretty large differential in the fight.
That is just insane to me. Looking at the way that the Noxus boards could not hold up. It felt like they were put together so early.
Yeah.
But kind of everyone was by comparison, to be honest.
Yeah, everybody hit really early in this lobby. The thing about the Noxus board is Katarina had no healing, which is pretty killer for her. And also, Belveth will just naturally do well into Noxus boards because of her damage that scales off of enemy HP, right? So.
The Warwick the distance created by Poppy on the same side as the Kale is such a big difference.
Wait. Oh! Belveth's doing it! She's eating the coral. I think she can clean up the rest. It's up to the Poppy at this point. But this is a challenger Belveth. Oh, he has the Aatrox back up as well.
Whoa!
Oh, he actually... The Darkened Blade! He comes out, he pops out of the Maokai, slaps the Belveth down.
All right.
The Darkened Blade has done it.
So now Stellar Minhey only has to take down 45 HP on the other side without taking a single scratch.
Yeah.
That's not that hard.
Super easy. Yeah, super easy. It's going to come down to positioning. It's going to come down to being able to CC the rogues. The problem for Minhey here is he doesn't have much backline to bait the Zed, so he's going to go for the second row positioning here. This can backfire if Dripsa Kid puts the Katarina on the Kale side and she just hops over and, yeah. So basically does that, except it would have to be on the Kale.
just the way that the front line, you can kind of see it form together here as well. The way it's just trying to create distance between Kale and the rest of this. Now, there's no doubt that Stellar Minhey's board, I think, is more powerful at the moment. The question for me is, can Jubza put this together in time? So, that was minus 17 HP. That means they have 2 rounds now to complete this.
Right. And if you're Minhey, I think you're just looking for as much CC potential as you can get. So he gets the Vow. He wants to put it on the Jarvan here. Jubza grabs the Shojin. Didn't get to see what that was for. He might just be trying to itemize Gwen. Another smart thing Minhey here is doing that I really want to emphasize, because he's gaming the positioning a lot in this matchup, right? Even if Jubza puts the Zed or the Katarina in front of Kale, he's putting Poppy on the corner here so that she'll just toss whatever it is right away.
Yeah, I love the way that that's working out.
Yeah, really, really good position.
Jubza looking at the 2-star Heimer. Not this shop.
Oh, he put Kale on the backline this time. Is Zed?
Uh-oh.
Well, Poppy might toss the Aatrox here. It's a 50-50. She tosses Aatrox. Is Zed going to dip to the backline on the Kale?
Oh,
it looks like he gets tossed away as well. Oh, he's on the backline! Kale's dead! Oh, I think that's curtains for Minhey.
Wow.
Yeah. He gave it a good try, though. That was very, very good gameplay by him all around, I think.
And that is a positioning difference for sure, but that is kind of the nature of Rogue, is you have to guess it right every single time. The extra help everywhere and every step of the way leads Jubza to a pretty decisive first place finish, I think, all things considered.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was a crazy lobby.
I have got to say, it feels like Stellar Minhey wants to be the main character of the Freljord Cup. That was, I mean, I feel like the mantra of that game was subverting expectations, right? It was Stellar's in a great spot. He has the early 3-star Kale. Oh man, this is not looking too good for Stellar. Oh man, he has just enough gold to hit 9 on the final reserves. He's going to win the game. And then Jubza clutches it out. That was a roller coaster. I mean, I feel like there are endless things to talk about Admirable. The thing that stood out to me, obviously, we have the incredible Stellar Minhey run. There was also the Darius 3 on stage 3 that bought 4s. What does this lobby dynamic say to you?
What it tells me is that tempo truly is everything. Like, it doesn't really matter how strong your board can be if your opponents can easily outmatch it. Now, normally, that's one of the strengths, I think, of the Noxus build, is that you're trying to put together a powerful board, you're trying to push your opponents down so that they have to spend their gold, and then you outscale them by putting together 3-star units. In this game, a 3-star unit was not itemized fully. And so because of that, it took time for that to get online. And so by the time it got online, everybody else was hitting as well. Like, it's such a tiny little thing that I think happens pretty rarely in TFT. But if everyone is hitting, it's just going to be the most powerful board that got there. You don't have the opportunity to go every single line, so you can't just put together the most powerful board. So then how does that change? And just so many little tiny twists and turns here and there happen that I don't think there's a way to accurately predict that. If you're going to hit a 3-star Darius every single game, I'm going to take that every single time.
You know, Nico, you mentioned during the game that Jubza felt like he was probably chilling for quite a bit. I felt like a player who wasn't chilling was Setsuko, who was playing the Noxus line, saw that Covenel hit the 3-star Darius, but still somehow outplaced him. Can you kind of talk through what it looks like to be in that position of Setsuko's?
Yeah, I think that at that point, you kind of have to just like toss your hands up in the air and hope that you can hit the Cat 3. It's really, really risky with not only another golden ticket Noxus player being in the game where he can potentially contest you for Cat 3. There's also a Zed player who obviously the Zed players always want to reroll for Cat as well as a backup AP carry. So the fact that he hit it was really impressive. He did low roll not getting any healing on it, which I'm not sure how much of a difference that would have made in his placement. But all in all, considering how that lobby went, I feel like he's got to be happy with what he placed, because he played it really well. Just like, frankly, he took the placements where he could have gotten. That was a crazy lobby. I don't think that anybody who, you know, plays particularly poorly should be too pent up about it.
Yeah, all right. Well, with that said, we're going to take a look at the lobby scores to see what else was going on in the other lobbies. In Lobby A, Robin Songs, no stranger to being on top, although it feels like this tournament has not really sung the same song. In Lobby B, we saw that Jubza and Stellar Minhey. Lobby C, Dish Soap and Tlades. And then in Lobby D, TSM, Solus, and Bopster. You know, it feels like, Admirable, a lot of the players who were in that bottom half are actually kind of coming back, right? We're seeing Robin and Solus here coming out in the second half of the tournament with a first.
You're going to need it at this point too. But players are not sitting on healthy amount of points across the board at every single thing. It's just you can't do that. That's not possible. So when you're sitting at coming into game number 4 and you don't have a ton of points, you're not looking at just trying to print top 4s at this point. You're looking at trying to get big performances. We're looking at like top 3s, top 2s. Sometimes you're going to have to chase down first place finishes. If you were not in the top half coming into this round, you needed a strong top 4, not just a top 4 in general.
Yeah, all right. Well, moving on to the rest of the lobbies, we can check out how everybody else is doing. And I think Nathan brings up a great point in Nico here about it's not always just about placements, it's about the quality of your wins. And we are seeing here, there are some players that started winning and just have not stopped. K3 Soju, I know, has been having quite the performance today.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny. Soju and I have been talking on Discord like very, very little for the past few days. Every time he messages me, he always says sup. I'm always like, what, man? And he'll always say, I might be the best player on the server. And that's usually just the whole conversation. Just happens multiple times throughout days. And I mean, he's showing us though. Like his scores are definitely showing up today. So I'm happy for him. I'm excited. I hope he can continue this ride through today and into tomorrow as well.
All right, well, let's see how these lobby scores are impacting the big picture as we take a look at the overall player standings. We'll see, we had that bottom half before. A lot of those players still struggling. Both Lucky and Emily Wang not able to dig themselves out of that hole. And also, I think a very familiar face, Admirable, here is Pokygom.
Yeah, Pokygom's sitting in that spot. It's interesting to me because I feel like Pokygom's the one player where this isn't really a surprise to me. But if they're at the very top, that also wouldn't be a surprise to me. It'd be a surprise if Pocky was like sitting in the middle. I feel like this is the player who like gets it and he smokes everybody, or he's like a little too creative and does things like put an Assassin Spatula on a Callista 3 while you're at regionals in set 5. Where it's like, that's a nice try. You're going to take risks. They're not always going to work. Pokygom in this event, he took quite a bit of time off of competitive TFT. I feel like this is a creative set where he's going to be a strong player. This was not his tournament.
All right, well, we're going to be looking at a lot of those bubble players going into the last 2 games, Amdi and Tetsuko both being up there with some other familiar faces. Let's take a look, Nico, at the top 32. I mean, we can talk briefly about some of those bubble players, me for Wraith, JD Zlinski, Noster, but I feel like it's also worth talking about the people in that first column.
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy to see a lot of these names. I think that Minhey and Vile both, they're always kind of names that we've recognized and we're like, yeah, they're great players, they're great. But people are always hesitant to kind of put them in the top 15 list maybe. And I guess they just got tired of that. And then on the other hand, we have Milk, who's returning after, a few set-long breaks. I know he always wants to play the game in a certain way where he just goes for whatever he thinks is the best comp. So if he's finding success with that, then, his scores will obviously show it. And then a brand new name, to me at least, is Vanilla, who is one of the lab members I mentioned earlier today, and no doubt making them proud. So really, really cool stuff. I think we have a nice variety of like recognizable names and also old heads coming through.
Yep, absolutely. I think it's worth it to give a quick nod to the old faces you're mentioning. Kurum, Kiyun, Robin songs with that first back in the top 32. I think we're seeing a lot of diversity in this crowd, and shout out to the players we've mentioned before that have made their debut that showed up here. Billy being one of those players that's really showing up. So we are heading into the final 2 games. This is where the home stretch really gets serious. For those players in that first column, they're looking to lock in their bonus points going into tomorrow. And for all of those bubble players, this is where you have to show up. You are running out of chances as the tournament runs out. We've got 2 games left. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back in a couple minutes for Game 5 of the Freljord Cup. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 5 of the Freljord Cup coming up in just a little bit, but I've got Casanova and Crowan back on the mic. Crowan, we came out of that last game, and I feel like the thing that really stood out to me is as we see the day go on, it feels like what wins one lobby just bot fours in another.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of reroll comps in a nutshell. It's obviously we saw from the compositions coming in from week 1 of the competition, the reroll comps had an insane first place rate, but if you're not going first, you might be going last, especially if they're, you know, contested. The Kale spots, right? Looking at that last game, Cass and I were excited to be like, oh, can this Kale go first, right? 1 HP final reserves proc, can it happen? Some great positioning, but yeah, it's not able to quite get that first. But still, I mean, that is the difference of a Kale comp that can go first, right? Going to 9 versus the one that is stuck on level, you know, 6 through 8, is not able to make it, didn't hit early enough, and then just, you know, goes bot 4.
Now, Casanova, we have the Lobby H coming up. We've got Lobby H coming up in the next game, and I think there's a pretty interesting discussion here because we've got 4 players on the bubble: Keens, Billy, Liltop, and Kevchen, and this is a pretty big inflection point for these 4 players.
Yeah, exactly, right? When we get to game 5, you know, the penultimate game of the day, it really sets the stage for that final game. Now, everyone in this lobby can still potentially make it to day number 4, right? But Kambuli and Jaylin both need this game to be a first or a second to even have a shot, whereas people like Dish Soap and Soju really just need to not go 8th to feel comfortable. They're more playing towards the bonus points than even making it to the next day. But it is those bubble players you mentioned, right? Keens, Billy, Liltop, Kevchen. This is where they need to make sure they are solid. They need to look for top 4 after top 4 in these final 2 games in order to make it. They're looking at that bubble. They don't need to look at bonus points. They just need to play solid TFT and make sure they make it to the next day where they can fight again.
And Crowan, I think something you brought up earlier on in the show is the fact that we have these legends actually does allow you to pivot your playstyle. For some of those players that do need a first, there is a non-zero, I'm not going to say it's likely, but there's a non-zero chance that we see a Jaylin or a Camberley pull out the Dragon King. Yeah, or the River King.
It's almost like you read my mind. I actually wanted to talk about that next. So thank you very much for teaming me up on that, because yeah, that is where the legends can kind of come into play. We could be seeing Dragon King, especially players like Jaylin or Camberley, or I'm sure across the other lobbies as well. It's like, okay, how am I going to set myself up to go first? I can't guarantee that if I, you know, I'm in a reroll spot, I'm going to be the one high rolling, but it is, you know, if I can get to level 9, find those legendaries, right? Belveth, Ari, super good at those, you know, duo carries in the late game. Even like Aatrox is kind of a slept on unit. If you're able to, you know, tier 2 him, just passing around all those buffs the whole time, like those boards are so good. They can win against the cap reroll boards, or you know, capped kind of 4 costs as well. So definitely going to be looking for that. I think I will say likely to see a couple of them from the players who need to go like first, like, because why not, right? That's what you need to do in this situation.
Crowan, I want to add, we were watching on day 2 of the Freljord Cup, JD Zielinski, last 2 games, had to go one first or second, and he swapped to Dragon King to try and do it.
All right, well, we know it's possible. We'll have to see what happens in Game 5. You guys keep your eyes on those legends. I'll let you two have that. Enjoy game number 5 of the Freljord Cup.
Thank you so much, Gangly Crowan. We're jumping in. Mortal Bastion, Rupture, and Warlord's Palace. Everyone's staying away from the Bastion, but Rupture and Warlord's Palace as the potential options. A lot of people probably unhappy with this setup of 3 portals here.
Warlord's Palace is gonna be, you know, gonna be decent, but yeah, no one wants to have that banner. They have to position around a couple other units up. It's you know, not what players are gonna be preferring. We are gonna be going to Shurima and on board with Dish Soap. We talked about it, Cass. You mentioned Dish Soap and Soju. They're playing for bonus points. They're playing to not go 8-8. And Dish Soap, obviously one of the standouts last set alongside Setsuko. I think that was kind of the main narrative of set 8. And Dish Soap is going to be the one that's really hungry coming through to set 9. Not to say that in that kind of dichotomy there, Setsuko isn't, but, you know, Dish Soap did miss out on Worlds. No, he's definitely very strong player, best in North America, you know, kind of right up there, so doesn't want to miss out on it again.
Yeah, and I mean, in set 9 so far, Dish has already been, you know, a standout player as far as ladder results are going. He was absolutely gapping people early on. He had a massive lead in LP in the early stages of the game. Now Milk is the person kind of contesting with him, trading back and forth with that number 1 spot, but Dish has still been, you know, a very, very dominant ladder player, and we do expect a lot of him when it comes to tournament, and he's delivered so far, right? 9th place on day 1 is already, or day 3 is already fantastic result for Dish, and he's got 2 games to try and get to those bonus points.
He kind of had that arc where he was like, oh yeah, in tournament I was, you know, streaming on my Smurf just to get like the tournament like stream jitters out of the way, and then it seemed like from that point a couple sets ago he definitely started shaping up in tournaments. You expect to see him at the top, right? And you know, this tournament, of course, you know, all the way now in set 9, going to be more of the same. Expect big things out of him, and he has, like other players, right, gone towards the Orin play style. Latent Forge still going to be a fine option, even though it was nerfed a little bit. Now it's the item after 8-player combats, but expect that to kind of just be the default here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're still getting an Ornn item from a silver augment, which I think, you know, most people are very happy with that power, even though you have to play down an augment for, you know, the first 2 stages. It's overall okay because it's just a silver, and you know, it's a lot of power for the game that you end up getting. But kind of looking through some of the legends, actually the one that just stands out to me is Keen's playing Pengu. We heard Nico talking about this quite a bit, how some people are looking to favor that for the rerolls, trying to just make sure that you don't die too early. And you know, maybe even for playing for top 4. I don't know if Keen's has been playing Pengu all day, but he does just need to have some solid top 4 results, and maybe getting extra HP from playing Pengu is the way that Keen's wants to try and do that.
Yeah, definitely could look towards Piltover as well and get, you know, a big T-Hex. That's going to be a consideration there as well if you're not angling towards reroll, or you just find 2 on Piltover, right? I don't think we've seen too much of it at all, but still a potential, nothing that should be slept on. I see Dish Soap taking on Lil Top. Unified, I think, is actually the best silver augment, just, you know, data-wise. So going to be in just a fine spot from that situation. But like we talked about, getting Ornn Artifact is going to be fantastic. Just comes in a little bit later for that power.
Yeah, and Keen's, we look over here, not taking the Pengu augment, just going to go for army building instead, and having an early Noxus start here with the Katarina. Still holding a lot of pairs on the bench, so this is very flexible in which way Keen's can go. Looks like he is selling out, though, potentially committing towards Noxus. Army building is very good. If you do find one of the early 3 costs, you can just rip it to get an early 2-star and just win streak. So I'm curious where he goes with this spot, because it is Noxus, but he is staying on level 3, right, trying to make gold. It's not clear quite yet.
I was gonna say, it might as well not be a Noxus opener, right? You still get a little bit of those stats, but you're not gonna be winning. And if you're playing Noxus, right, you really want to get that, start getting that Conqueror, you know, percentage bonuses early as possible. The items are good for Noxus, they're just not there for the Darius yet, or Darius rather isn't there quite yet, so don't want to slam anything. But making Econ, maybe we have like a pretty good 3-2 roll down to stabilize, find the Noxus there, and kind of rubber band that loss streak into wins, but I'll have to see a bit later, as it'll probably just be a loss streak. Kevchen taking risky moves, and this is really, really nice actually if you're win streaking, because you're going to be able to get like still carousel priority in the early game as well, and then recover your economy later, and that 20 HP is oftentimes pretty worth it for that.
Yeah, of course. I was gonna say, speaking of econ, right, like this is a big econ start, and having the early Aurelia 2 and Jin 2 is perfect. I think you really want to win streak with risky moves, because you are already sacrificing that HP to get that extra gold. But if you're able to full win streak with it, that, you know, 20 HP probably doesn't matter that much in the long run with all that extra economy you're getting. It's just like getting all the lose streak gold for losing 20 HP. You just get it at the end for free, and you don't actually have to look for the lose streak.
Yeah, that definitely is. Unfortunately, going to lose this though. Gameplay player pushing level 5 before a carousel, and this is something that's not super uncommon in tournament play, especially once people get more I will say more comfortable with the meta and stuff. You get to be like, okay, I have a really high tempo spot, so I'm going to push levels, pressure the rest of the lobby, and then you know, it especially comes out if you want to be the player to top 4, and if you're a player that's, you know, on the bubble like you were talking about, you just want to have some safe top 4s, that could be a way to do it.
All right, but taking a look at the items, I mean, there is a spat on this carousel. I'm always curious when that happens. Where is this going to go? Is it going to help someone cap a board? Little Top finds it. It's a spat on a Zed, and Zed reroll actually is a comp that does like to find one spatula, as long as they can find the rest of the items that they need, of course. But being able to go Slayer Spat is massive for that comp's ability to cap out. We are going to take a look at Kambuli. This is one of our players who does need to find either a first or a second to really hold on to a chance making it to day 4 and starting out with a full win streak. Very strong board. Pushed that level 5 early to ensure that win streak continued.
Yeah, I guess the thing is for me looking at this board is there's nothing that screams like, oh, I really need to first place this, besides just like hopefully tempoing out, having a strong opening board, which it is, slamming any single items that it gets, but it's not anything like a, you know, Dragon King or I'm going early Piltover. Still going to be okay though. If they're able to at least win streak out of stage 2. Component buffet is decent as well, right? You're gonna be able to pick and choose your components whenever you get them. Even something as small as that belt onto the Cho'Gath might be making a difference in this fight, as it's a close one. That Soraka's gonna be healing back up, but this is a big deal for Campoli. Potentially streaking forward, a couple more autos, and yes, does get it.
Yeah, he needs that win streak. His econ would have been absolutely decimated.
It would have been actually game over, right? Like,
losing
it feels
that.
like...
Oh, for sure, right? He's definitely not going first from that spot with no economy whatsoever.
Yeah, even this spot's still like really scary. The set 2 upgrade feels good in the fact that, okay, my win streak into Krugs at least is a lot safer. But still, the economy, you're gonna need to get like a lot of gold drop on Krugs to still feel good about it, or high roll some natural level 6 or 7 shops to go in a good direction as well, because there's not even any way to make 20 here, even winning the round and selling everything on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, Dish actually did end up in that kind of doomed scenario, right? Lost his win streak, has 16 gold on a 1 loss here. It's certainly not where you want to be in any matter of speaking, right? He's got 98 HP, which is of course good, but that will dwindle quickly if his econ is not allowing him to keep up with the lobby's tempo.
Yeah, the no Ionia does make this set, you know, not tanky, because usually if you're running a set early game, it's going to be the 3 Ionia, so he gets that 200 HP buff constantly. Is going to be surviving because of that upgrade though, and this fight might actually be a set 2 diff. Perhaps not, but either way, still a nice upgrade to find and ensures that round win. As we look on back over to the, you know, Noxus board that has 5 loss streaked. BT slam onto the Darius, at least finding a Darius to solidify that direction, right? You're not gonna have to roll that much once we get to stage 3 and 3-2, unless you want to make sure that you get the 6 Noxus online, which eventually you do, right? But at what point? I think it goes back to a point that Gangly brings up a lot, which is important about spot recognition, right?
Oh my god!
Wait
what?
a minute.
And this is army building, so Darius 2 very soon as well? That's illegal.
That's crazy.
I'm calling Bryce. I need,
need a lawyer on this one.
I need a lawyer on this one.
That's legal. More dog blessed Keens here in this one.
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
crazy.
I mean, just a Katarina 2 for free. Being able to just set this up. And that's really nice for Keen to turn this around, because as you know, we talked about not getting the Noxus Conqueror stacks yet, had that full loss. Now you can use stage 3 to win streak instead, turn things around, get as many stacks as possible, try and get, you know, if you can get 4 stacks here, 5 stacks here, that's going to put you in a really solid position heading into stage 4.
Yeah, the thing is as well, yeah, that duplicator can be used as soon as you get a Darius pair to just tempo, right? Getting these wins to get that Noxus kind of bonus going in stage 3 is going to be really important. But also there's no Katarina items available yet, which is concerning, because there's only 5 components total. The glove could go to Katarina, right? But you're probably going to want to prioritize like an IE for the Darius, especially because he already has the BT. 50 HP is pretty low for 3-1. So I think Keynes is going to have to roll down kind of significantly at 3-2. Unified is gonna be decent. Yeah, Pandora's, but I guess players see Unified at silver.
Yeah,
it's like, yes, this is the pick.
And that's totally fair, right? I think if not for Unified, Pandora's feels like a reasonable option, because you do have some items here that you do want to kind of correct for your Katarina too. However, it does make a lot of sense to go in that spot. But 5 cats, it's pretty nice. Has army building still, right? So this can look to go for a fast Katarina 3 instead of just playing for the Darius.
Oh, there we go.
And yeah, considering Darius 2 being found in that shop, some of these shops have been really blessed for Keens. And that is necessary considering where this spot has been, you know, dropping so low, not having the items that you need just yet.
Yeah, I was almost thinking, is there any world where, I mean, there's a pair of Nasus, right? If we keep rolling, not hitting the Darius, but find like a Nasus 2, does that make its way into the board and we just play 3 Noxus for a while? Don't have to think about that, right? Because the double Noxus, or double Darius shop came through and running 6 Noxus. The item disparity, though, is the big concern for Keens. The rules were decent, still being able to make, you know, 10 gold, 20 gold next turn and stuff means this game is maybe salvageable, but still not. Well, I guess maybe winning here. I was gonna say not winning here, but Callista with these items doesn't really do that much.
I mean, necessary win. Has to start getting those wins. Has to start stacking up Conquer. Has to stop losing HP. Frankly, right? This is getting to the point where you're falling way too low for the comp that you're playing, because you are gonna hit a power trough where you're trying to hit your 3 stars, and certainly need to get there. As we get a little top.
What's happening here?
Slayers in. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up to what Lil Top is doing. He's got the Slayer spat. It feels like a Zed reroll, but then what is up with this? He's got a Lissandra too. Maybe he just found that early. He was just playing it to try and make his board stronger, but he's gone on a 3 loss streak. This feels like, I feel like I've seen like Eniko tweet things where he's like, what's wrong with this picture? And it's like he's screenshotting a board, and it's like, how does this make any sense? And Lil Top being on a 3 loss with all those like made units feels really weird, but I guess he must have just now rolled down very hard and he made some extra units. Probably -1 gold on the Lissandra.
Yeah, there's a lot to actually consider with all those options that we just saw. My brain was going like, okay, we can just go some random Slayer Akshan variant. There's a Runans already with the components available. We can slam that, hope to get some extra damage with like a DB later. I don't know how we would even consider fitting 3 Shreema and all the stuff that it wants to play, and Freljord as well, right? That's why the Lissandra 2 is there, because there was a potential Akshan angle. Just a strange board though, but now pivoting back into that Slayer angle, it's good, right? Zed always wants to make use out of the Slayer emblem, but there's not really Zed items though. So how does Lil Top make this, you know, kind of Slayer commit happen? Is it going to be I'm playing Slayers as more tempo style of play, as we saw earlier, go to level 8, duo carry a Gwen, but in this case maybe duo carry an Akshan?
Okay, so this is actually the exact board I wanted to see, and we get to see it because I noticed on the side the Recombobulator was taken. It was taken by Jaylin here, and it looks like it was just to get a couple of upgraded 2 costs and find a couple 4 costs. A lot of times you'll see this with like, someone gets an early 2-star 3 cost, and then they hit the Recombobulator on 3-2, and they're like, all right, bet, I'm down, give me just whatever 2-star 4 cost here on 3-2, make it work. But that wasn't really the case here. Able to find a pair of Kaisas, still has 50 gold. Not the weakest board ever, but I think hitting, Soraka 2 was probably a bit of a low roll. I'm trying to think about the 2 costs, and it feels like Soraka's not the most power that you're going to get, but it does complement this front line and make it a bit tankier. It gives time for the Kaisa.
Yeah, it's okay. This must have been a spot where the other options were just like, I never want to take those, and my board not really satisfied with right now, so hopefully I high roll the Recombobulator, right? There's a pair of Kaisas. There's a world that those solo 3-cost units could have all rolled into the same 4-cost unit if you're really, really lucky. But even the items are okay for the Kaisa, right? The Shiv and the Jewel Gauntlet, very serviceable. The Ornn item being the Sniper's Focus is good for her as well. So unfortunately, while that fight wasn't a win, there's still potential for going level 7 after Wolves, rolling into a Kaisa 2 that board does turn to be stable. So not the worst case scenario, just, not the best either.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels rough to be just in that spot with such low HP as well, right? Like Jaylin might have been looking for that Hail Mary, as you talked about, maybe just trying to hit a couple of the same 4 cost on that Recombobulator, try and hit that high roll, try and find a way to bail out of a spot that is certainly rough for trying to play for, that first or second place, when that's what you really need in this game, when it's feeling very much like a bot 4, and usually you would just be playing to try and get as many placements as possible.
Oh, still losing though. The Kaisa 1 just isn't enough. Jaylin 25 HP on Wolves. You really, really hate to see it. That level 7, as I kind of spoke about a bit ago, needs to be really, really good in terms of the roll down. It's not even like we're angling to have, a capped Ionia or, Challenger Ionia variant either. There's a Irelia 1, set 1 on the bench. no Yasuo items besides for a bow that can hopefully turn into an RFC, right? But then again, you're not going to get that many items off of this round. Probably.
Yeah, I'd honestly like to see Jalen start play very greedy here, right? Like, you do need to go to 7 and roll a bit, of course, or you're just going to die immediately, but try and hit the Kaisa, right?
Kaisa on
there
6.
we go. I was going to say, you know, you hit the Kaisa, you try and hit a little bit more frontline, and you actually stop. And you try and econ a little bit back up so that you can start to try and play for that first. It doesn't feel like a first spot by any means, but that's Jalen's only hope, right? So you just try and go for the highest roll you possibly can. You don't roll too deep.
Jalen feels like they need to roll just a little bit deeper, however, and there's a Yasuo in the shop finally. After the Nasus 2, yeah, there was potential to stop there, and they're going to be swapping some items over.
Yeah,
I actually really like this. Shoujo on Kaisa is fantastic. You can move the Shiv over to an Azir to give 3 Shurima. I actually would like to see the Sunfire moved over from the Vi, or Vi being sold and put onto the Nasus in a bit. But this Kaisa is going to be Jalen's saving or grace. And again, Jalen's in a spot where, like you're saying, I think needs to play pretty greedy because they need this game to be a first or a second to have any shot moving into day 4.
See, Jalen does end up picking up the Yasuo. I was actually curious because it did look like he was going to skip it and just commit to playing this kind of like Shurima Kaisa situation, because that's kind of the units that he had hit, but he does end up picking it up, leaving that option open to still go for the Yasuo and the Ionia, even though I do like the board that he built. I think Jalen did a really good job of just building like this Shurima Challenger cobbled together board. There you go. He's swapped it over to the Nasus. I think he's kind of doing everything right. We said he's got to play a little bit greedier. I think he did roll deeper than I initially was thinking, like, hey, you might need to be even greedier than that, but he's still able to make 20 like right after, and he's got a solid board. We'll see if Jalen, if it did enough, he's gonna have to greed really hard here, try and make it to like level 8 and get something good going.
Yeah, this is still by no means Jalen's like not out of the water. It's still a rough spot thinking about this comp wanting a duo carry, and Azir's not usually the one, not really ever the one that fits into this, but the board is just, you're playing what you hit. This is going to have to be creative TFT at its kind of finest, that, you know, push it to the limit here. And this Kaisa just does so much damage with Sniper's Focus, and that was the difference of that fight. It was close, so I'm even more scared for Jalen now, actually, with how close that fight was.
To be fair, Billy also sent it down, right? Because he's on 12 HP here. Billy sent it down. He got, you know, he built the best board that he could build, and it just wasn't quite as good as what Jalen was able to hit. So I do think that might not be an indication of the overall lobby strength right now. Billy should be one of the stronger boards, you would hope, considering the gold he spent to just try and get stronger. So we'll see if Jalen can continue to find that win streak, but getting the win there is massive. We took a look here at Little Top. He has committed to the Zed. He's actually very close to hitting the Zed. He's on a win streak with just the Z2. Doesn't even have IE. He's still been able to win streak. The Vampiric Blades as well helping out with that, and also just Slayer Katarina being such a powerful unit.
Yeah, Bronze Ticket, Unified, those are going to be some solid silver augments for this composition. Hopefully going to hit the Zed soon because of the Bronze Ticket. No IE though, yeah, that is going to be a bit worrisome, especially going into this composition. If Zed ever gets to the Kaisa, needs to be able to take her out very quickly, but we might not even get there at all, right? The Rogue proc is going to take it to the Azir, but no, Lil Top is going to start losing again. But Jalen did send it, you know, down pretty hard, and Billy still having sent it is on, what was that, 12 loss streak? Maybe that was 13 there, has lost almost every round in this game. Billy needs this round to be big to have a chance of turning it around.
Yeah, Billy, one of our new competitors, right? First big tournament that he's playing in, and he's had a really great day so far. He is a bubble player here in the top 64, but an 8th here would put him in a very tough spot, essentially requiring him to turn it around, find something like a first to even have a shot to make it to day 4. So really trying to avoid that 8th place, but right now it's feeling pretty inevitable.
Yeah, and that really just puts the pressure on. Like, Billy really just, you know, like you're saying, needs to avoid the 8th. It might not be possible, however. Billy currently at 19 points. That would bring him to 20 with the 8th place, and yeah, he would need a first or a second after that. Moving over to Cambuli, however, this is some more just, okay, I'm going to play tempo, play strongest board, and all right, I hit an Azir, that's going to be the angle. Shiv, Gauntlet, going to be going there. go level 8 as well, but there's no pairs, no pair of Azir. There's a Gwen 1 potential, so we're still far away from being strong, but slamming every single item, right? This could just turn into a typical Azir Lux kind of duo carry comp. Just need to find all the other units, but the econ potential to recover is there.
Looks like Billy might not be long for this world here. The Vel'Koz has to get another big cast off, take out a lot of these units. He hits really hard, but
ooh, no,
doesn't quite hit hard enough, or does he? The Sona being able to finish things off, and those sword blasts just snowballing after the fact. Billy gonna hang on one more round. Jaylin actually takes a loss, so he's been able to greed quite a bit before taking one. He greeded to 4-5 before actually taking a loss. He's got a lot of gold. Actually, Jaylin maybe gonna be able to go 8 and just find a spot from here, because he can take one more loss in stage 4.
Billy needs to win this round to hit Vel'Koz 3 and have a chance, but the board isn't going to be as strong as we expect from a 4 multicaster 4 sort kind of board. Billy needs the positioning to be good, you know, dodge the potential Zeds and really just kind of high roll the matchup here.
Yeah, most of our bubble players actually sitting towards the bottom of this lobby. Kev Chen actually the only exception near the top, right? Little Top Keens and Billy all very low HP. It is going to be Dish Soap running into Billy once again. A Shroud hitting the Vel'Koz, slowing down a lot of the damage. And there's the Kai'Sa ripping through everything. And that is a big Zhonya's. But the cast, it goes too early. And because of that, the Kai'Sa will be able to finish off the Vel'Koz. Billy goes down. Jaylin takes one more loss. That's the last one he is allowed for this game. Right before we hit the Warlord's Palace. This is the portal we are on. Let's see what people grab. And there's an Ornn item in it. Double Sniper's focus for your carries, but it's going to be a pass on that Tactician's Crown. Gonna skip that one as well.
Spicy options. Need some frontline items.
Ooh, Eternal Winter's a pretty good frontline item.
And it gets the Obsidian Cleaver, which is going to give a lot of value as well. I guess not that much because we do already have a Shiv, but that's still okay. Eternal Winter is just super valuable. Jaylin does need to go level 8. We can wait the 20 seconds because you still make econ after the treasure armory comes through, then go to 8, hopefully find a Azir 2, find some more frontline as well, because that Nasus with the Eternal Winter is going to be good, but it's not going to be able to, you know, stand toe to toe against some of these other compositions, especially like the one we saw Dish Soap already having a, you know, fully itemized Kai'Sa 2. I'm sure there's other really capped boards as well, especially as everyone's going to be re-rolling it down here at 5-1. Can't believe hits Azir 2, but now can Jaylin find it in just a few rolls?
He just needs the one Azir signs out of Heimer. He finds it.
Gets it. That's big.
He's got the Jarvan as well. I know he's holding on to this Lux, trying to play like Azir Lux instead, but I do feel like this Kai'Sa is going to be so massive for you. This is kind of your comp. Maybe if you just end up on a Lux 2, you can make that switch. But this is a pretty strong board for Jaylin. I wonder if it is strong enough in this lobby. Kambu Lee does have the Lux Azir, but it does feel like this Kai'Sa variant with the items that are on the board has to be stronger. It's just the difference of that Shroud, though, that hit the Kai'Sa and the Rise. Shurima Rise with the early CC. Kai'Sa going to get one more cast off, though. Jaylin still going to stay alive.
Yeah, that mana burn is super scary. Augment is just so good, but wasn't able to do enough there. Jaylin hangs on, but even still, Jaylin's spot, while it might, you know, go 6th, go 5th, maybe even 4th, right? Still needs the 1st, but that is not a first place looking spot. This Soap greeted 1 turn, went to level 8, playing Challenger Karma just to have, you know, a solid board, even though that the Kallista's not going to be doing that much with the Shojins. This Soap is playing high tempo, playing for the top 4, and that's kind of all he needs to do, right? So I really like that recognition and that playstyle adaptation.
Yeah, I mean, Dish can still find his way into the bonus points here. 24 points started this one. Soju gonna be able to Zephyr on to the Azir, so it's all up to Kai'Sa for now. It's also a Juggernaut Yasuo on the side of Soju, gonna be tanking up quite a bit. Still alive, still untouched, but now there's plenty of time for the Kai'Sa to get casts off. Azir untouched as well. Looks like Jaylin gonna stay alive again. Big damage onto Soju, who's gonna fall to single digits. Keen's falls to single digits as well. Keen's at 19 points coming into this, can take a 7th and still make it to day 4, but it will require a massive game 6 if that's the case. So Keen's really desperately looking to scrounge every single point possible.
Yeah, this is really, really close with like the bottom 5 even, right? Camperly and Little Top probably have 2 lives left, but everybody else, it's do or die right now, especially the Zephyr was good maybe to save some HP for Soju, but he's going to need to do it again. Juggernaut Yasuo has a lot of staying power, but this is by no means Bis Yasuo. It's like double Vow Sunfire Irelia as well. Soju's just kind of pieced together whatever he could manage.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like his first earlier with the Zon Akshan, but this is just not as powerful, and he didn't have the same tempo that he had last time, right? So he's not able to fully cap it out the way that he was able to previously, but it's still creative TFT trying to make it work. It's not paying off this time around, but Keens has gone down, and Soju looks like he'll lose this fight, but not by many units. It looks like he has held on for a 6th.
Yeah, there's no way that Keens is going to be dying by less HP. Soju unfortunately does go out, but was in a good spot where even a 6th is probably fine. Maybe not for bonus points, but for making it to a day 4. And Soju's really good at that. Soju's usually really good at making the final day, especially the past few sets of competition. But still, a couple more players going to be on the chopping block. Jaylin has made it this far, but how far can he take it?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to watch. I feel like regardless of the result on this game, Jaylin should be really proud of what he did in this game. The spot that he had felt really rough. He did get pretty lucky with that hit on the Kaisa, so there is, of course, that you got to be happy with, but from how much HP he lost early, he's been able to stabilize quite well, turn himself into a top 4 potentially here from what looked like an uncontested 8th.
Yeah, and even like a no item Lux 2 with this hit is going to be pretty massive. Lux will still do some relevant damage, especially 2 Sorkas in there with the Swain. The composition, usually it's Kaisa Yasuo or an Azir Lux, not generally Kaisa and Azir Lux, but hey, make do, right? It's impressive. And we have Shroud as well. It gets thrown onto the Azir. This is Shroud the Aphelios, and that might be a fight difference here. We'll see.
Yeah, trying to slow down that damage as much as possible. But the Freljord gets a big proc, and Aphelios snipes the Kaisa, autoing her down. And that's going to do it for Jaylin. Going to take a 5th here. That's going to be his tournament as well. But, fighting back, trying his very best to try and make it, try and get that top 4, trying to get that first. Only able to turn that into a 5th. Lil Top hanging on. Kambuli, our other player. Kambuli needing that first place. And it looks like that might not be in the cards for him either.
Yeah, playing the Azir Lux, and yeah, the Lux Azir items are pretty good, but no items on the Jarvan, not even a Jarvan pair. This looks like a game where you typically be like, oh yeah, top 4, nice, I take those, but Camberley did need a bit more. Probably gonna end up, I guess you don't need to sell the Talia, because you have 2 Shrouds here with the mana burn, shrouding middle, and then whichever side you choose. Gonna be going up against the Aphelios yet again.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Aphelios. Does it claim another victim? The Jarvan with a really great stun, but look at this Gwen just ripping through the backline. Doesn't quite get the jump towards the Lux and the Azir. That would have been huge, but the front line has gone down, and it's up to the Aphelios. Big stun from the Heimer towards the end of that fight. Wow. And that makes all the difference. Kambuli gonna go down in 4th. That's gonna be his tournament as well. Little Top and Kev Chen, 2 of our bubble players, fighting for these top 3s, but already top 3 is huge for each of these players going into the final lobby.
Yeah, that's big. Dish Soap actually has saved a lot more HP than I expected him to. I mean, that Kaisa with Zhonya's does a lot of work. That's definitely one of her kind of best in slot items. She wins a lot of crazy 1v1s at the end, especially versus things like a Zed that can just one-tap her randomly. But no, the Zhonya's, I think, making a really big deal. But the bigger thing to talk about here is that Aphelios is just like win streaking throughout a whole entire couple of stages. And usually Aphelios is the board that you're like, okay, I guess I have the items for Aphelios, or I guess I rolled a few Aphelioses, so I'll go that route. But it doesn't really contest lobby wins that often.
Yeah, I was going to say, examining Kev Chen's augments as well, it's not particularly insane as far as combat is concerned, right? Cybernetic Bulk, quite good, right? You do need that extra front line, let Aphelios ramp up, and then Know Your Enemy, of course, a very strong combat augment, but it doesn't feel like anything egregious, like, oh, of course he's win streaking, these combat augments are insane. It might just be a lobby strength thing where a lot of players were stuck having to roll very aggressively, and KevChen maybe hit early enough that he's just been able to stabilize into people who are low rolling a little bit. But I'll have to take another look at his board, kind of really dissect it a bit more to fully tell, as the Zephyr can hit Callista. So Kaisa is free to go for Dish. It's going to be doing a lot of damage here, and Lil Top not being able to find BIS items for this Zed. He's not doing the insane amount of damage that we're used to. He's still doing quite a bit. Maybe it's enough with all this extra healing. He keeps the rest of his board alive with the Gunblade as well, able to keep some supporting cast members helping him out. And it looks like it was enough, actually. Take down Dish here.
I thought maybe that Aatrox HP that goes to the Kaisa would allow for one more cast. Wasn't quite the case there. But I think those are some great points that you brought up about just this lobby being a little bit low roll. Everyone was kind of forced to roll down, not hit, play these weird boards that they're just trying to top 4 with. It seems like nobody in this game is in a quote-unquote like ideal situation or really high rolling, and that's when Aphelios can really shine, especially as we're talking about not having those, you know, stacking combat augments. So your enemy of course being the good one, but the others being just, you know, pretty average.
Yeah, and I mean, we got a quick glimpse at KevChen's synergies. He's got fantastic synergies, really beautiful. That Bruiser emblem actually helping out a bit as well, giving just even more HP. And then I think also having just such good Gwen items has allowed for having that carry in the mid game, where Gwen is so strong stage 4, early stage 5, helping to ensure that KevChen could have this win streak, as we do finally see it get snapped. He does lose to Dish Sub here.
Yeah, barely though, and it's still like crazy to be like, oh, that fight was that close. Aphelios almost did it. But as you mentioned, yeah, the Gwen duo carry having 3 good items, and the Heimer as well, right? The double shrink and the Mechano to spread it means that Aphelios doesn't, you know, need to have Last Whisper, as, you know, the Freljord proccing as well is going to be reducing the armor, mana reaving, as well as, you know, just having the extra 100 HP for the whole board. Like you mentioned from the Bruiser emblem, a lot of really small things have come together into a point where KevChen can now consider going to level 9. It looks like that is going to be the direction, as opposed to rolling for Aphelios 3. Could even do both though, as there's 5 Aphelioses, could eventually go there. And oh, great position from KevChen to dodge the Zephyr. That's so good.
Dodge the Zephyr. He's on right side against the Zed. I mean, just everything correct here for KevChen, but that's a massive Heimer grenade. And the Aphelios gets taken out by the Gwen and the Katarina. KevChen taking a big hit. And Lil Top is still threatening for a top 2, top 1 with this goofy Zed with his Hextech Gunblade.
The Zed that you're not really that happy about, right? Apparently, but Lil Top is very happy, especially even winning up against the Ghost of Dish, or yeah, the Ghost board there. Dish Soap takes the loss. Getting into the stage 6 carousel. Slayer emblem, Zephyr.
You're not giving that to Lil Top, are you? Yeah. Dish knows better. Dish knows better. Like, no, thank you. I would rather you not have 6 Slayer in, because that will make up for your damage flaws. But there we go. Invoker for Lil Top instead. And Dish not going to be able to make use of the... Well, he does have 1 Slayer in. He can get 2 Slayer in. Maybe just Slayer Yasuo. He doesn't have any items on it, so... Give it some Omnivamp, I guess. I don't know. Give it something.
I mean, you might as well. Not only is it denied, but it's actually useful. Aatrox too, actually, with Challenger, 6 Challenger. This could be a crank. And okay, does remake the Callista, so this Yasuo is maybe a threat now. Not maybe, he is going to be a threat now. It just depends on where he will land in these fights. Going up against Lil Top. And then we're going to see KevChen versus a Ghost, but KevChen not really in lethal range. Unless it's a big loss.
Dish with the random Aatrox 2 makes that Slayer emblem so much better for him as well, because he gets to deny it and give his Aatrox 2 Slayer. That ended up working out way better than you'd ever think for Dish. And yeah, look at the healing, just surviving.
That's insane.
This Aatrox going crazy, is going absolutely nuts against Lil Top. Bought so much time. Zed doesn't get the one shot on to Kaisa. Kaisa might be able to get one more cast, take out the Zed. More CC from the Yasuo. Does look like, one more cast. Here's the Kaisa. Is it enough? It is.
Yes.
Little Top goes down in 3rd. Massive for Dish. Oh, Dish actually wins here. Ghost board found the win on the left side. I wasn't even paying attention. I was so locked in to the Aatrox, but Dish finds a 1st place with that Aatrox carry.
Aatrox diff there. Challenger. I looked at it being like, oh, this is going to be a real threat. I didn't expect it to be that much of a threat, though. Even I'm surprised with how dominant that fight was.
You two weren't expecting the 6 Challenger Aatrox versus the Gwenathelios level 9 board at the end of this game? You didn't see that one coming, Casanova?
You know, really, just as much as I was expecting to see so much Gwenathelios this weekend, you know, I knew people were going to fast 9 for Aatrox carries. You know, the Challenger Aatrox, though, of course, you know, that one I didn't see. No, none of it made any sense to me.
Listen, Crowan, we talked a lot about that game. I think you two actually made a very, very good point that this was kind of a weird lobby. The tempo of it was strange. The lobby strength was different. And sometimes I think it speaks to, in TFT, you can't just expect to play the game the same way every single game, because sometimes the lobby strengths are just all over the place.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that I'm realizing more and more as the day is going on, that people are more willing to play these kind of weird spots. And I think players kind of learned to do that in the last patch, because everyone's playing, you know, Azir Lux or Kai'Sa Yasuo. So it's like, okay, if I don't hit that, what am I gonna do with my board, right? And so you have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to find these weird boards, make them work, and kind of push them into a top 4 situation, because you're not gonna be able to get that super capped, you know, reroll board or just exactly what we want every single game. And players being willing to do that is really, really good sign. And that game was, I think, a weirder exception to that, because everybody did that, not just 1 or 2 players, but still well played by, you know, a lot of players in that lobby. Dish Soap and Jalen, of course, I think coming to mind first there, though. Even though Jalen wasn't able to top 4 it, still impressive to not go AF that game.
I want to hone in on a specific moment in stage 2 that you two both did talk about. This was Camberley looking to push the streak and not making econ unless they won that round, right? And in the end, Camberley being able to scrape out a top 4. And whenever I see those moments, I think to myself, what if that fight in stage 2 had gone different? Sometimes we're so focused on the end game state of TFT, we kind of forget, Casanova, that the decisions we make in the beginning of the game can have huge effects on the game at large.
Yeah, it's crazy because it does make a huge difference, right? If he loses that fight there, I don't think he's top 4ing, right? Considering the only top 4 is from that spot where he win streaks the whole time. But on the flip side of that, showing how much every single stage matters so much is Dish Soap. He lost that fight after committing very hard to win streaking early. He was at 16 gold, lost his streak, and he took a first that game because of how well he played the mid game, how well he played stage 3, how well he played stage 4, even though his stage 2 did not go to plan. So I think to what your point, to what you're saying, every stage is so massively impactful on the game, because that stage 2 for Camberley set up for him to make this top 4, but that stage 2 from Dish Soap had to be mitigated in your stage 3, in your stage 4.
Yep. All right, let's take a look at how the rest of the lobbies panned out as we have those ready. This, keep in mind, is a very important part of the tournament. Stellar Minhey taking another first in this tournament. Soul is coming up big. Setsuko and T-Boy in Lobby B. In Lobby C, Phoenix X Niamo, and Lobby D, Degree, and Vanilla. Vanilla, another top 8 placement player who's coming up on top. Honestly, Casanova, I feel like we're seeing both the bounce back of the people at the bottom, but also the pulling away of the people at the top.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, Stellar with another first place. I mean, this guy is absolutely beast mode on everybody right now. You know, Setsuko, of course, going to try and continue to be towards the top, look for those bonus points. But Vanilla was another person that's been so impressive today, staying near the top. I think Stellar and Vanilla are probably not even going to need that much help to get some good bonus points going into day 4.
All right, let's take a look at the back half of the lobbies that took place for game 5. We can see Lobby E, Philip and Soul Reaver in the top 2. Lobby F, TSM Kyun and Goobums taking the top 2. Robin and Appies with another top 2 on the day. Another one of those players that really seems to be pulling ahead. And obviously, like we saw with Lobby H, Dish Soap, and KevGen. Now, Crowan, I feel like we could talk about these lobbies, but I think the most interesting thing to see here is kind of what these scores actually mean. So let's save this conversation and look right to the overall standings right now, as we can see the bubble players all the way down to, unfortunately, Crowan, some of the players that are just out of the tournament.
Yeah, given the fact that you're gonna need generally 28 points to advance, maybe 27, you know, you can say goodbye to most players on the right hand side of this graphic, unfortunately. And that sucks, right? Because there's some players that we had really high expectations for, especially, you know, Pocky coming back into the space, Wage and Iverson making huge waves last set as well. But sometimes, you know, not every tournament can be your tournament, right? But it's just gonna be these bubble players, everyone on the left hand side, to really look at. Play some Dragon Kings, play for the win. You're gonna have to do something there, but there are a lot of players, right, that are aiming to do well, especially, you know, JD Zielinski coming in off of someone dropping out, right? JD got that kind of redemption, is gonna be really feeling the pressure here in this final game.
Back in the Set 8 Mid-Set Finale, we saw that Malala was one of those players that squeaked in through the tiebreaker, made it all the way to the final lobby. So it's not unheard of. And Cass, I mean, the thing that stands out here is the 3-point gap of Stellar Minhey. But of course, we also have all these bubble players all the way on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, the bubble players, right? You mentioned JD, the ability to, you know, Dragon King is something you called out. JD did this on day 2. He needed 2 first or second place. You need to go 1-2 or 2-1 in order to make it to the actual amount of points needed to qualify for day 3. He played Aurelion Sol both games, played for first. He didn't get to do the full Dragon King thing, but he was going for it. That was his angle, and he made it to the right amount of points. He just lost the tiebreaker to get in, and he was fortunate enough that someone did not play, so he got to come through again. I wouldn't be surprised if JD's like, all right, Dragon King, let's go. I'm going to try and get that win. And a lot of these other players, they might have that spot. If they've prepped for it, they prep to try and aggressively play for that first. These bubble players are the people you have to look at to be trying to do that.
And it is so scary to just look at how many of those bubble players there are, right? If we're talking about 27, 28, 29 points sometimes, depending on how it all plays out, you're looking at all these players 26 and under, that there's a world you take 27 points, you don't make it to the next day. There are so many people left in this tournament. And Crone, I feel like there's this theory, right, where it's like if you're riding your bike and you see a pebble in the road and you think to yourself, oh, I'm not gonna hit the pebble, I'm not gonna hit the pebble, I'm not gonna hit the pebble. You're always going to hit the pebble. And there are all these players that, in a way, they do kind of have to just don't go 8th. Just don't go 8th. But there is a certain like psychological thing there, right, Grown, where it's like you can't think about it too much.
No, really, especially, you know, coming from my competitive experience, right? It's like, oh, having that mindset just like psychs you out. It's just, you know, it's just one game, whatever, gonna approach it the same way that I usually do. And I think I see a lot of that in TFT players, especially if it's just like, no, I'm just gonna play how I usually do. I'm not gonna psych myself out. I'm not gonna say, oh, this hasn't been working, so I'm gonna pivot and try some other kind of play style. It's just play your game, play what you're comfortable with, play what you practice. Don't think about that pebble at all. Just, you know, avert your eyes. It's not there. It doesn't exist. If you don't see it, it can't hurt you, right? So
that's right. Ride your bike with your eyes closed. That's the advice we're getting here.
That's the advice that I'm giving.
Cass Crowan, this is the last we're going to see you on the day, but you will be back tomorrow. But I'm going to give you to the floor. Cass Crowan, you guys want to give a few words before you sign off for the day?
Honestly, I'm just impressed. I think like today has been some really excellent TFT. I honestly thought we're just going to see like the standard rerolls, and then we'll see like a Yasuo and we'll see a Lux, and like that's kind of how things are going to go. And if people low roll, they'll lose, and if they don't low roll, they'll do fine. But instead, we've seen some really creative boards, some really exciting TFT. It gives me a lot of faith in like the future of just NA TFT for this set. I think people, maybe as Crone said, did learn a lot last patch, even if it was just trying to force these two comps. They learned, the good players learned how to adapt, right? They learned that they have to be able to play these unique creative boards, and we got to see that on full display today, and I hope that we get to see even more of it tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. I was prepping to watch some VODs later, be like, all right, what players do I want to look at? Stellar Minhey, I think, is how we're going to lead this off at. Stellar Minhey, no matter what happens in the final game, they have already impressed. You could say the same for all the, you know, the top 4, top 8 even, but it's impressive to have a tournament run that kind of dominant. Just shout out there. Also echoing Cass's sentiment about just love to see the creative TFT play, but some players are just hitting, just doing it that much better.
All right, well, that's going to do it. We still have one more game on the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a little bit for the final game of day 3 of the Freljord Cup. Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of day 3 of the Freljord Cup. Nathan, we are at that point in the tournament where the people who are winning are pulling away, and the people who are losing have already lost. But the good news of having a very big tournament like this is that we have a big old bubble right in the middle.
Yes. We're going into Lobby C in this one, and the only player it looks like, apparently, that is limited right now is MZ Shade, who is sitting at 16 points. Everybody else, I think, has at least a slight chance. A couple of players look close to guaranteed, but I'm not going to call them that yet. And DPay is another player who might statistically be eliminated, but strictly speaking, they need a first place finish. They're at 19 points and have to have first place, or otherwise I'm pretty sure the dreams are dead. For everybody else here, though, there's something on the line.
You know, Nico, obviously, as a player, you've been in this position. We talked about it before the break that, you know, the telltale story of the pebble in the street, right? If you focus too hard on not going 8th, you're always going to go 8th. Can you speak a little bit to what it actually feels like in that moment where you kind of know the pressure is on at the end of the day?
Yeah, you just kind of have to lock in. Like, it's a mental game at the end of the day, because TFT in general is confidence is a really big factor in this game. So if you let your mental kind of go down, you're gonna feel it in the game. You're gonna, you know, make shaky decisions if you're not sure of yourself, stuff like this. So I think that, like, the best advice if I had for anybody listening is, like, you just have to be confident in yourself and just go for it.
All right, now the real question is how many Dragon Kings will see this game. I'll leave it up to you for the final game of day 3 of the Freljord Cup.
And here we are. There's something on the line. And like Gangly said, Iniko, I believe that you know best about being in this spot right now. You actually hold the most tiebreakers for North American tournaments that are relevant for mid-set finales and for regionals and stuff like that. Is it 5 tiebreaker spots that you have been in?
Yeah, you know, I like to live on the edge. It's okay. I think that you know, at least I would assume that my standing will be usurped eventually here, considering I can no longer scale in that department, so hopefully, at least.
I love the hopefully, at least. You know, I'd like to see you stick around. I think it's a good spot that you're in right now. We're taking a look at Milk's perspective on Eclectic Vaults. Every time that you get an augment, you're going to gain some gold. 4 for each augment that has been selected at that point. Milk is at 27 points, and I think that without an 8th place finish, it is nigh impossible to see them being in the bottom 32 right now. But the biggest thing I want to talk about here is that since we're in a spot where really nobody needed like a first place finish absolutely aside from DPay, we're seeing legends across the board. There's 6 Ornn legends, 1 Poro, and 1 Lee Sin. This seems to be a trend throughout the day, I'd say.
Yeah, Ornn is going to be very consistent. As I mentioned in another game, Portable Forge 2-1 is like one of the most consistent augments historically in high elo. So it would make sense that if you're trying to top 4 solely, you would just go for that one. I think that the play for first is like, you know, whoever's taking Lee Sin, you just take that and you play Kale Reroll or Zed or like something like that. And then the Poro players do also have the chance of trying to play for first, just like out OP augmenting the lobby, I guess.
I mean, if you get the right buttons, the buttons you push are a lot stronger than everybody else's. I will say it's fitting as well that for our lone Lee Sin legend, it is on the player, me first or 8th.
Yeah, well, there you go. Also, it's worth noting that we did say that MZ Shady is mathematically eliminated, but I would argue that there is the most power when you're mathematically eliminated, because you can choose, you have this power in your hand, you can just choose who you want to grief in the lobby. If MZ Shady has beef with DPay for whatever reason, bye-bye DPay. That's all I'm saying, you know. Now, me personally, I would never do such a thing, but it's up to the players. It's up to the players if they want. Anyway.
You drop this scenario where somebody has absolute power and you're like, no, it's not something I would ever do. I'm a little bit more high class than that. I'm a Nico. I have a very large lexicon.
Okay, also, can we just point out, we said that Milk literally only needs to not go 8th this game, and he is full opening for Pandora's Bench to play Kale.
I want to... Okay, I'll put in 2 things here. Number one is that I think that when you differentiate from your normal play style, unless you are literally a first or eighth player, that when you differentiate, different things change. I think it's more likely that you can go eighth place when you kind of change your play style up. The second one here, though, is that I think that with exactly silver on the Pandora's bench on 2-1, I think Kale reroll is not too bad there. I think it's pretty good with that.
It's not, but I think having another Kale player in the game makes it quite risky, as we're seeing here. And Me First Wraith is opting for Honor Roll as well. And it's the nerfed iteration of Honor Roll, but I noticed this actually at the start of when we panned over to him. I like what he's doing right here. So what he's doing here, he used the 2 free rerolls already. He has the Aurelia 2 in the shop. He's putting one of them on the bench. He's buying the Aurelia 2 so that when it combines the next turn, he'll still get the free reroll. If he combined them this turn, he wouldn't have gotten it because he already used his free 2.
Yeah, it doesn't roll over to the next round and consume them.
Right, he's essentially giving himself a free reroll guaranteed.
Yeah, it's a very small technical difference that can have large outcomes.
Yeah,
in the grand scheme of things, that's all things considered, that's like a free 2 gold.
Yeah, I think it's a really smart play. You could say he's playing a trade sector even.
One thing for certain is that they're on a roll right now. Yeah, they're just going straight up Gale reroll right now.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So he can do the same thing here with Maokai as well. Yeah, which looks like he will.
This is genius mode activated.
This is a very, very good way of playing this augment, I think. Gaming the system a little bit. It's not OP, but it is a smart way to play it. I appreciate that.
It's the little things in life.
Oh, unfortunately, I think he is going to lose his streak here. I don't know if he was scouting around for milk, but the thing about reroll comps is if you are scouting around, it is really worth it a lot of the time to start out opening the other person who's contesting your loss streak.
Yeah, how do you figure out how to lose this round, I guess, is kind of my question. Or maybe it's just worth the risk because it's still early on. Because you don't want to pay too much life, but at the same time, you want to keep your loss streak so you have the gold. But,
yeah,
that's a tough balance.
I think you have to play, like, Oriana Cassio, trap a Maokai, and then play a Poppy or something. Ooh. Like, you saw a Bastion, but you need to full open somehow. So he loses his streak here. We'll see how that goes for the rest of his game.
Look at the items here. It's like everybody has the same items.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of true, huh?
That is unusual, I'd say.
This is pretty interesting. A lot of tears and rods. It might dictate where people are going as far as AP versus AD as well. Which means that if somebody is angling Akshan, they're probably sitting pretty this game.
So Deepay was the one player we pointed out needs strictly a first place finish. I guess technically that is still opinion because I don't have like the actual number facts on that one. But the cutoff right now is 23 to 22 points. Deepay is sitting at 19, which means that 27 points is likely to be that spot where you're not sweating as much. But again, 19 points is like you have to have first place here. So if Deepay's in this spot where he has to have first place, you got Silver Spoon at the start. You have Blue Buff and Jeweled Gauntlet here. What are you thinking if you're in a spot like this?
I'm really surprised he slammed a Blue Buff. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, to me, not a lot of units can use Blue Buff that well from a primary role. Like if he hits an Ahri, this is great, right?
Yeah.
He might play into Blue Buff Lux. He does have the Sork spot, right? It's just that we've seen that not be favorable in the past. With the recent changes to Lux, it might end up being better. But yeah, like Ahri, I mean, maybe Gwen, and then there's just some random utility that you can use with Blue Buff as well. But we'll see how it works out. I'm not a huge believer in the slam, but I mean, he does want to keep his streak. He needs to slam something, so like, why not? Really grappling in his mind, which is better right now.
Seeing Deepay just move the units around to catch a glimpse of the animation. Deepay is a player who came from League of Legends. When you kind of look at where he's come from in that spot to the role he's in right now, where if you ask his peers, he's considered amongst one of the most talented players in League of Legends. I'm sorry, in Teamfight Tactics, just from raw skill perspective. That is quite an accomplishment to hold. I'd say amongst those peers who are often playing against you on ladder, they're against you in tournaments. It is not an easy thing to achieve, I would say.
Yeah, there's a good amount of overlap with like League and TFT. I mean, naturally, obviously, as Riot IPs. I think T-Pay also played a lot of Overwatch and coached a lot of Overwatch.
Yep.
And we've seen. I think there was another player. I think Z Hydration, also a former Overwatch pro. But yeah, like it's really interesting. Like some of the overlap between certain games in TFT. Like you have Overwatch, you have League, obviously, you have Dota Auto Chess, which is where I came from Dota 2, Dota Auto Chess, and then you have like Hearthstone as well as a big one. So, and even like VGC.
I'm actually unfamiliar with VGC.
Pokemon competitive.
Oh yeah. No, I'm very unfamiliar with that. Last time I played Pokemon competitive was like Hitmonchan was like a top tier. You're like, oh my gosh, that hits for 20 on turn 1.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's ancient. Looking at first or eighth, pretty decent spot here, I'd say, for in terms of gold and the units you have right now. I'm a little bit concerned with the items.
Yeah, needs a bow. I mean, the items are actually really solid frontline items, but we need a bow. We need a bow for our show. Oh, this roll down needs to go a little bit better as well. Even just hitting the on a roll procs is huge. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're also seeing like a slight difference in how this roll down seems to be playing. Maybe like a lot of concern with the units you're actually putting together. But we've seen players dip to literally 0 to try to accomplish some of these 3-star units. So me first or 8th here is going to reserve the gold, it looks like. They want to get their board straight, they want to get the items straight. That's the setup at the end of this. But now you still have time to roll. Is that something that me first or 8th's interested in this spot?
No, I think that the overrolling comes from when you'd have like Golden Ticket, for example, or something like that. I think with 7 Maokai's, 8 Poppies, and Kale 3 already, you're pretty comfortable just sitting on this amount of gold and econing back up. Especially when you still need pick prio. Like, you actually don't mind losing a little bit more from here on out just to get guaranteed first pick on Carousel so you can get your Rage Blade for Kale.
Yeah, just you want the chances of that to be as high as possible.
Oh, and okay, this might be like the best shop. He's still rolling. You just Nico the Maokai, I think. Okay, yeah. Just go up and spend it on Maokai.
Move it up, 3rd Yordle.
Probably just wanted to see if they could hit it naturally.
It's not too bad. I'm really wanting the Rage Blade, though. Like, I'm looking at this spot and I'm like, oh no, what is this scale gonna do?
Not only that, but also Demacia. I think, I mean, it's normal to skip a few Gallios here and there, but I think you usually want to hold at least one just so you have the guaranteed in. Again, you know, me first or 8th. Level 6 Kale is still a spike. Poppy 4 is still a spike. Doesn't mind losing for Carousel priority, so... In a solid spot, I would say. Level 6, 30 gold if they decide to sell the Teemo, which is very reasonable. I think they're in a solid spot.
You just don't want to lose by a lot. I think that's the big one.
Yeah. And I think that Poppy can usually guarantee that you kill some units.
See, another blue buff slam on the other side as well.
And blue buff Samira. Makes sense. I mean, you're shredding a lot of armor. Double Jin as well. Be an interesting route. You think
that's gonna go.
Like they're angling Octon maybe with the Rune Slam. Could blue off like Lysandra or something like that.
Milk's picking up a win here. Still working on Poppies. Tristana, you mentioned Tristana being an option earlier for this particular reroll composition. Like if you just can't get another 3-star rolling, sometimes you have to just take what you've got.
Yeah, it's typically used to replace, or not replace, but kind of like make up for the fact you don't have Maokai 3. But Milk is just looking for the Poppy 3 as his last unit, so he doesn't need to worry about the Triss.
Yeah, Poppy 3 is like a mandatory in this position, right?
Yeah. I'm a little bit concerned for Milk's game here if he doesn't hit soon. He's very low on econ at the moment. His items are good, though. That's the one thing he has going. His items are quite good.
Yeah, this really is kind of rough, though. I'm gonna, you know, while I'm looking at this, I need to go take a look at how many first places that Milk has, because that is part of a tiebreaker scenario. And I am a little bit worried. When I say a little bit worried, I mean a whole lot worried about Milk going 8th in this game.
Yeah, it's definitely a questionable spot. Me first or 8th, gonna be 2nd pick as well. Azir has a bow. I do not know if me first or 8th is getting this at 2nd pick. It's also gonna be on the opposite side.
Wow.
And yep, Niamo takes it up. That is not good for our resident Kale player.
I am worried for the Kale players.
Yeah. Again, it's not the super end of the world, but it is looking dicey. He picks up a sword instead on the J4. J4 is a huge pickup. Really, that's the optimal Demacian that you usually want in. Looks like elsewhere we have a challenger spat on somebody's board as well, so... Oh, no. Silver going for the Poppy 3, has one in shop. All items are good. Like you know, we says items are good, but he needs the units.
Yeah.
And this is the part of how Pandora's bench can be so fickle.
Oh
well.
no. I mean, how many times in a row can you miss? Like, it's got to be the next time, right? He is going full reliant on the Pandora's bench, too. I think this is exactly what you're supposed to do in a spot like this as well, is you have to trust that the bench will come up with a Poppy at this point.
It is, but I feel like, I mean, this is probably just a small thing he wasn't thinking about. He probably should have played the Viego, too. I think there's a very real world where he can just 3-star Viego if he just gets it, and that's good enough, right? But... So looking for the Poppy, obviously. You do need the Poppy eventually.
Also gonna need a another Yordle eventually. That was 2 Yordles in play. Oh my. Mikhail's already dead on this side. You're full reliant on Poppy. The Radiant Dragon Claw is so much regen.
Yeah, huge for that matchup.
Oh my. I'm getting very nervous.
It is looking pretty dicey.
We're going to swap over to Niamo's board. And Niamo's sitting again on the tiebreaker here. This is one of the reasons we jumped into this lobby. There's a ton of players who are sitting right at that breaking point, around 22 to 23 points. And Niamo's one of those players. I feel like that when I'm looking at this spot and I'm in Niamo's spot and I'm like, I need a top 4 or better, I'm like, oh yeah, this is working out really well. Got nice items, have long distance pals. Like, how much can go wrong from this spot is what I'm wondering.
Oh, a level 7 roll down can definitely go pretty awry.
Well, you know.
I mean, look, his items are definitely good. The spot looks good. But everything can change when you're suddenly level 7 0 gold and you have, like, 1 Kaisa and 0 Yasuo's, right? So we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
only time will tell.
You're making a lot of sense there. The health total, I feel like, is what can't go wrong. Niamo's now at 36, down there with the Kayle players who are having some failures themselves as well. Milk's going to find Viego 3. DQA levels up to 7 for time.
Yeah. I think if you're DPay as well, you're kind of shaking a little bit, seeing Mythos or Wraith actually succeeding. Like, if he scouts the lobby and he sees 2 people contesting Kayle, he's probably like, oh, nice. That's awesome. That's 7 and 8 right there. It's easy. You see 1 hit and you see, you know, how they're recovering. You might be a little bit nervous, especially if they get their Rage Blade here. You also might be a little bit nervous seeing DQA streaking. DQA is a player who is known to capitalize off of high roll positions. So if you need to play for first from this spot, you better be ready.
Niamo here, I think it's going to be a possibility of a split decision. They're going to pass Yasuo, though. So they're hard committed Akshan at that point, I feel like.
Yeah. That is really bold. I mean, it's contested Akshan, which can succeed, don't get me wrong, but Niamo playing for, what, 2nd or 3rd, I think? It's definitely bold.
Well, you mentioned it. What can go wrong? And it's down to 0 gold and kind of missing a lot of pieces. I feel like that Yasuo is the backup plan for when this doesn't go right. But, you know, I feel like if you're picking up Yasuo's from there, you have a much better chance of finding something that's at least going to function for right now. You know, just because you find 2-star 4 costs or even find like pairs of them doesn't mean it's what you have to commit to the whole game. But like you said, they're going to need a big finish for this. So is this taking into account like gold and you know, what's Yasuo going to do versus what Akshan can do? Like, how much is that influencing a decision here? Because you're under a lot of time pressure. You don't have forever to make these decisions. If you could sit here and calculate it all, it's probably pretty easy. But you can't sit here and do that. You have about 30 seconds. Oh, yeah. Boy.
The DD on Akshan is making me a little bit nervous as well. Just because you have the sword to play around. I feel like I would... If I was in this spot, I would rather see the DD on Nasus, and then you can play around sword for Giant Slayer or Infinity Edge on Akshan. It might just be a read that they have, which is, you know, totally understandable, but we will see. On the bright side, items are solid across the board. We have long distance pals, Gifts of the Fallen, so the Akshan is seeing a lot of stats, and this DD might just make it so that with the stats at the end of the fight with Gifts of the Fallen, with the stream buff, You can just 1v9.
I'm going to be honest with you. One of the most common things I've observed with an Akshan board, when I'm playing it anyway, is that he's always got the ult fired up. He's about to take out those last 1 or 2 units, and then he vanishes because everybody's in his face. Now, when you have a Des on here, instead, 20% of that damage is getting slowly distributed over time. Maybe it's enough.
Yeah, definitely could be, especially when he's receiving the Shurima buff. It's weird to think about, but it's a lot of frontline-ish stats on a backline unit. And when he can dish out this much damage to 1v9, especially with Gifts of the Fallen, it might end up just being the correct decision. So
might be a little tech.
I'm down to let him cook. You know what I mean? I'm down to let him cook.
Blue buff on Katarina, don't mind that one. Decent holder for it in the meantime. But the Kale's too strong. Milk's still looking for Poppy 3.
Barney went off Zed. He really wants to start pushing levels. He has a Gwen 2 on bench. All right,
well,
I like this.
Yeah, I think it might be time to say goodbye to that guy for a bit.
Phoenix, 2 off of... Wait, he has Akshan 3. He has double Lesser Nico.
Yeah.
That does not bode well for Niamo.
Oh my.
And if he gets a sword here for Deathblade,
that is
going to be quite...
That is looking pretty nice. Phoenix right now is at 28 points. So you're feeling fine about how many points that you have for this one. Phoenix at this point is trying to get the highest placement possible and play for bonus.
Yeah. The downside to his board, he doesn't have Shurima on it, opting for the 4 Deadeye instead. Just for the supplemental damage, he wants to play the best frontline that he can. See how it works out for him. If he gets IE or GS or Deathblade here, his spot is like, it goes from really good to just straight up insane.
Milk dips down to 24. Still hunting for 3-star units. I feel very uncomfortable for Milk. Why did I curse it by saying that he just needed to not go 8th? Now, granted, I think even if he goes 8th, he's still probably chilling. But that's just the one thing you needed to avoid. I'm scared.
I think you have good reason to be scared for him. I'm an expert of tiebreakers myself, and even if you can still make it, you don't want to give yourself the stress of will I or won't I.
I'm loving the Katarina items.
Milk did hit Poppy 3 though, so might stabilize here. Went to 7. The Zed board as well is looking particularly strong. The awkward part about the Zed board though is with the Zephyr, you can't Zephyr the corner like you usually want to with Zed because it does mess up your long distance pulse positioning. So be interested to see how Barney plays around the Zephyr specifically.
Yeah, no, that's a lot harder with taking that into account. 2 Zeeks on the back line.
Right. He doesn't have Rage Blade and he's streaking. So. He has a 0 item Kale and he's streaking. Not anymore, probably.
Yeah, maybe not anymore, but
I mean, up to this point, a 4-5, like, come on.
This is pretty impressive, I'd say. Like, honestly, this is kind of showing me, like, maybe the items on Kale are not the most important factor for this, but they become more important later on.
I think they're quite important. I mean, I think that it's very possible that this player just has more experience on the line and knows the limits.
53 HP after a big loss with no Rage Blade. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Eventually, you do need items on that Kale though.
It takes a hit.
Transition from DQA going into the Luxazir board here. Finding pretty much everything he needs. Yep, there's the Garen. He's just waiting on Nasus too at this point, but he has the backline upgraded. Solid items all around. I think he should go for Hodge JG Lux here, probably.
This is like crazy to me how smooth and easy DQA made this look. There was like 19 changes it felt like that happened to this board, plus the rolls, plus the level up, plus the positioning. I don't understand how he does it so quickly and so easily. Now, granted, you're getting stomped by a Zed here, but this is like one of your bad matchups.
Well, that's not the transition's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that DQA, one of his strengths as a player is his high level of forethought into what he wants to play, as well as his APM. So when you combine those two things, it makes transitioning in general very easy.
Deepa here with an interesting looking board put together so far. I feel like there's still a lot of work to be done on this one, and Deepa's sitting on 84 gold going into this round. So it's a question about which direction do you actually want to take this.
I think DP is being really, really smart about this. Because he was waiting to see how much 3-cost reroll is being played in the lobby. He's waiting to see who's playing Vel'Koz and who's not. And he also wants to see if he can maybe transition into Luxazir from here. He scouts to see DQA is contesting Luxazir. Still probably wants to keep it at least a little bit open just as far as splash units go, so he's keeping the units, but is deciding ultimately on just rerolling Vel'Koz and so on. I think this is a really, really good decision.
Yeah, that's very patient. That is not easy to do.
Yeah.
Still going to keep the idea open for Azir. I imagine that's like pretty strictly for this role.
I think he's opening the slot up for strategists later, but if he rolls this much, he might need to sell them. I feel like just making gold at this point would probably be more optimal. Items are also a little bit eh.
Oh, I think he's looking for the item on the back line here, and so this Dragon Claw might have to wait and go onto the Jarvan. Open up that slot for
It's possible.
the Demacia
Lux,
to pick up damage, yeah.
If you can turn Lux into a secondary, he does also have the remover to put Deathfire Grasp on Lux if he wants to as well.
Wow, that is a tough spot, but honestly, when you kind of see all the pieces get put together, I think it's really well navigated. Kind of speaking to one of the reasons why Deepay is such a strong player. He's got the patience, he's got the knowledge.
Yeah.
Just gotta have the rolls too.
Wraith just casually picks up BIS Kale and is level 9, so, you know, all good.
Wow, this board seems so ridiculous.
You know what's really interesting about this board is this is a very non-standard Hell board in that we're playing 4 Bastion as opposed to going for the Vertical Slayers. So this player, clearly primary objective this game was level 9, right? Like we're not concerned with rolling for Gwen, we're not concerned with rolling for Zed. We just want to get to 9 as quickly as possible, and we'll worry about the details later.
I think this is a pretty wise play, I think, all things considered. Like, you can put together Slayers later, you can put together different kinds of frontline. You can't put together different kinds of level 9s. Like, you have to have the gold to get to level 9, or you don't get there. Full stop.
It's going to be a little bit hard to win for now without combat augments, but once he gets the board online and once he gets the Heimer upgrades, I think that we'll have a lot easier time.
He's still pretty patient with the gold, finds a big upgrade. Deathfire Grasp went onto Sona.
Yeah, we saw it at the same time. Probably just trying to soften the primary target for Vel'Koz up a little bit, I would assume. Also, the starting mana is solid. Mentioned it before, but you know, getting Sona's first cast out to help Vel'Koz chain cast, not too bad.
Yeah, the extra autos help pump extra damage. Phoenix is
spot. I'm surprised he's this low HP.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what's going on here. Still 4 Deadeye.
I mean, he just can't get Shurima, I guess, is the biggest factor.
Yeah, there's a lot of Shurima stuff being played in the lobby. You don't want to just be playing weak ones, but you know, Shurima's still a pretty important tool.
Yeah, it's hard to find Nasus when it's so contested.
Akshan
Look
2
at this Nasus.
defeated Akshan 3.
Yeah, it's just a frontline diff at the end of the day.
Milk's out!
Oh, Milk's out.
That's 8th place!
Oh, it's just in the cards at this point.
Oh no!
That is kind of an oh no.
Well, we'll see how that one shakes out.
He chose a dicey route. Like, he chose to contest the Kale. You know.
I'm venting my color a little bit here.
And that's what I mean. Like, I guess he's playing for bonus points, trying to play for first, but. I don't know. That was the very first Wraith play, is to reroll Kale contested.
Here we go, Deepay. I think this is the final stretch of gold here. You found one more Vel'Koz, which I think is going to incentivize you a bit.
Yeah, I think he didn't mean to skip that swing. Unless he did. Okay, he did not mean to do it.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
The Swain's the first one sold, though.
Off. Okay, nice, yeah. I mean, yeah, he needed to. He needed to do that, for sure. I think that was so correct.
I think Vel'Koz 3, I think Sona 3 are going to be 2 of your priorities. Position. And then see where the Shroud goes. Big Zephyr on the left side. Zed.
That's such a big Zephyr.
We'll say the right side
is solid.
A lot of power. These are not going to be slow fights. Woo!
Oh, Alright, last loss, CP, last loss. Gonna hang on by a thread here. 2 more go down.
Wow, Phoenix and MZ Shade are out now as well. Phoenix, I think their position was still pretty good. Yeah, they're at 28 points, so that's totally fine for Phoenix. It looks a little bit dicey, but you're into day 4, I believe. For DPay, literal, actual, nothing but strictly first place. Everything else from DPay's position, I would consider a loss.
Yeah, that is going to be really, really hard to overcome both DQA and me for Wraith, I think, for DPay. As well, and that's not even to mention, you know, in order to get first, he's going to have to score off against that Zed board again, which we just saw how that went, so...
No. Somebody else knocks out the Zed player. Somebody else knocks out the Zed player. I don't know how that happens in, like, 3 rounds, but, you know, just let's pretend it does.
The ward getting cleared out here by the Vel'Koz. This is the important part. Kills scaled up. Got sniped, though. This is a huge win.
Yama wins as well. Hanging on at 4. Goodness. I love and hate when the matchups are like this too. I'm like, yeah, get him! And then at the same time, I'm like, no, let him live.
That's coming down to the wire. Meanwhile, Barney's just up here chilling. I think he's gonna look for Cat 3 as his cap. Can probably manage to level for another Slayer at some point. That's gonna be his full cap, probably.
Yeah.
Gray might be pushing.
I mean, with this gold count, I mean, I feel like you don't have an option. It's like Cat 3 is easily your biggest spike.
It is for sure, yeah. That alongside with how many other 3 costs are out of the pool over the course of the game. Just make it easier to hit, so very reasonable chase. That being said, doesn't look like we're going to find it.
Zeke's for the Zed or...
I feel like I like GS a little bit more here. Yeah, the Gwen. You want to have as many carries as possible. Especially in fights where things can just get sniped out. Like, even though they're rogues, Zed can rogue proc, teleport to backline in the middle of an Auction beam, and just kill himself, right?
Sun has delivered some decent supplementary damage. But we need this Vel'Koz to stop missing. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, no.
Oh! Oh!
Is it enough? The ZZ rod? He dropped the rod on him. Okay, nice. Wow.
Top 4, but that might not be good enough. Nyamo gets knocked out. Nyamo was at 22 points. I don't think a bot 4 is good enough for Nyamo.
Yeah,
that is tough. My gosh.
I think DQA might be chasing a Azir 3 here. Saw him combine the extra Azir.
Yeah, for DQA here, a top 4 alone might not be good enough. So if DQA... Oh, excuse me. DQA is at 24 points. Yeah, so top 4 is good enough for this. Yeah, that's 5 points. You're at 29.
Oh, Cat 3 in shop for Barney? That would have been really big in this matchup as well. Gale does have an Edge of Night, though. I think that's something very notable here. It's good in the rogue matchup, the Edge of Night on Gale.
Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz needs to get it done.
Oh,
that's not enough.
And he goes down in the end. DQA 2 off of a Azir 3 as well. If you're the Kale player here, you need to be donkey rolling every single turn looking for Azir if you want to win.
Yeah,
there's not much that Barney can do about it.
You're strictly Azir hunting.
Yeah. Because you know that you win the matchup otherwise, so you need to literally just look for these units. You need to be buying this Nasus and selling it back into the pool. You know, assuming he has gold. It might be worth it to sell the Aatrox on bench to do this.
Me for Straight's kind of thinking the same thing too, right?
Yeah.
You just need to keep DQA from hitting that. Because me first or eighth, they're sitting at 21 points.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So they need to deny the zeros from DQA.
My gosh. Zed is just... If you can't CC Zed to death, I feel like he just wins the fight.
Yeah, it does appear to be that way. I think this might be enough to take DQA down as well. Yep. Wow. 0-3 for you, buddy. Coming down to Zed versus Kale. Slayer versus Slayer.
DQA with a top 3, I think, is pretty darn safe. 30 points for the day for DQA now.
Yep.
Barney getting an Edge Knight.
Shojin up. Right. This Edge Knight is probably going on to Glenn. Reasonable. Shojin probably going on Senna as well, just trying to get as many Senna cows as possible. Rageblade's probably not going to see too much value on her, considering she just got a little off of a rogue proc. But if she can manage to live, it's not bad.
It is always so tough for me to tell who has the advantage here in this spot. Like, on one hand, the Heimer positioning, I think, could end up, completely foiling the plan here. Like, let's say that Zed is on the left here. It jumps over there, turns onto the Heimer turret, and then comes right back to the Kale.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was just thinking that exactly. Where aggro's to the Kale, it'll dip, kill the Heimer real quick, and then just go back to Kale. But
oh no! Wait, it hasn't had.
We don't have Edge of Night yet. Yeah, he just stayed in place and killed the Jarvan. Yeah, I mean it's hard. You need to isolate Kale here. Like, you absolutely need to isolate Kale from everything else. He's not gonna go down here, I don't think. 17.
You're fine.
Oh, well, hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, I say fine, but it's like the guy's got everything burning around him, and he's just sitting at the table.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's quotey fingers fine.
Alvin found a Jarvan too, unfortunately. Barney might just take.
Yeah, how does this positioning change now? I mean, you've seen the outcome at this point.
I think you just need to scrunch everything to one side. Yeah. Like it's really the only option you have. You can move Gwen to second row and scrunch everything a little bit more, but you could also do what Minhey was doing the other game, what he's doing here is putting Kale on the corner and just trying to pop the Zed away. Also very reasonable.
So it gets popped away.
But then you run this risk where now Gwen is just on the Kale.
Wow, but the focus. So Kale took down the Zed. Kale was focused on that Zed the entire time.
Yep. It's just a positioning game at this point.
Well, all right. Stage 7 now.
Yeah, this next fight will be the last.
And so for this was actually a really important finish for Barney here, too. Barney was sitting at 22 points coming into this game. So now you've secured yourself 29 points for this placement here. That is massive. This might have been complete clutch here from Barney.
Yeah, it definitely was. This is exactly what he needed. I think he played the game quite well at this point.
Yeah.
Also, very lucky he finds a Kale for his next in as a Slayer.
I mean, I just want to point out, this was no Rageblade Kale for a very long time.
Yeah.
This was like win streak style from me first or 8th side. From Barney here, it was all about like finding the Zed and then capping. They stayed at level 7 forever trying to find this Cat 3. It's tough to make those calls in the moment because you have to play to your best spot. And sometimes your best spot doesn't even look that good. But my gosh, when everything falls into place and you're playing it well, like that's the killer combo. That's the one you can't stop. Position
last
looks
fight,
good.
Here we go.
Poppy's not taking his effort.
Yeah, we're Zephyring the other Kled, so me for Wraith likes that a lot.
It's in the back line.
Arena on this side as well.
Taking out the Senna. Zed's not focused yet.
Yeah, the Zed has gone mostly unchecked.
Proc.
Dashes to the back line. Here comes the Edge of Night proc. Is it enough?
No, I don't think it is. Poppy, completely unchecked. Wow. First or 8th indeed. Taking out Barney in this last one, and this is just an incredible finish for me, first or 8th. 21 points, lock in 8 more, 29 points now. Like, this is so close for what this cup has been. I feel like this whole lobby was close. And so I'm sitting here the whole time, like, I'm like looking at the numbers and like, wait a minute, what place did I need? Wait a minute, what's going on? Wait, let's take a look at their fight. Just everything in this one is just, it felt like it's been razor thin the entire time until, like, the first 2 players get knocked out is, sorry, Milk. But everything else has felt like just incredibly close.
Yeah, I feel like you have to draw attention to the poetry of the moment, right? The name, me first or eighth, up against Milk, contesting a one-cost reroll, like the most picture-perfect moment where you need a high placement to advance, and then in the end, obviously, me first or eighth, taking that placement at first, and most likely, you know, we can wait till we actually see the numbers, but most likely advancing. Now, and Nico, the thing that actually stood out the most to me that game was just the volume of contesting we actually saw. We had 2 different one-cost rerollers, and we also had the 2 auction players in the same lobby, especially for the final game of the day. Did this surprise you?
Yeah, honestly, it did a little bit. I think Milk's spot to contest was... I'm wondering if he had some other motives behind it, because I don't know if he would make that play normally from his position in the tournament. I could be wrong. And then, you know, as far as the auction players, there was just maybe the sentiment of like, oh, well, I have these items, this is what I must play. Because they were both in a pretty good spot to play auction. It just didn't work out for them in the end. But yeah, man, me first or eighth, really just, you know, full committing, holding the line. No Rage Blade, says, whatever, man, I'll just get it later. Gets perfect items, gets to 9. I mean, like, did he high roll a little bit? Like, sure. But he played it well. Like, you can't even deny it. He played it well.
And I want to bring some attention, Admirable, to something that happened in Stage 2. We've talked a lot on the day about the small optimizations that have lasting effects. And something that you two talked about was on Stage 2, me first or eighth, using that honor roll augment and using small optimizations in order to get more units. Well, regardless of whether we know for sure that it made a difference, what we do know is that me first or eighth hit when contested by Milk and then eventually won the game. So I think it speaks volumes to those small optimizations that we see in game.
Yeah, you can't measure necessarily what any of those mean. Like, unless you're taking it for the actual instance itself in that moment, you can't measure them. Which that's a flawed way of thinking when you're talking about probability. You can't take just that one singular moment into account. What you can do is you can take all of those little things that players do and see the broader picture of it. A player with this much knowledge, a player with this much experience, a player with the patience, the skill, every single one of those things, it starts to stack up where suddenly it doesn't look like one little thing that they've done now. You've suddenly painted the whole picture. You've drawn up the whole plan. All of those tiny things spell something out at the end of the day. We caught a glimpse of one, and that's what I really like about seeing those early game spots. Is it's pretty rare, I think, that you can actually see those through a broadcast moment, because frankly they're uncommon, but they're also unapparent. And so being able to see all of those things kind of line up is kind of the beauty, I'd say, of early game TFT.
I love that. It's really, really beautiful. And hopefully not the last time we get to see optimizations like that this weekend. Now, let's take a look at what the other lobbies ended up looking like. Again, keep in mind, these are the most important games of the day. It's your last chance. TSM Solus bouncing back after a very weak first half of the day with another first place finish. Wajan Iverson, one of those players where it might have been a little too late. We saw me first or eighth coming in first on that one. And I'm Jack with another first place finish. Listen, the reality is we can talk on end for all of these different scores, but I think let's just kind of move things along so we can see some of the other scores going on in that final day, or the final game. Kuromex and Bobster rounding out the top 2 of Lobby E. Malala coming up with another first place epic fail, one of the newcomers. Robin Songs, similar to Solus, another one of these players that had a weak start of the day, rounding it out with a really strong finish, and Cambuli and Lil Top finishing out the top 2. Now, before we go to the scores, Admiral, I can see and feel the excitement in you right now. What are you feeling?
There's so many clutches that are taking place across all of these lobbies right now. Just almost every single way that you look at it. Just everything was so close. Like, this is day 3. We're not even in day 4 where the field is smaller, where the edge of the field gets closer. Like, this is day 3. 64 players, and everyone is like fighting tooth and nail trying to scrap out a top half. Like, Mike, NA's not slowing down. NA's winning worlds, all right? I'm calling it. I'm excited right now.
All right, well, we'll see how that all plays out. Now it's the moment of truth. Now let's take a look at our final scores on the day as we look at the bottom 32 players. On the bubble, we see DK, JD Zelinsky, Casper Wu, Darth Noob to round out the top 5. Honestly, I have to say, these are some pretty surprising names to see in the bottom half. And Nico, what's standing out to you right now?
Oh, I mean, I was rooting really hard for Darth Nub this whole time. I think this guy is so good. I'm still rooting for him. I think he'll bounce back in future tournaments. Similar to, you know, how like a tournament goes within the event itself. 1/8, it's like whatever, you can come back. One bad tournament, it's okay. There's plenty more to come, so don't worry about it, guys.
That's right. Well, now let's get on to the excitement of it all, because there's one name I don't see here that we knew was on the bubble. That's Milk, who looks like he just sneaks in. Stellar Minhey finishing off the day with 39 points, taking first place on the day, Nathan.
I'm not only looking at that, I'm looking at Vanilla making it in here. This is a name that Nico had brought up to, like, hey, something about a little bit of unfamiliarity to. Pay attention to that. Appies, a big tournament for him. We've been talking so much in this set about how creativity is rewarded not only with that, but spot recognition. Two of Appy's major strengths, that Vile standing out as well as one of these players. This is off so many players' radar. I don't think that Vile is the strongest player in North America, but don't take this guy off the list. He's someone to look at. And then looking at the next ones, Dish Soap, a pretty expected performance. You want to see this player in your top 16. Robin Songs did not have a strong start to the day, but had a massive finish to it. There's so many points to rack up with that one. Day sitting up here as well. We saw strong performances from them. And then rounding out that top 8. I'm Jack. Well, this guy's jacked as well. This is a major performance. 34 points on day one is nothing to scoff at.
I want to give a little bit of love out there to Kiyun. You know, Kiyun, Nico, I know you're familiar very, very well with Kiyun. He's one of those people that has been around for so long. And to be honest, one of those players that has been around for a long time, but it's been a while since we've seen Kiyun really show up in a tournament.
Yeah, it was definitely hard to kind of scope out what his skill set was going to be compared to everybody else, because it's been so long since we've seen him. We all know that fundamentally Kyun's very good at the game, but he's taken, you know, a few sets off. He's been playing for fun here and there. We don't know how serious he is about competing. I mean, if this is any show of how serious he can be, he almost made bonus points. Like, that's, you know, that's pretty impressive in itself for your first tournament back. So hopefully he keeps it up throughout.
And it's a great point. The bonus points are a very, very important part of this format. Keep in mind that as we saw those bonus points laid out on the overall scoreboard, those bonus points will be applied to players' scores tomorrow in the final day of the competition. We saw in set 8 that these bonus points can make huge ripple effects in how the tournament actually plays out, especially in those final lobby dynamics. So definitely don't sleep on those. All of those players have earned those points, and it is going to be very, very exciting to see how it all plays out. Now, something very exciting, we are going to have a winner of the day interview with Stellar Minhey in just a little bit, so we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Stellar Minhey on the line. We'll get to talk a little bit about how the day went, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a little bit. All right, everybody, we are back with our top scorer on the day. It's Stellar Minhey. Congratulations, not only on the incredible performance, but also on the 3 bonus points you're going to have going into tomorrow. Minhey, while we have you here, I wanted to just ask, people are always very, very interested in hearing about preparation going into the event and study groups. And I was wondering if you don't mind maybe giving a little bit of a taste of what your preparation looked like going into the weekend.
I guess prior to coming in this weekend, it was just me, like the study group, so also skills, Weijin, Dace, Halala, and then we included I'm Jack as well. He started playing a lot more with us, as well as Philip, and so we started sniping each other. I guess my prep before, like for the earlier half of the week, I was planning on taking Vladimir going into the event, actually, just for like low roll protection from like augments, which is why I didn't really want to take Horo in case you get like BG'd on the augments, so I would have like transfusion to fall back on or battle ready. Then I looked at the recent augments and I tried to play a couple games to see if the prismatic one was playable, because prior to that I didn't really touch shopping spree at all, and so I played a couple games of shopping spree and I felt like pretty decent, so I was like, okay, I'm down to take Lee Sin and then just be very open to the Kayle line, and start from there and see what happens, because I can play Lee Sin, I can just take Lee Sin and play normally as well and just get rid of the trade sector on a roll. And obviously the 3-2 stuff I can get rid of as well. So that was my prep going in. We just sniped each other a lot, talked about the game, and then for me it was just switching legends at the last like day or two.
Now, I would love to hear a little bit more about this actual study group, because something that stands out to me, actually, maybe less about the study group, but the people you listed here, right? You say Philip, you say Bosso Skills, you say Malala, you say I'm Jack. I mean, you look at the top 32, those are the names that are there. I'm curious to know, like, just to talk a little bit about how it feels to see like all of your friends, colleagues kind of succeeding along with you. Is this something that you would have expected going into the weekend?
Honestly, it was not that expected, because we all like ran it down together. When we queued in, I was like 4 or 5. There were times where we were 6, 7, 8, or like 4, 5, 6 together, and we all lost like a bunch of LP. But I think honestly, losing LP is probably a lot better leading into a tournament. Like that's how I felt. Going into every tournament, like in the past, I've probably lost around like 200 LP leading up to it. They're all learning losses, so it's all good.
I mean, I'd say it's. Sorry, go on, Nico.
Oh, I was just going to ask, piggybacking off of that, you know, we understand that there are a lot of players that you are friends with and that you respect, you know, your peers and your competitors. Is there anybody going into tomorrow who you're afraid of, who you respect so much that it's putting fear into your heart, who you feel the pressure of in the lobbies?
Honestly, the only people I would fear are other Kayle contesters, especially after today as well. Like I ended with 39 points. I played Kayle 4 to 6 games, and like Kayle scores were like insane as well. So if more people switch to Lee Sin, whoever decides to, I guess that would strike fear to me. But I think it's gonna be hard to like change up your game plan in this short of a time. If you've like already qualified and done well, you don't really want to try to mess things up. But just in case, like that would be my only fear.
You don't want to fix what's not broken, right?
Yeah, so everybody stick with Poro and Orn, please.
Yeah.
I feel like they should fear you, given the high performances of it. Never mind that. You mentioned like having strong performances with this one and being comfortable with it. I mean, I feel like we're seeing this like almost every single set now. You've been at mid-set for set 7, you're at mid-set for set 8. You know, right now we're on track to kind of see the exact same thing with this another mid-set for you. I mean, it's like what's going on here? Like it feels like consistently you're outperforming other players in tournaments.
Yeah, but I think that's only the case for the non-0.5 sets. I feel like I've choked every 0.5 like set horrendously, but for the base sets, I've always done well. I don't know what it is with it, but it's just how it goes. Especially last set as well. I like heavily choked the 0.5 set, but I mean, hopefully things go well this one.
Like set 10s doesn't have any mid sets. Maybe that's the key.
That would be best for me, honestly. No mid sets, no choking.
Oh man, well, you know, Minhey, I've got one more question for you. Obviously, we're playing on the C patch now, and so I just kind of, I guess, more on like a macro level. Like one of the things that is a part of TFT naturally is having to kind of adjust on the fly, and this is a patch that people didn't really get to play that much on, despite the fact that it was actually an extended patch of of 3 weeks. So I'm curious. I guess the question really is, I want to know, were you actually more confident on the B patch, or do you feel like the C patch really enabled you to succeed this weekend?
I think the B patch was actually pretty bad for me. Like, didn't really enjoy going into, I guess, like the two main lines, the Azir Lux line and the Yasuo challengers with the Kai'Sa duo carry as well. I think going into the C patch, more lines are open, albeit the reroll comps, whether it be 1 cost, 2 cost, 3 costs. But I feel like I do pretty poorly in narrow metas, honestly. So the fact that the C patch opened up a lot more comps to be played helps me a bit more, since like I'm open to rerolling almost any comp anyways, so it's fine.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out tomorrow. Obviously, now if people are kind of seeing you as the kill player, there is definitely a chance where people may try to come after you and stop you in your tracks. But Minhey, congratulations on being the highest point total of the day. You get those 3 bonus points, going to be a huge help for tomorrow. Good luck tomorrow. We're going to wrap up the show in just a minute, but congratulations. Are there any last words you have before you go?
Just thank you to all our friends who helped me out, and we've all played together. So it's like the Bosso skills, Philip, Malala, Weijin, Dace, I'm Jack. We all like jokingly like grief each other as well in our own games, and sometimes we contest each other or whatnot. But it's all like, in the end, it's like sometimes you need to learn how to play the line contested, so it's all good, right? In the end.
That's right.
Just thank you to them for all the help. They got me.
Congratulations again, and good luck tomorrow, Stellar.
Thank you.
All right.
The
That
run it down
leaves-
buff is
That's
my favorite
right.
part of this. If you run it down on the ladder, nobody has any idea that your tech has actually been crushing it the entire time. This is like the dish soap lose to Krugs buff. Like you get so concerned that you lost to Krugs, you lean forward and you playing at your absolute like tip top peak play.
That's true. That's a tech we have seen actually many times in the past, kind of unironically, actually. This is not the first time we've seen someone run it down leading up to an event and then kind of pop off when the pressure actually gets there, right? So listen, we're at the end of the day. Tomorrow, we've got 6 more games, but I'm going to open up the floor right now to the 2 of you before we sign off. Nathan, do you have any last words on the day?
I guess play more Kale reroll and learn how to do it, because right now it's pretty good. So if you want to climb, watch those games and play some tech. Maybe not Milk's, 6th game. I don't really know. And Nico was questioning it heavily, and I was too. And I know that if it's a double question mark, that's a pretty big question mark at that point.
That's true. That was that tech was a little too dark, a little too spicy. All right, Nico, what you got?
Yeah, I would like to echo that. Definitely play more Kale. I want to see at least 3 people playing Kale in my lobbies. That'd be great to see. On a more serious note, thanks for supporting my first cast, you guys. Appreciate it a lot. And thanks everyone for watching. That's really all I have to say.
All right, well, that's going to do it for us at the Freljord Cup for day number 3. But listen, we have much more TFT coming tomorrow. We've got 7 more games tomorrow, right? So we're going to have 7 more games tomorrow. We're going to crown the winner of the Freljord Cup. There's still so much on the line. We're going to get to see tons of more TFT. So seriously, thank you all for watching. Thank you for supporting this amazing game, this amazing scene. Hope you all have a wonderful night and be good. Catch you next time.